This is a 7-hour course on how to get to 10K a month to 20K a month in commissions as a high-ticket closer. We'll go over the processes, SOPs, trackers, decision trees, flowcharts that I use to get to 20K to 30K a month in commissions, or the top closers at 7th level, which is one of the largest sales training companies in the world, as well as other closers have used that as well to go from maybe 3 to 5K a month to 10K, 15K, 20K a month in commissions. This took over 7 hours to record. I paid our editing team over $800, our film crew over $800, and we're giving it to you for free. So buckle up, put this on full screen, let's go. Lesson 1, discovery. Now, what is a discovery and what's the whole point of it? Because I think a lot of closers just go about, oh, we're supposed to ask the questions or we're supposed to go through the script, but we don't really understand what's the whole point of that. Now, let's imagine a scenario, because why not just shove our big, fat pitch down the prospect's throat and just objection handle later? Why not do that? Because we could do that. Now, let's imagine a scenario. Let's say you go on a date with a girl, amazing girl, pretty girl, blonde hair, blue eyes, incredible personality, and you have a few back and forths with that girl. It's like, hey, you know, how's your day going? Stuff like that. And then you go, hey, want to go back to my place and just fuck? You could, but what's the chances of the girl actually wanting to go back to your place later? Probably not the highest, right? Now, you could try to convince like, oh, but you know, I have an amazing personality, I have a cool cat, da da da. You could, but why even fight that uphill battle if you don't have to? You know what I mean? So what if in an alternative scenario, you go on a date with a girl and you talk about different things, or you ask her, hey, what's your favorite food? What was the most fun thing you've ever done? What's the craziest thing you've ever done? Hey, what was the happiest day of your life? What was the most sad day of your life? And she opens up about what food she likes, her daddy issues, her amazing relationship with her father, different things like that. Now you have more of a bond. She trusts you more. And then later on, now probably a higher chance of you guys going back home together. Now, I'm not a dating expert. Consult your local marriage counselor. Same concept, similar concept on a sales call as a closer. The whole point of the discovery process, long story short, is to prevent objections from happening in the first place. Because again, why even deal with objections if we don't have to? You ever thought of that? Now, a lot of closers think that, oh, I just need to get better at objection handling because they deal with so many different objections. Now, to be fair, I thought the same thing when I was first starting out, because in my first ever sales job, I kept getting, hey, let me think about it. I got to talk to my spouse. I got to talk to my wife. I don't make rash decisions on the spot. Can I see more testimonials? And then later on, I'll just hop off the call because they just wouldn't budge. I'll say different things. And later they just send me an email saying that, hey, Brian, thank you for your time. You're a great guy, but we just decided to go in a different direction. And when I kept getting that over and over again, it just felt so. I started losing my confidence a little bit because I'm like, man, I just didn't know what to do. And I didn't even want to get on sales calls, to be fair. Like a lot of times I would secretly hope that the sales calls would no-show because I wouldn't even know what to do. I'm like, I know I'm going to get an objection. What do I do? Now, I thought, again, I just need to get better at the objection handling reframe or the rebuttals or my product knowledge because they ask me so many technical questions. Now, once I got better at the discovery process in terms of, okay, what is our problem? Going deeper the better, as they say, going deeper into the problem, going to the desired situation, building more urgency, pre-handling objections. What I thought was an objection handling problem, I started getting less and less objections on the sales calls. And I started getting less and less questions about the product and different things like that about the product. Because why? Because now I was able to get them to an emotional state where they're not thinking so logically anymore. So now more people move forward because they didn't have objections in the first place. Or if they did give me an objection, some sort of concern, it became a lot easier for me to overcome them because, well, you know, we done the heavy lifting in the discovery process. You following so far? So objection handling does not happen after they give you the objection after the price. It happens throughout the entire call. And to be more exact, it happens even before the prospect hops on the sales call, which is a whole nother topic. We're going to get to that later in the later lessons in the activity process, but focus for now on the discovery process. Now, when we go about the discovery process, there's different selling models we can use. There's a whole debate out there. Some people say, hey, use a script. Some people say, no, don't use a script. Be just yourself. Now, everyone has different opinions, so you might get confused. So what would be an ideal selling model? So let's objectively break it down. Okay, so let's look at the different scenarios. There's the scripts. There's basically no script. Now, flexibility-wise, on a script, flexibility is quite low because it's a bit rigid, right? You're trying to stick to the script. You're trying to ask the questions. So flexibility, not that high. And as we all know, in a human conversation like a sales call, it's not like, when was the last time a conversation goes exactly how the script's written out? It's probably never, right? I can't remember the last time it happened. Because in a conversation, there's different variables. There's different ways a prospect can answer it. Predictability-wise, scripts, kind of mids. I mean, you know what questions you're going to ask at least. At least gives you a framework. That's good. Now, no script-wise, the flexibility is high because, I mean, there's no script, so you just take it wherever. Now, the predictability and the consistency, though, how high is that? Well, if you're just kind of going by the feels, then it's not that repeatable. It's not that replicatable. And so when you're tracking your data, as an example, let's say your sales went down, then how are you supposed to track what did what? It's very hard for us to see that, right? So I think it's good if somebody has a lot of sales experience or somebody's sales just comes naturally to them. It's almost like, let's say a guy that's naturally good with girls in a dating context. And let's say that guy and a guy that's not so good at girls, they go out to the bar together. And let's say there's a cute blonde girl sitting at the bar. And the guy goes, the guy who's good at girls, he says, hey man, just go to talk to that girl. Just be by yourself. Now, for that guy, it is easier to say because he's already good with girls. So it's like, oh, just be by yourself, man. It's easy. Just be authentic, of course. But to the guy that doesn't really know what he's doing, he goes up there. It's like, okay, yeah, so he's already lost. He doesn't know what to say. He gets lost in the conversation. He's not really listening to what the girl is saying. He's only thinking, oh, what do I say next? How do I respond to this? He's not really present in the conversation counterintuitively, which the no script, just being by yourself, is supposed to do. But it's defeating the whole purpose because, well, now you're in your head. And as Tony Robbins says, if you're in your head, you're dead. Now, an ideal selling model will be, okay, the flexibility is high, where, okay, you can be conversational, not just a sales robot, while the predictability and the repeatability is also high as well. So what would be an ideal selling model? Now, there's different ways to skin a cat. I'm not gonna say there's only one way to do things because that's just not true. Now, the way I've done it is using something called a decision tree. What is a decision tree? Let's get into it right now. Now, this may look a bit scary and overwhelming, but essentially what's going on, a visual representation of how we go about the sales conversation, okay? So it's a bit of a flowchart logic while also you have the framework as well as there's based on the different variables, different ways of conducting the conversation, okay? So let's go over it. The white box is the closer, you. The black box, in this case scenario, is the prospect's answers, okay? By the way, this is usually only what we share with our students in real sales system or implementation program, but I'll just give you a little bit of it, okay? Now, obviously, you want to, whether it be a script or decision tree, whatever you do, obviously, it needs to be tailored for your specific offer. So, and obviously, it needs to be tailored, but we're just going to go over a template version of it with maybe one or two different examples, okay? So, you're going to open the call, and you're just going to say, hey, Jack, can you see me okay? You can do that, or it can just go, hey, Jack, how you doing? Now, people say how you doing is a bad thing, but in most cultures, it's not the worst thing in the world. You're just being personable. You're just saying, hey, how's it going? Now, they're going to say whatever. They're going to say, yeah, I can hear you, or yeah, how are you doing? At that point, I like to do a small joke to disarm them. So as an example, they may say, yeah, good, Brian, how are you doing? Just being Asian. So that's one thing you can do. We had a student in our group, he's bald. So he typically goes, just being bald. And he's like an Australian dude with an Australian accent. So people typically tend to chuckle up. You might have heard people say, just being the boring guy, coined by the infamous Jeremy Miner, my former boss. Now, people feel a bit cheesy saying that. The whole point isn't for you to say, just being Asian, just being boring, just being bald. No, get the principle behind it. Everything we do here and everything we're going to talk about in this course, everything we do in life, we're going to talk about the why behind it, the purpose, the objective behind the thing we do. Because if we don't really get the objective we're trying to accomplish, right? Which is why, by the way, as another side note, a lot of reasons why a lot of people have a script, a lot of people go through a course or training program, but because they haven't been taught the why behind it, they don't really know what to do on the call still, okay? Now, the why behind that is, well, we're trying to disarm the prospect on the call. Because whether it be an inbound or outbound or cold call, door knocking, doesn't matter what kind of sales scenario, the prospect, most of the times, they just met you. and we are a complete stranger to them from the internet. We got to realize that. Now, to us, it might feel normal because we talk to people all day on the internet doing sales calls all day. Yes, but to the prospect, a lot of times, it's not a normal thing for them, right? And so what happens is in a fight or flight mode they're in. So meaning that they're gonna, okay, is this guy gonna try to sell me? Is it gonna pressure me? Is it gonna do something weird? Something like that. This goes from evolutionary psychology. Back when we're in caveman times, when we saw another human being or another animal like a lion as an example, in our brain, we're going, okay, is this creature going to kill me or not? We're calculating that. We're not logically thinking this, and neither is the prospect logically thinking that a lot of times. They're subconsciously thinking that. It's just programmed into our DNA as a survival mechanism, okay? So that's why we do that. Do what works best for you. Don't just do like a cookie cutter thing. Just think for yourself, whatever is funny to you based on your personality. Don't overthink this, okay? So you do that, they kind of chuckle, okay? Now we're disarming them. After that we go into the overarching desired outcome. The whole point of this is to understand quite literally what is the overarching desired outcome this person wants. The reason why we want to know that, as an example, if you sell a biz app helping 9 to 5 people start a business, most of the times they want to do that because they want to make more money or have more time. Or maybe their job is so shit, like construction, for example, they just want to do something that's easier on their body, as an example, okay? But a lot of times in a biz app scenario, it's going to be make more money or have more time. Okay. Now, we don't need to know how much money they want to make. We don't need to know how many hours they want to work. All we're trying to uncover is what is the tangible overall destination you're trying to go. That's all we need to know. Imagine an airport. You go to the airport. The airport people do not need to know what hotel or Airbnb, what exact street you're going to go to. Or what are you going to go to Disneyland? They don't need to know that yet. All they need to know, what city are you going to? I'm going to Morocco. I'm going to, Morocco's not a city. I'm going to Marrakech. I'm going to New York. I'm going to LA. Fantastic. That's all we need to know. Similar concept here. Because later on, we're going to go more deep. We're going to go more specific after that. But imagine a sales conversation like a marketing funnel, okay? So a marketing funnel, if imagine, in the top, it's a bit more broad. And as it progresses, it gets more specific and more pointy. Because if we just go too specific in the beginning, because I've used certain other frameworks where you go, hey, what's the biggest challenge for you right now? I've used those frameworks. Now, sometimes the prospect answers it. What I found in my personal experience, and for a lot of people that I've trained, is that the prospect tends to either shut down a little bit. They may go, yeah, I wouldn't really say struggling. I wouldn't say really a challenge. Or they may answer it with a bit of reluctance because now almost like we're coming in like a wrecking ball, like boom. Challenge, because a lot of times people want to talk about their problems right away. Some people do, and depending on your demographic as well. But it's just my personal experience from my sales calls or the people that I've trained listening to their sales calls. I found that it's better to go into the goal first, the outcome. Make sense? All right, cool. So yeah, and let's say if you sell business coaching as an example, then at that point you can be more tangible about that. So you can go, okay, so obviously you want to grow your business, but what do you feel like you need help with specifically? That's one thing we can ask it. Another way you can do is, so obviously you want to scale the business, but what do you feel like you need to improve on specifically to scale? That's another way you can do that, right? So with business coaching, you can be more specific, and they may say something like, I need help with hiring. I need help with, I need to get more leads. I need help with converting more on the sales calls, as an example, okay? Obviously, we can't go every single example. In real sales system, we have offer-specific examples for specific offers, but we're just going to go over one or two different examples, okay? Now, the reason why, again, the difference between a biz op and a business coaching is because in a biz op context, the 9 to 5 person does not know. Let's say you do Airbnb biz op, right? Helping people start an Airbnb business. A lot of people don't know that they need help with the pricing strategies, or they need help with getting the deals from the landlords. They need help with hiring and delegating. A lot of times they don't really know that. And so if you ask too specific, then they may just get, I don't know. They may get overwhelmed, and they may start to push back from that, okay? That's why in a biz op context, you go more broad, okay? In a business coaching as an example, then you can be more specific. Again, offer dependent, all right? Now, after that, that's the whole point we go here. Yeah, so different ways you can ask it. Hey, so ultimately, what's the outcome you're trying to get from the business? That's one way you can ask it to get the tangible outcome, okay? Again, in a biz op context, they may say, I want to make more money or have more time. Okay. Another different way you can ask it. Do you know what kind of outcome you're looking for when it comes to what you want out of the business? Okay. That's another way you can ask for a biz op context. Now, when you ask that question, typically one of three scenarios typically happens. They tell you the tangible outcome right away, which is pretty simple. Again, I want to make more money, have more time, as an example. They may tell you the problem right away, okay? As an example, they may say, yeah, I just been really paycheck to paycheck. Or in a business coaching example, they may say, yeah, we're just struggling with getting leads right now. Fantastic, either way. Now, let's say they say, oh, yeah, I'm just struggling with getting leads right now. Then you could just go, okay, so maybe more leads then. You can simply say that, okay? Or you can go, okay, cool, and what's the outcome that you want? Then we go, oh, I want to get more leads. Fantastic, okay? So if they say, I don't know, then you can go, oh, if you really thought about it. Whenever, as a side note, whenever somebody says, and the prospect says, I don't know, just go, oh, if you really thought about it though. Because a lot of times people really don't think because that's just how people are. But if you really sit them down and say, oh, if you really thought about it though, then they actually think and they give you the answer. Now, if they still say they don't know, then you can go, well, typically when people come to us, they want to make more money. Some people want to have more time. But what about for yourself? That's a simple way you can ask it. Now, we don't want to feed them the answers right away. However, if they really don't know after one or two clarifying questions, then you can simply give them that, okay? Now, in a business coaching context, again, some business owners come to us for getting help with hiring. Some people need help with getting more leads. What about for yourself? And they're going to go, yeah, more leads. Fantastic. Then we get the tangible outcome. Very simple, right? Then we move on to current situation. Now, what's the whole point of current situation? The current situation, the whole point of that is what are they doing to get the outcome now? Okay? What are they doing to get the outcome now or solve the problem now? As an example, what are they doing to get more leads now? What are they doing to make more money right now? Okay? Now, the whole point of this is so that we get to that, and then we're going to start to pull problems from this, okay? Because you definitely could start to uncover problems from the prospects, but a lot of times people may not really know what their problem is. As funny as it sounds, some people just don't because people go about their day-to-day. So if you attach something tangible of what they're doing to get the outcome right now, then now it becomes easier for us to pull the problems. As an example, in a BizOp context, if we go, okay, cool. So the general framework is what are you doing to insert get outcome now, okay? And as a side note for the decision tree, whenever we put an underline with the caps, it just means you plug it in. You're not literally saying, hey, what are you doing to get the outcome now? Even though you could, but it sounds a bit robotic, right? So you insert in. This is called threading conversation. What is threading conversation? Threading conversations is using whatever the words they used earlier, the answers they gave you earlier, to target and swing that into the next question. As an example, let's take the business coaching example, right? They say, yeah, I want to get more leads. Okay, cool. What are you doing to get leads now? So when we do that, now it makes the conversation more conversational, because what a lot of times people do is, okay, cool, John. So what I'm hearing is that you want to get more leads. Is that right? Now, that's an old sales advice, old school sales advice, where people say, oh, you just have to repeat back everything the prospect is saying because that means that you're listening, so on and so forth. Now, maybe, but now if you are talking to your best friend, do you really talk like that? Imagine you're talking to your best friend, right? Let's say your friend says, yeah, dude, I was at the club last night. I saw this cute girl. Okay, John, so what I'm hearing is that you went to the club and you saw this cute girl. Is that right? Do we really talk like that? We really don't, right? If my friend said that, I'm just going to be like, dude, what's wrong with you, right? So it's just doesn't make the conversation a conversation. So a lot of times what happens is that the prospects, the more you do that, especially the more you do that, you keep doing that for everything they say. Now the prospects start to shut down and they're like, what is this? Or why are we doing this? It just seems like too interviewee. It just seems too robotic, right? But what you do with and there are times to repeat what they're saying, but in a certain context, we're going to get into that later. There are time and place for that, which is, again, important to know why you're doing what you're doing. Don't be a bot. Understand. Study, right? Now, target swinging. Okay, so what are you doing to get the outcome now? So let's say they want to get more leads. Okay, what are you doing to get leads now? Now it makes the conversation more conversational because, like, okay, they just talked about leads. We're going into leads. It's like a natural progression, natural conversation, right? Which helps prospects open up more. So if you get a lot of times people just giving you surface area answers, vague answers quite often, or they say, hey, how much does it cost? Just get to the point. A lot of times it's because, number one, you're not speaking with authority. And number two, is you're not coming off conversational, okay? So you go, okay, what are you doing to get leads now? Now, in a BizOp context, though, we do want to mold and tailor that question specifically. So let's say the prospect said, yeah, I want to make more money. You could say, well, what are you doing to make more money now? You could. But it can be people can get a bit confused by that. So in a BizOp context, a go-to question would be, okay, cool, what are you doing for a living now? Why do we ask that in a biz lab conversation? Why do we change that though? Because, well, what they're doing now for a living is what they're doing now to get the outcome. As an example, if they're working as an accountant, the job they have, they're working as an accountant so that they can get the outcome they want, which is what? To make more money. But it sounds more conversational. And when you're talking to someone at a party, or if you're having small talk with someone at a line of Starbucks, that's typically what we ask, right? Oh, what do you do for a living? You ever seen those TikToks where people go up to someone's car and be like, what do I do for a living? That's what people ask, right? So that's what we do. Now, as a side note too, in the decision tree, there's two parts. There's the verbals, which is the literal words we use, the words we say. And there's a subcommunication. What is subcommunication? Subcommunication is the nonverbals. So this is a term widely known in the dating community. And a lot of the stuff that we're going to talk about, well, not a lot of stuff, but some concepts that we're going to talk about here in sales, I actually learned sales before I got into sales from the dating community. Because when I was a 19-year-old lad and I was trying to lose my virginity and trying to figure this stuff out, I got into the whole pickup and dating community. And that's where I learned a lot of human psychology, how to sell people, how to persuade, how to influence, and how to really present myself before I got into sales, right? Because if you're going to talk to, dating and sales are very, very similar in that regard, right? So in the dating community, they call it sub-communication. Your tonality, okay? Your eye contact or your facial expression and your body language. Those three core elements. Okay. Now, we all heard the saying, it's not what you say, it's how we say it, but it's definitely true. I would argue that it's both. But yes, it's because imagine if I talk this entire course, like, hey guys, so yeah, today we're going to talk about sub-communicate. You're never going to fucking listen. Some people probably tuned out right now. So it's the way we speak is that catches people's attention. We can ask the same question the exact same way, or we can use the exact same words, but if we use a different tonality, facial expression, body language, we can get a totally different responses, okay? Now, sub-communication is one of those things where I cannot really coach you through a recorded video. It takes literal feedback of me tweaking things like, hey man, do this, do that. Okay, this was good. But for the sake of this video, for the sake of this course, we'll go over it anyway, okay? In the beginning, you do want to smile a little bit, you know? A lot of times people have resting bitch face, or what my former boss, Matt Ryder, would tell me at 7th level, I had something called KBF, Korean bitch face. And so what I found was that at one point, I knew all the questions on the scripts on the sales call back to front. I knew 5 different ways of asking the same question different ways. But I found myself, people just not opening up that much and keep giving me vague answers. And I asked myself, why? Why is that? Until I had someone like Matt point out, hey man, you just look disinterested. It's like, that makes sense. And so what I started doing was, okay, smile a little bit when people come on the call. And also I would do a joke in the beginning as well when people come on until I got better at smiling and controlling my facial expression and helping people open up. Until I got to that point, I would say as a training wheel, hey, by the way, just so you know, I have a severe case of KBF. And prospects will be kind of confused. They're like, what? What is KBF? Korean bitch face. So if I look pissed off at you, I'm not. My Asian mom would just throw slippers at me, so that's why, just so you know. And they're like, ha 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 ha, they'll kind of laugh. Again, that's another disarming thing I did to help people open up. Now, eventually I got to the point where I didn't really have to do that because, you know, I smile and people open up and I sounded more interested. Okay, so we want to make sure we do that. Okay, now in the outcome section, I know we're spending quite a bit of time just in the nitty gritty, but I want to make sure you get this. Okay, now in the outcome section, again, when we go, okay, cool. So yeah, what's the outcome you're trying to get from starting the business? Now realize we're using a curious sub-communication. Okay, it starts with the face. There's a guy named, I believe his name is Vin Jiang, I believe, another fellow Asian fellow. And he talks about how our facial expression is the remote control for our tonality. And that is definitely true, because if you try to have a straight face and try to ask a curious tonality, yeah, do you know what kind of outcome you're trying to get from the business? It seems a bit weird. It's almost like AI, right? So it starts with the face. So I took some acting classes, and imagine you're playing this character and ask it like you actually want to know. Whenever I'm training students and in a role play, and they're like, hey, yeah, what's the outcome you're trying to get from the business? And they just sound monotone. I just go, hey man, ask that again, but this time, ask it like you actually want to know. Like you actually want to know, like you're talking to this person in real life. They're like, oh, Okay. And then just from that, they sound instantly better. They sound instantly more curious because a lot of times, again, we take these back-to-back calls. So we treat it as like, oh, okay, just another thing. It's like we're in autopilot mode. But we don't want to do that. So we want to go in like we actually want to know. Because, I mean, it is a pretty cool thing that we get to talk to people online and we meet these different people with different backgrounds. We want to know, right? So yeah, so what's the outcome you're trying to get from the business? An upward inflection at the end, okay? So now, for the most part, we want to talk from our gut. We want to talk loud and clear. We don't want to scream at people, obviously, right? But we want to talk loud enough. We want to talk from the guts. We want to have very good certainty and conviction, okay? Now, even if you're not good at sales yet, or even if you don't know the product that you're selling yet, speak it like you're the fucking shit. Speak it like you know what the fuck you're talking about. So in that regard, being delusional a bit helps, okay? So we say it like that. Now, when it comes to this though, in the beginning, yeah, we talk from the front of our throat. For the most part, we're gonna talk from the gut, but when we wanna do an upward inflection, okay, we wanna speak from the front of our throat because that's what gives us that upward inflection, okay? I took some vocal mentoring and vocal classes and public speaking coaches, stuff like that. That's how you do it, okay? So yeah, do you know what kind of outcome you're looking for from the business? Now, we don't wanna do like an upward inflection every time because we're just like, oh, you know, maybe that helps. That it just sounds like we're like an idiot. We don't know what they're talking about. But for this regard. Now, why do we want to do a curious subcommunication? Because when we come off curious in our voice, in our face, in our body language, then people naturally want to clarify and open up more. That's the whole point. It's just a social cue that people do. Okay? It's like, oh, this person seems like they want to know. Okay, I'm gonna tell them. They're not a logical thing in this. They're subconscious. This is what's going on in their brain and their nervous system. Okay? So we go that's the outcome section, all right? Now, in the beginning too, I'll put this too. The pacing we'll talk about as well, okay? The pacing of this conversation, in the beginning, we're gonna go more back and forth. It's almost like a banter, okay? Think ping pong, right? Ping pong, quick back and forth. Later down the line though, we're gonna go more longer back and forth like tennis because we're gonna get more emotional. We're gonna pull out more emotions. So, but in the beginning, more back and forth ping pong. You wanna control the pace, okay? Now, back to current situation. Okay, what are you doing for a living now? Or you go, okay, what are you doing to get leads now? And they're gonna say, oh, I'm doing this. I'm an accountant. We're doing word of mouth and referrals. Or they may say, well, nothing. Okay? Now, if they say nothing, there's different things you can do. Again, depending on what you sell. Okay? Let's say you sell business coaching, right? Then you can simply go, oh, I'm sure it's not nothing. I'm sure you're doing some sort of word of mouth, posting some content here and there. What are you doing at the moment? They're like, oh yeah, we're doing word of mouth and referrals. Fantastic. How long have you been doing that? You see? So again, a lot of times people think that they're not doing much because it's their day-to-day. They don't think it's anything special. But what we do in this case is we simply zoom out, okay? We simply zoom out. Oh, how long have you been doing that? And they're going to say, oh, for 3 months, 6 months, whatever it may be. Or they may give you a vague time frame. Oh, we've been doing that for a while. Oh, we've been doing that since we started the business. But if they haven't mentioned that, then we don't know. It's just subjective, right? So you simply go, okay, so like 2 weeks, 2 months, and they're gonna go, oh yeah, for 6 months. Okay, cool. And then after that, we get into the problem section, okay? So the problem section, the whole point of that is to uncover a problem in the prospect's life, situation, business, whatever it may be, and how that is affecting them personally or their business. Again, depending on what you sell, how long that's been going on. Now, why is it important? Why do we even need to uncover a problem? Because why not just fucking bulldoze? Well, because businesses are created to provide value. And value is created is by solving a problem or a need. And for a lot of people here, we solve a problem, whatever we sell, okay? Now, if we go surface area into the problem, if we don't build a big enough gap, a lot of times that's just gonna bite us in the ass. And it all starts here. Now, by the way, at this point, we're still within the first 5 minutes of the call. When we get to the problem section, we're probably by minute 2, okay? Again, don't freak out if you just go past 2 minutes. It's not, just so we have a better understanding of the roadmap, okay? Now, again, the whole point is to uncover a problem because if there's no problem, there's no solution needed. If they don't realize their problem or a need, why should they even want a solution and pay over 5 grand, 10 grand, 30 grand, however much you guys charge? Doesn't make sense, right? So this part's important. A lot of times people just gloss over this. Now from here, there's different questions you can ask to uncover a problem, okay? Now you can simply go, well, is it working or do you like it? Those would be the main standard go-to questions, Okay. Now there's different questions you can ask it too, but for simplicity's sake, as an example, they say they're working as an accountant. You simply go, okay, well, do you like it? Okay. The whole point of that, what does it do? Well, when we do that, they're going to say yes, yes or no, or no. And if they say no, we can find a problem. If they say yes, we can still steer that in a way where we can uncover the problem later down the line. Okay. So, and if they say they've been doing the word of mouth, you can go, well, is it working? So we can go into the effectiveness. That's the most common ones. Okay. Now, as a side note too, these questions, I didn't come up with these all by myself. I learned from mentors on my own, such as Jeremy Miner at 7th Level, my former boss, Matt Ryder as an example, and other people that I learned from inside of the sales community, inside of the dating community, public speaking, all that kind of stuff, or just my own trial and error. So I just want to give to credit where credit is due. Now, I used to ask it like, so do you like what you're doing for a living now? Now, there's nothing wrong with asking it that way. And someone like Jeremy would ask it like that way, and it works very effectively well. And I've done that way too. I just found that, I don't really talk like that. Now, in the beginning, I just simply replicated it, right? Just like, okay, let me just do it to the T, because that's what you want to do when you're learning from a mentor. And then after that, okay, let me just test different things. And I saw Matt doing it different that way. It's like, oh, he just goes like, oh, do you like it? Is it working? Oh, okay, that seems more the way I talk. That makes sense. So I resonate with them more. It just feels more normal and more, I guess more normal saying it that way. And I just like saying it that way. And it just gets the job done the same way. So I just do it like that. Okay. Again, there's different ways you can ask it. You want to have conversational flexibility with certain offers. Asking it this way may not make sense. Again, the whole point is to uncover the problem. Now, when you go, do you like it or is it working? Again, we're going to get 3 different types of answers. Now, if they say, no, I don't like it. No, it's not working. Very, very simple. You simply go, let's say is going to the BizOp example. No, I don't like it. Oh, why not? You can simply go like that. Again, what we're trying to do here is trying to probe and expand on the problem to build a bigger gap. Okay? What I mean by gap, here's where they are. They want to get to here. They see this gap as more urgency. I was like, oh shit, like the problem's bigger than I thought. That's essentially what you want to do. If you get a lot of think about it, fear objections, a lot of times the reason why is because you're lacking this. Okay? So you can simply go, oh, what don't you like? Or, oh, why not? And they're going to start talking about the problem. Okay? Now, let's say they say yes. Okay. Oh, yeah, I do like it. Because they may say that. Yeah, I do like it. It is working. Oh, cool. What's working? Oh, cool. What do you like about it? Depending on what you sell. And then they're going to say, oh, I like this job because it's a fulfilling job. I like the people I'm working with, yada, yada, yada. Cool. Then we go into what is called a 2 truths question. I believe a guy named Michael Oliver originally came up with it. I learned it from Jeremy. And this is a version of what I learned from Matt, right? So you simply go, okay, it sounds like it's going all good. Is there anything you would change about either the insert process or insert outcome, if you could? Let's break it down. So, it sounds like it's going on good. Is there anything you would change about either the type of work you do or, I don't know, maybe the financial or time freedom you're getting from that, if you could? Let's break down what we just did, okay? So we simply go, okay, it sounds like it's going all good. So we're agreeing with them to disarm them. And then after that, is there anything you would change? Is there anything you would change about either the process or outcome if you could? Now, the reason why we want to give them 2 options, okay, because the traditional 2 truths, I believe, stops or just goes like, hey, anything you would change about it if you could. Now, what I found is that the more specific we make this question, the better answers we get, which I learned from Matt. So when we go type of work they do or the financial or time freedom you're getting from it, if you could, in a BizOps situation, then now it makes it easier for the prospect to answer. It requires less brain power because they're going to choose from either the type of work they do or the money or time they're getting from the job. So they may say, yeah, I just hate this job because I'm just slaving away in front of my desk, admin job, I hate it. Or man, I hate it because it's really taxing on my body if they're in construction. They may also say, yeah, man, I'm just not making enough money from it. Yeah, man, I'm just working too much. Okay. So now we're narrowing it down. We're not saying like, hey, is it hard working the job? We're not being assumptive, right? Hey, but is it a lot of hours? We're not being assumptive, but we're making it easier for them to answer. You see that? Okay, cool. So if you're, let's say, going back to the business coaching as an example, right? Okay, anything you would change about either maybe the way you're getting the leads or, I don't know, maybe the volume of the quality of the leads you're getting from it, if you could? Okay, process is the way they're getting the leads, okay? Outcome is the quality or the quantity of the leads they're getting from that, if they could, okay? So there's that. And also going back to sub-communication, we want to say this at this point in a bit curious, skeptical way, okay? I mean, it sounds like it's going good. Anything you would change about X or Y if you could? Don't say this like, yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's going on good. Anything you'll change about X or Y if you could? It sounds, number one, super scripted. Number one, it sounds like you don't want to know. And number three, you just said it too fast, so they don't have enough time to really process the thing you're asking them to give you a good answer. So that's why anything you would change, so we put the emphasis on the would as an example, would change about either the type of work you do, after the, I dragged it out. After either the type of work you do, or I dragged it out, right? So act and say it like you're literally thinking about what you're gonna ask. Because if you say it too smooth, then it sounds like, okay, this sounds too scripted. Now, I don't mean by saying, say a bunch of ums or our filler words. No. Sometimes we do that, but it's very intentional and very deliberate. Everything we do is deliberate, okay? Now, after that point, they're gonna give us either a problem or desired outcome. This typically what happens. When I say problem, okay, I mean, oh, I'm not making enough money, I'm working too much, I'm not getting enough leads, we're stuck in our business, whatever the problem. Problem is something negative, okay? Okay, this is a negative thing, it's a problem. Now, at times though, people may give you a desired outcome, okay? Meaning that, oh, I'd like to make more money. Oh, I'd like to get more leads. Oh, I'd like to lose more weight. I'd like to get more girls. I'd like to improve my marriage, all right? Now, a lot of times people just brush over this. The problem with that is it's not really, the prospect doesn't realize the problem at this point. Because it's good that they're in fairy tale land, like, oh, like I want to improve my marriage, that's great. But if they don't realize what the problem is, the obstacle, then why should they even want or need a solution? You see that? It doesn't add more urgency. So now again, depending on the offer, this is offer specific, but for most part. Now, if they do that, we don't just brush over, we still need to uncover the problem. Now, again, we don't want to go with something like, oh, but dude, isn't it hard? Isn't it a lot of hours? No, we ask specific questions to help them realize what the problem is. So there's different questions you can ask, okay? One way you can ask is, oh, why not insert get outcome with insert what you're doing now? As an example, let's say they want to get more leads. Oh, I'd like to get more leads. Oh, why not get more leads with the word of mouth and referrals? If they told you that, okay? So why not get outcome, get more leads with what you're doing now? Now, when we do that, a lot of times they say the problem here. They say, oh, I can't. Then you go, oh, why not? Well, because it's just not consistent. What do you mean it's not consistent? Now we're going to problem territory. You see that? Now, another way you can ask, well, what have you seen in your XYZ situation that has you looking for insert desired outcome? As an example, well, I mean, what have you seen in your job now that has you wanting to make more money? Well, what's going on now that has you wanting to make more money? Okay, so what have you seen or what's going on now? Something along those lines. Again, don't focus on the literal words. Focus on the objective, which is the answers we're trying to uncover. So the whole point about the decision tree, whatever framework we use in sales, the whole point isn't to ask the question. Questions are means to get the answers. What we're trying to do is to uncover the answers, and the answers are not for us. It's for the prospects to realize themselves. Technically, we don't have to know that they're working paycheck to paycheck, whatever it may be. It's for the prospect to tell it to themselves. They realize it themselves because that is the most effective way to persuade. Okay, going back to sales 101. So if you do a backflip and they give you all the answers that we need to uncover, do a backflip every fucking time. I'm not romantic about the results. It's just that I found that this is the most effective way for me and the people that we've trained. All right. So going back. Okay, yeah. So yeah, what have you seen in your job has you looking to make less hours or work less hours? And they may say, yeah, I'm just working too much hours right now. And they give you that there. Now, if they keep giving you a vague answer, let's say as an example, oh, let's say it's a biz app, right? Oh, I just have a lot of time on my hands, so I just wanted to maybe do like a side thing there. Well, I mean, you could just go play golf. I'm sure you're a busy guy. If you're gonna put time and effort into something, then it's gotta be worth it, right? So what's actually going on? So you can ask it like that. The whole point, again, is to not buy into a half-ass answer. We don't buy into the prospect's limitations. We don't let them get away with vague answers or half-ass answers. Okay, it doesn't help them. It doesn't help us. So we sit there until we get the outcome. Again, the whole point isn't to ask the questions. Whole point is to get the outcome and the answers. So let's say we get to the problem. All right. Now, if they say, oh, I'm not making enough money, as an example. Right? Or let's say I'm working too much. Oh, how much are you working? Oh, how many hours a week? You can say that to go deeper. So we've gone to, okay, level 1 deep, which is I'm not making enough money or I'm working too much. That's level 1. But we can get more juice out of this, right? We can get more urgency out of this. So let's just say, oh, I'm not making enough money. In what way? Then you can go, oh, I'm just paycheck to paycheck or I'm, whatever, right? They may clarify on that. If it's self-evident, you don't have to clarify. I'm not making enough money. Then you can go, brother, what's that doing to you? So you can go one step deeper. How the problem is affecting them in a biz op example. So we want to go money, but why is that a problem? Because money and time, as an example, is a means to an end, right? As an example, why do you want to make more money? Well, I'm sure it's not just to let the money sit in your bank account, just look at the digits in your bank account, just jack off. But you want to do something with that, right? You want to make more money. That way, maybe you can retire your parents. Maybe you can move into a nice high rise in Miami, whatever it may be. Maybe you can travel the world. Maybe you can retire your wife, whatever the thing may be, right? Or maybe it's time, right? Time is, okay, so I want to be able to have the freedom to go date, spend more time with my friends or family, be able to do X and Y and Z, right? And so that's a means to an end. So problem is the inverse of the outcome. So knowing that, we go into, okay, the not having enough money, so that is affecting something. So we're going to, so you're not making enough money. Brother, how's it affecting you? What's it doing to you? Okay. So we do that to get into that. Now, again, there's no one way to ask it. There's different ways you can ask it, which is why you want to have a different ways of asking the same question in different ways, which is why, as a side example, in our training program, Real Sales System, we have something called a probing questions vault. Okay. We have a probing questions vault of different ways of asking same question in different ways. That way you have the conversational flexibility. We don't have time to go over all the different examples, but we do want to have that, okay? So we go into that, or let's say they're working too many hours. Another way you can ask that is, oh, what's that taking you away from that you want to do? Well, what are you not able to do because of that? That's another way you can do it, right? Now, if you are if you're selling to businesses, then you can go, oh, what's it doing to the business? How's it affecting the business? How's it impacting the business? Again, different ways of asking, right? And in a business example, they may say, "Oh yeah, I just been behind on bills, or I haven't been able to take my family out on vacation. I haven't been able to spend more time with my family." Okay, we're getting somewhere, one level deeper. Okay, then now if we need to clarify and probe more, then we do that. It's very situational, but as a generic example, you may go, "Okay, brother, between just me and you, man to man, but you being behind on bills, not being able to provide more for your family, what's it doing to you?" Or you can go, how do you feel about that? You can do that, okay? Now, some people feel a bit uncomfortable asking, though, how's it making you feel question, okay? Again, this is depending on the offer, right? In a more emotional offer, it's fine. Like a biz op or fitness, it's fine. It's just like a normal conversation for a lot of times. Unless the person's you can tell the person's super logical, and that type of person, then in that case, you can have different ways of asking it, right? So another way you can ask is brother, when at the end of the month, you're just behind on bills and you're not able to provide more for your family, besides you want to make more money, but what's kind of going through your mind? That's another way you can ask the question. You see that? So again, there's not just one way of asking, there's different ways you can do it. So they may say, I just feel guilty. Then you can go, in what way? How so? Again, one level deeper. So we do that, and we want to get to the emotional impact at that point. So if we wanted to put into category, the problem is not making money, not having time, not having enough leads, so on and so forth. Okay. Now, how we want to get into the tangible impact, which is how the problem is affecting them, right? It's like, oh, I'm behind on bills. I'm not able to spend more time with my family. Our business has been stagnating. Okay. Now, with a biz op example, if you're talking to regular consumers, then we can go to the emotional impact. Okay. Emotional impact is, feeling frustrated because of yada, yada, yada. I feel guilty because of yada, 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 whatever it may be. Okay. Now, in a business context, if you're talking to small to medium businesses, like smaller business owners, then you can also go, well, brother, we talk to business owners all the time, but your business stagnating for the last 6 months. What's it doing to you as the business owner? That's another way you can ask it. Now, if you're talking to bigger businesses, okay, there's different questions you can ask there too. You can say, okay, but besides the obvious, how else is it affecting the business? Okay, because in a B2B context, you want to uncover especially multiple different problems. In a B2C context, if you uncover too many problems, people can get overwhelmed. But in a B2B context, it helps. Okay, so you do that. Another way you can do is if they have different departments within their business. As an example, let's say you are selling to like a home remodeling business, right? Let's say you sell lead gen or business coaching, and then let's say them not getting enough leads, them not getting enough jobs, their sales guys or the technicians, they don't have enough jobs to work with. If you know that, then you can go, I mean, brother, besides the obvious, but I mean, who else is it affecting the business? And they can go, yeah, I mean, our guys, they haven't been able to get paid much, yada, yada, yada. Increases pain and urgency. So do you see how it's not just about how does it make you feel question, but there's different angles we can go depending on the conversation and the avatars you deal with, different prospects you deal with, okay? Then you can also go the time frame. I mean, how long it's been going on, okay? So again, problem, how the problem is affecting them, how the problem is affecting them personally or their business, how does it making them feel maybe, and how long the problems are going on. Okay. And also there's the root cause, what is causing the problem. Okay. This is more advanced. I don't really like to talk about it that much because it tends to overwhelm people unless you get to a certain level. Then you really like see these different things like Neo in the Matrix. Okay, I see it now. But as an example, if the business, let's say the business said, yeah, we're not converting that much on our website. Let's say you sell to e-com brand owners, right? So yeah, our website's not converting that much. Why do you feel that is? That's another question you can ask to uncover doubts, more urgency, and more gap, okay? Because they may go, yeah, well, our website's just not that optimized, okay? That's one thing you can ask. There's more advanced stuff too that we won't go over because I don't want to overwhelm people. But yeah, so that is a problem section. Now, we keep going though. So after we've done that, we go into the next question. Yeah, could be some trouble for sure. I mean, do you want to change that? So we can do that there. It's not a make or break kind of thing, but it's these things that seed them wanting to change. Yeah, I mean, that could be some trouble. Do you want to change that? They're like, yeah, I want to change that. They're saying to themselves they want to change it. And after that, you can go, yeah, but I mean, why maybe get some outside help with getting more leads instead of just, I don't know, try to figure this out on your own because, you know, you have been for the last 6 months. That's another way you can ask it. Now, the whole point of this question is two purposes. Number one is to prevent the most common objections or I'll do my self-objection, okay? Number two is typically it elicits a secondary problem. As an example, let's say the prospect, let's say you're in a biz op, they said they've been watching YouTube videos, so on and so forth, okay? Then if they mentioned that earlier, then you can go, yeah, but why maybe get some outside help to start a business and make more money instead of just, I don't know, just watch a bunch of basic YouTube videos and hope and pray that you figure it out on your own. You can do it that way because, okay, I think this could be a potential I'll watch more YouTube videos objection, especially if you get that a lot, okay? Now, we have some students that are selling business funding, and oftentimes you could also get, oh, maybe I'll try to get the funds for my business on my own. Then in that case, you would just ask, yeah, but why maybe get some outside help with getting the funding to scale your business instead of just, I don't know, try to get the funding yourself or something. But you got to say it in a way, we don't just say like, yeah, but why look at doing this instead of that? They're going to be like, I don't know. So we got to say it a bit curious / a bit skeptical, a little bit confused. Like we genuinely want to know, yeah, but why? Yeah, why do that? Again, starts with the face and the tonality, okay? Tilt your head a little bit, maybe front your eyebrows, press them against each other a little bit. Yeah, why look at this instead of that? So again, acting, all right? So we do that. And by the way, some people say acting's not authentic, it's not da-da-da-da. We're always fucking acting. We got to give people a reason to open up. Because if you just say like, you can be yourself, you can just be monotone. But if people don't open up, congratulations, you haven't helped yourself because you're not closing deals, you're not making commissions, you're feeling frustrated, you're staying where you're at, and you're not getting the life that you want while everybody else is passing you. But what about for the prospects? Prospect stays the same. And guess what? They're stuck with the same what? They're stuck with the same problems. Your only job is to help that person make a change. And you haven't done that. So what's worse? I'll let you answer that, okay? So now, going here, and again, going back to the answers we're trying to uncover, the objective is them saying something along the lines of them saying, that'll never work, that'll be too slow, I don't want to do that because of XYZ reason, okay? What we're doing here is we're pre-handling objections. We're already getting into the territory, okay? So people talk about objection handling and just objection handle that later. You could, but again, why not pre-handle objections from happening in the first place? Yeah, absolutely get better at objection handling, for sure. I'm not denying that. I would be an idiot to not say that. But again, why not just pre-handle it that way? By the end, we don't have to deal with objections in the first place, okay? So we're pre-handling there. And objection handling, we'll get to the objection handling trainings later on. But objection handling isn't about opening doors, okay? It's about closing all the other doors. That way, they only have one way to exit, which is a sale. What are we doing here? We're closing that door of I'll do it by myself. We're closing that door. So now it's more harder for them to open the door because we closed it. Make sense? All right. Now, we go into the next section. Now, this is offer dependent. Now, it's called a quick gap building. So we can go, let's say an example of we're going to the business coaching example. Okay, cool. So let's say you're able to get the consistent lead flow. Where would you like the monthly revenue to be at in, let's say, 3 months' time? Okay, and they will go 100 grand a month. Or they may say, I don't know. Again, we just simply go, well, if you really thought about it. Now, if they say, well, you know, I don't know, I never think about the goals. The goals are not important, yada, yada. Yeah, the daily inputs are important for sure. We also want to know where the end destination is, right? That's what, when people climbing Mount Everest, they know at least where the peak is. Otherwise, they'll just be getting lost, right? So what is the goal for you? They're like, okay, that makes sense. I want to get to 100K a month, right? So there's different quick things you can do to help them understand the point, right? That's called an analogy, by the way. An analogy, what that is helping people understand the question or the things you're trying to put across by giving them a visual example that they can instantly relate with, okay? So if we look at Mount Everest, okay, that makes sense. They're hiking. They got to know what they want to go, okay? There's different things we can do, especially in objection handling later on. Like I said, we'll get to it. But different things you can have in your toolbox. Now, 100K a month, and you simply go, okay, where are you at now? Just so we can see the gap. They're going to be like, we're at 10K a month. That makes sense. Okay. Now we move on. Now with certain offers, it doesn't make sense that you ask a quick gap build. So if not, just skip it, right? And this is not a make or break kind of thing, but just does build a quick gap build and helps us understand where they're now compared to where they want to go, which is why this is still in the problem section, okay? After we've gone through the problem section, we go into the solution section. Now, what is the whole point of the solution section? The whole point of the solution section is to uncover what have they tried to solve the problem in the past, if any, or what other solutions are they looking at? The whole point of that is, simply put, is to pre-handle objections yet again. Because if we don't uncover, let's say they did some sort of program, right? And then they did some sort of program and then we didn't uncover that. Later on, if we don't help them realize why what they tried in the past didn't work and we just pitch into our program, then they could go, yeah, I don't know. I tried a program similar to that, just didn't work out. So let me just think about it. Right? But if we just uncover, okay, what did they exactly try and why didn't they work? As an example, if they only try like the course videos, right? And we didn't uncover, it's like, hey, we help you with the coaching, yada, yada, yada. Then now we're just being commoditized to the same thing. You know what I mean? So the whole part of the pitch, we'll get to the pitch too, but the whole part of the pitch is, okay, why what they tried in the past didn't work and why this will be different, okay? And in order for us to know that later in the pitch, we need to uncover this here, what they tried in the past. That's how we differentiate ourselves, right? Same thing was what they're looking at currently, what other companies are looking at, so on and so forth. So we go here. Now, how we do that is, okay, so before you start talking to me, were you out there sort of looking for ways to start a business and get to 10K a month, or what have you been doing? So that's one way of asking. Again, it doesn't have to be these exact wordings, but we do it this way. And then after that, we mainly get two different types of answers, okay? Now, the exact thing a prospect says could be different, but how the types of answers is mainly one of two. Yes, I have tried XYZ, other solutions, or no, I have not tried XYZ solution. Fantastic. Let's go into, yes, I have tried other solutions. If they say they have tried other solutions, the goal here, what we're trying to accomplish here is, okay, so if they tried other solutions, how did they go? And most of the times it didn't work out, which is why they're in the call with you. If it didn't work out, why is that? Okay, now if they've done, hand on heart, if they've actually done all the work and taken all the actions that they still didn't get the results that they wanted, okay, why is that? And we got to uncover, and the whole point there is to help them justify their past failures, okay? There's a common marketing tactic. So it's that whole thing where if they don't realize why it didn't work and then you pitch the same way, then now you're going to keep getting the same objections, right? So help them realize why it didn't work, justify their past failures, okay? And if they didn't put in the work, why? And we got to help them take responsibility, because if they don't take responsibility here, what's probably going to happen at the end of the call with this person, with us, probably the same thing. Yeah, I don't know, man. They're going to probably externalize responsibility. Let me think about it. I don't know. These things are all a scam, yada, yada, yada. So we want to pre-handle that there. Okay. Now, okay. So they may say, yeah, I tried other things. Now, if it's not clear, then we clarify. Okay. So if they say, yeah, I tried other things before. Oh, what did you try? And they may say, yeah, I tried this course, or they may say, I watched some YouTube videos, or they may say, I don't know, I tried this Discord channel or newsletters, whatever the thing may be, right? So, or an agency, whatever, right? Okay, cool. So we clarify if it's not clear. Now, after that, you go, okay, so what type of results did you get with that? Or you can also go, how did it go with that? Either way, okay? And they oftentimes say, well, not good. Now, if they say, oh, I got good results. Okay, cool. I mean, so what has you looking at outside help rather than just doubling down on that? So similar question of variation before we went to, right? Which is, why not just double down on what you're doing? So we do that. And at that point, they're going to say, okay, well, because XYZ was missing, or I need this. Fantastic. That's good enough, right? If they say not good, then we want to clarify, okay? Okay, were there other people in the program getting results? Or were there other people working with the company getting results? Whatever the thing is. And you're going to get a yes or no, right? Now, if you get no, there was no one else getting good results in the program, then you simply go, okay, so there wasn't a single, we clarify, right? To test if this person is just kind of externalizing responsibility or if this person is telling the truth. So you go, okay, there wasn't a single person getting results. They're like single testimonial. They're like, well, no, there wasn't a single one. Okay. So, I mean, could that be why it didn't work out? The fact that you're following a process that's not proven to work? They're like, oh, yeah, it could be. So again, what are we trying to do here is, again, helping them realize, okay, justifying their past failure. We can also go into, okay, after we've done that, okay, so when did you take that program? And if they say like a year ago, then we can also clarify, okay, so what about since then and now, and within the 1 year? Oh, I didn't do anything. Then at that point, we can clarify, okay, why not? Oh, I got busy. Okay, now they're talking about some sort of excuse. We can pre-handle that. But if not, if it's a valid reason, then we simply move on. Okay? That's the whole thing. If it's a valid thing, we simply move on. If not, we shut the door. Again, don't think about, okay, what do I need to say next? Think, what door do we need to shut? What could be a potential objection? What do we need to shut? If we understand that, then the words we say, usually is a simple fix. All right? Now, going back, when we say, okay, there wasn't a single person getting results. I guess there was some people getting results, okay? Then we arrive to the same conclusion of, okay, I mean, yeah, there are people getting results. They simply ask, okay, so I mean, if other people in that program were getting results, what do you feel held you back from getting results? So what are we doing here? But the tonality is important, the subcommunication. We say it in a neutral, curious way, like we actually want to know, being on the same team as them, and not accusatory, not judgmental, because they're just going to shut down. We don't want to be judgmental. We don't want to convey that. And they may say a valid reason or some sort of excuse, okay? Maybe they said, hey, I mean, during the program, my father passed away and, I was just not in a good headspace. That's on me. Maybe they're taking responsibility. Then at that point, well, obviously you want to empathize if that case. Okay, hey, so sorry to hear that. How are things different now? And they may say, well, I'm in a better place. I'm serious about this, yada, yada, yada. Okay, they show commitment. Fantastic. We can move on. Now, if they're giving some sort of excuse, okay, we go to the same conclusion of, no, I haven't tried something before, right? So now, if they say, oh, no, I didn't really try anything, they could also say, oh, watching YouTube videos. Now, how do we distinguish this? We want to identify how much is this person trying? How committed is this person to trying to solve the problem that they mentioned they have? Because if they said that they've been stressed out because they're not making enough money, so on and so forth, for the last 6 months, all they've been doing is free YouTube videos, how committed is this person based on that? Not a lot, right? And so based on that, what we want to do is we want to challenge that prospect and hold them to a higher standard to pre-handle it. Okay. So with that exact example, if they say, yeah, just like a bunch of YouTube videos. Oh, I mean, brother, YouTube videos are cool, but if YouTube was enough, I'd have a 6-pack and a 9-figure passive income by now, right? So what's held you back from taking more proactive action, getting some more professional help so you don't have to keep feeling stressed out? They go like, oh, busy with work, yada, yada. Okay. Now, that is an excuse. Same thing as here. We arrive to the same conclusion. Now, at that point, we want to do something called a reframe. What is a reframe? Reframe is helping them see things from a different perspective. Because the way this prospect sees the world now They think that, oh, because I'm busy with work, because I'm tired from work, I don't have time to start a business. Oh, because I don't have any money, I can't do anything. Now, does that belief really serve that person solving the problem, getting to their goal? No, it does not. So what we got to do, and that's the exact reason why they have the problem in the first place, right? And they're not going to go into a sale anyway at the end of the call because they're thinking like, I don't have the time, or it's not my fault, yada, 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 right? So what do we got to do is we got to shift that belief. We got to do a belief shift, okay? So that's the whole point of the reframe. Let's go into specific examples. First that we got to do when it comes to a reframe, we got to get buy-in on the reframe itself. So we simply go, okay, can I have a perspective on that? Can I make a suggestion on that? Any one of those, okay? Now, the whole point of that is because if we just go into the, hey, it's not, you have the time. We could, but some people may be a bit short off. They may not be open to the idea of looking at things from a different angle. So we do that, can I offer perspective? Hey, are you open to looking at things from a different perspective? They say yes. Okay, they agree to that. Now we got more buy-in. Now we can go into the reframe itself. So as an example, let's just say we can't go through all the different examples. Again, in our implementation program, we'll go through the specific examples of what they could say as a pre-objection. But let's say as an example, they say, oh yeah, I didn't have the time. With that one, you can say, oh, I mean, you meet Jeff Bezos, we all have 24 hours in a day, right? So have you ever considered that it's not about us not having the time, it's about you haven't been making the time to get the right help and actually start a business and make more money. They're like, oh yeah. A lot of times they'll say yes. Okay, most of the times they'll say yes. And so, yes, oh, I mean, you're right. So we go here, okay? And then after that, you can go, I mean, have you ever considered that you're not taking more ownership and making the time has caused you to be in the position you're now, just being paycheck to paycheck and not having more time in the first place? They're like, well, you're right. So why do you feel like that has maybe costed you? You can say that. You can also say, yeah, so why do you feel like you maybe lost because you haven't been taking more ownership? Is that like, at that point, they'll say either, yeah, I mean, I lost quite a bit. If it's quite a bit, just like anything, clarify and probe. Like what? Money for what? Providing more for my family. If they say time for what? Time to spend more time with my family. If they say, I'm not sure, if you really thought about it though, they're like, oh, and then we go to the same conclusion. Now, if they say, if they say, I still don't know, you can be, well, what about you being able to spend more time with your family? Or what about the money you could have used to provide more for your family? Whatever problem they mentioned earlier before, what about XYZ? They're like, yeah, that. Okay, so now we go into, so ultimately what we're trying to do here in this section, we're trying to connect the dots of, hey, your belief, your actions is the reason why you've been having the problem. So that's what we're trying to convey, but we're just asking in a questions format. That way the prospect comes to the conclusion on their own. You see that? All right. After we've done that, we connected, hey, your belief, your action equals the problem you have now. Okay? Now, after that, okay, so we go into the commitment of change. Yeah, so brother, how do you feel like your perspective on that needs to change regarding that? That way, you don't have to keep being paycheck to paycheck stressed out. Keep problem for another 6 months. So they're like, yeah, I need to change. Now, if they give you some sort of vague, wishy-washy answer, it's like, yeah, I guess I need to, or I think I need to, maybe I need to. What does that show us? Lack of commitment. A lot of times, people's words show their words, their actions, and the whole reason why they're stuck, or the whole reason why they have the results they have. Because the words they choose, the vocabulary they choose, came from their brain. So that's how they think. And if that's how they think, that's probably how they act. So what we need to do is we need to coach them on how to talk. Because if we coach them on how to talk, change the way they talk, then we can start to change their belief, the way they think. And again, if we can change the way they think, we can change the way they act. AKA at the end of the sales call, instead of procrastinating again, we can actually help them take action, get outside the comfort and take responsibility. Make sense? All right. So if they say, oh, I think, you simply go, you think? Okay. So how do you feel like you need to change? They say, a lot of times, almost always, they'll say, yeah, I need to change, right? Now, I need to take more responsibility. Yeah, you're right. I need to get outside of my comfort zone, okay? Now, if they say a surface area answer is like, oh, I need to do a better job of time management. It's just kind of surface area, right? So at that point, you can go, oh, surface area is one thing, but what about you taking more ownership, brother? Like, yeah, I do need to take more ownership, okay? Now, I need to is something. It's better than before. But how many smokers do you know that keep saying, yeah, I need to stop smoking. I need to. How many drinkers do you know? I need to stop drinking. But they never do, right? So you simply go, okay, we both know you need to, but are you willing to take more ownership? Are you willing to get outside of your comfort zone so you can be that guy for your family? You can say, are you willing to? You can also go, yeah, brother, I mean, we both know you need to, but how committed are you to actually get outside of your comfort zone so you can be that father providing more for your family? Okay, at this point, sub-communication wise, we're more assertive at this point. Okay, so at this point, we're not as neutral, like, oh, you know, maybe potential. No. We're getting more assertive, all right? Because at this point, we're building more trust, we're building more authority. As we do that, we increase our assertiveness, okay? Now, that doesn't mean in the beginning of the sales call, you're all timid. In the beginning, you're more casual. You're still confident, you're certain, you're the shit, but at the same time, you're a bit more neutral. As the call progresses, you increase your assertiveness, okay? In music, I play the violin. I was the lead violinist in different orchestras. Very Asian, I know. But in music, there's a term called crescendo. A crescendo, what it is maybe we can kind of draw it here, is as the time goes on, the music note increases. It goes like, gets louder. That's kind of what it is, right? So assertiveness, crescendo. So yeah, are you willing to? How committed are you to get outside of your comfort zone, take ownership? They say, yes, I am, or yes, I'm very. Okay, but why though? And we ask why. Why do we ask why? Now we ask why on things to help them convince themselves and solidify that idea. Because when we ask why, they're going to say, well, because if I don't, then nothing changes. Well, because then no one else is going to do this for me, whatever. Those are good reasons. That's what we want. Now they're telling themselves. Again, it's not for us, it's for them. Okay? So we want to do that. So that's the pre-handling part. Now we don't have, again, time to go for every single objection. There's going to be too much. But we're still in the solution section. Okay. Now we go through ideal solution. Okay. Within the solution section. Now we go into what will be an ideal solution for them. We want to know that. Rather you sell a done for you service like a lead gen or PR, maybe, I don't know, business funding, or whether it be a done with you solution like coaching as an example, right? So, okay. So after we've tied that down, and again, we did not move on until we tied it down. Back then, I used to have a red line right here. Back then, I had a script. So on the Google Doc, back then, I had a red line right here. What that means is that until we have uncovered and until we had the prospect commit to change, I did not move on. Okay. And that was another part of the reason why I outsold one offer I was on. I was on a biz op offer at a sales agency called Sales Sniper, which is at the time the best sales agency for coaching offers. And I was outselling the other three closers combined by myself. And there's different reasons for that. My show up rate was high. We'll get to that too later. But a big part of that was I did not move on until we've accomplished this. Okay. And even if that meant that I was going to get some complaints from prospects, because on that team, I got the most amount of complaints. I didn't get a whole lot of complaints, but other closers, they almost never got complaints, but I did get complaints here and there. And funny enough, the other offer I was on, 7th level, me and the number one guy, I was number 2 out of 20 closers, second highest producing closers. We got the most amount of complaints out of the entire sales team because we were willing to just sit there and we were willing to not move on and we're willing to hold the prospect to a higher standard. If that meant that we're going to piss some people off. Now, that doesn't mean that our goal is to piss a bunch of people off. No. But our job is to hold a prospect to a higher standard. That's literally our job. If we let them walk away with the same excuses, if we let them walk away with the same limiting beliefs, limitations, we have not done our job. We have done that person and ourselves a disservice and the business we sell for, which is no bueno. So, again, we go here. Okay, so let's do this because I want to make sure what we do would actually work for you. So what are you sort of looking for in a coaching program to help you start the business, whether it be training or support? Okay, there's different ways of asking it. The whole point is what will be, in an ideal world, what will be the ideal solution? Whether it be if you're selling coaching, whether it be training, whether it be support, if you're selling, let's say, like a lead gen service, right? Hey, well, what are you sort of looking for in a marketing partner to help you really scale the business? Like what will be your ideal criteria? Okay. And now also you can plug in besides XYZ, besides if they already mentioned before, right? If they mentioned that, hey, I need help with, I don't know, finding the winning product if you sell e-com, right? I need help with better leads. Okay. Besides better leads, what are you sort of looking for? What would be an ideal scenario for it? What would be an ideal solution for you? Okay. The reason why we want to know that is because later in the pitch, that's exactly what we're going to double down on. And that's what we're going to sell them. Okay. Obviously, given that your business can fulfill on that. So they either say, yeah, I need help with feedback and accountability. I need help with XYZ. Or they may say, I don't know. Now, if they say, I don't know, then again, we can simply go, oh, I've really thought about it. And if they still don't know, in a coaching starter note, you can go, well, as an example, if we threw you a bunch of video courses, give you tap on the bum saying good luck, is that good enough? Or do you feel like maybe you need some help with some feedback and some accountability? They're like, oh yeah, feedback and accountability, I need that. Okay, why though? Right? So we simply go and then have them convince themselves why they need it. And they may say, well, because I've just watching YouTube videos, I'm lacking guidance, I don't know what I'm doing. That makes sense. So now we move on to desired situation. Now, what is the whole point of desired situation? So we've gone over, okay, so what is the problem in their current situation? Now we build a gap to where they want to go. So people talk about building urgency. Building urgency doesn't always come from the pain they have and the consequences. It also comes from the desires as well. Okay, especially with certain prospects or certain offers you're going to sell on, a lot of, actually more selling can be done here than the problem section. Meaning that, okay, so their desires, how would life, how would business be different? So we help them visualize it. So let's get into how to do that here, okay? So let's just say we're able to give you that accountability, give you the, help you get the lead flow and help you scale the business to 100 grand a month. What would you be able to do then that you can't really do right now? So you know how the way I asked it, I slowed down more. So we talked about the ping pong before, right? We're doing ping pong. Now we're getting into tennis. Now we're more longer back and forth because now we're going to draw out more emotions. All right. So, and that doesn't matter if it's selling to consumers or business owners. It just sounds and looks a bit different. Okay. When I was on my last offer, I was selling both B2C and then I started selling B2B. And before I left, I was either the highest closer or the second highest closer and the most B2B deals closed. Okay. And we were selling to, you know, chief sales officers, CEOs, COOs of multiple eight figures a year companies. Okay. So it's just contextual. So let's just say you're able to do that. What would you be able to do? Now, at this point, usually one of two scenarios happen. They give you, okay, this seems like a pretty strong desire and a driver for this person. And we want to get not a nice to have, not be a cool to have, but an actual good desire and a drive because that's what adds more urgency. Okay. So if they give you a, nice to have. Now, how do we tell if it's a nice to have or not? Again, going back to, we talked about our verbals and our sub-communication. Same thing with the prospects' verbals and their sub-communication. So if they literally say, oh, it would be kind of cool to travel. So literally they say, oh, it'd be cool to travel. Or in their tone, they say, I guess I could, buy an extra property. Then we can kind of sense that, okay, maybe not the most important thing for them. Now, if you're not sure, then you can ask, okay, is it kind of like a nice to have for you? Or is it an actual strong desire and driver for you? Then they could go, oh, it's a nice to have or it's a strong driver. Now, if it's a nice to have, then you can go, okay, so what's an actual strong driver for you? Because if we're going to put time and effort into something, then the outcome needs to be worthwhile, right? So what is that thing for you? So you're doing that. This works well for coaching offers and also certain done for you offers as well. So yeah, obviously if you're going to make changes in your business, then the time and effort needs to be worthwhile, right? So as a potential marketing partner to help you with that, yeah, what would be an outcome that's worthwhile for you? Again, different ways of asking it, okay? Now, you can also give an analogy here as well, okay? So you can say, yeah, so what is that, what's that outcome for you? Because the reason why Olympic contestants, or the reason why Olympians spend 4 years of sacrifice, work their asses off, going through shit, is because for them, the gold medal is worthwhile for them, right? It's worth it for them. So what's that gold medal for you? Again, different ways of asking it. Now, we do want to get to a strong desire. And once we get to that, we want to clarify and probe off of that. So spend some time here. A lot of people just brush past this and a lot of sales is lost here. So really draw it out. As an example, let's go to the BizOp example, right? So let's go through a consumer example. If they say, yeah, I'll be able to retire my parents. Maybe they first say, yeah, I'll be able to travel more. That's awesome, man. Where do you want to go? So you can maybe clarify and probe off of that, right? Oh, I want to go to Europe. All right, cool. Who do you want to take with you? Oh, I want to take my fiance. I want to take my family. That's awesome. You can also go, oh, how often are you guys going on those trips now? Or when was the last time you guys went on a trip? If you know that they haven't been doing that or they're not doing that often, okay? Now, when on a sales call as a closer, being a great closer is like being a great lawyer. So what do lawyers do? They ask questions to the other party where they already know the answers to. And they know their answers will benefit their case. So I don't know if you've ever seen when Johnny Depp and Amber Heard were going through the court cases. Now, I don't really follow those Hollywood gossips because I generally don't care. But I saw one video because it popped up in my newsfeed of Johnny Depp's lawyer, attorney, whatever you call it, drilling Amber Heard with different questions. And in the beginning, Amber Heard was answering the question. And the person, Johnny Depp's person, just drilled them a question. Hey, what about this? At this time, where were you? Now, Johnny Depp's lawyer already knew that Amber Heard where she was with Johnny Depp. And she knew that whatever thing that Amber Heard said, oh, I was with Johnny Depp at the house, this is going to be the alibi to benefit their case. You see that? So everything stacks on top of each other. So we want to ask questions to the prospect where with 80% probability that we know what kind of answers we're going to get, and we know that answer is going to benefit the sale. Make sense? All right. So we're going to, okay, what do you want to take? Oh, I don't take my parents, yada, yada. Oh, I mean, besides the obvious, but like, why though? Where's it coming from? You can also ask that. If they say something about their childhood or their parents, it's a good question to ask when you go, oh, I mean, that's awesome, man. But besides the obvious, where's it kind of coming from? When you ask that, what happens? Now deeper shit comes out. Where's that coming from? It literally dragging out the root cause of that, right? So they may say, yeah, my parents are immigrants. They work so hard to get us here in this country and da-da-da-da. They work so hard. Or they may say, yeah, because when I was a kid, I couldn't get my kids good education. So I want to make sure I do that for my kids. You see how that's more emotional than it would be cool to travel, right? So when we think, if we're selling, again, a 5K, 10K, 30K program, then the pain or the desire needs to be worth it, right? If it's just about like, oh yeah, it would be cool to make more money and some coaching calls. That's why people keep running into objections, right? So that's what we want to do. Now, typically, I like to get to at least more than one thing in the desire. So as an example, if they said they want to travel, okay, cool, man. Besides traveling, what else would that allow you to do that you really want to do? Because a lot of times what happens is now a stronger desire may come out here. So we go into that. Now, let's say you're selling small businesses, right? If you're selling small business owners, okay, like, business coaching, lead gen, so on and so forth, then you can go, okay, what would you be able to do? So they'll typically talk about what they'll be able to do in the business, right? Okay, so what would you be able to do in the business that you're not able to do right now, right? Besides the obvious of just scaling. I like to say that because typically small to medium business owners, they like to say, oh, we'll be able to scale. And in your mind, you're like, well, no shit, Sherlock, you want to scale, right? So besides the obvious, in a biz op context, I like to go, oh, besides the obvious is just real estate or investing. Because the obvious non-emotional answers, I like to go aside from obvious non-emotional thing. So they may say, oh, okay, we'll be able to hire more people. What would that allow you to do? Well, I'll be able to work more hands-off in the business, stuff like that, right? Oh, we'll be able to expand to other locations. We'll be able to be the number one in market. And that's a strong desire for them. Fantastic, all right? Okay, cool. Now, again, if it's a more small to medium business owners, like smaller business owners, which are practically almost near to consumers, they can also go, okay, so we have a business that way we can improve our life, right? So how would your life change from it is now? You can do that. Now, if you're talking to more closer to like corporates, enterprise levels, then obviously you don't have to do that, right? So, and which is a whole nother topic. So we probe off of that, okay? So we help them visualize. And what we want to do is we get to the moment in time. So the moment in time, we're not selling business coaching. We're not helping them start a business. We're not helping them even lose 30 pounds. We're not helping them make 10K a month. We're selling a certain moment in their life where their goal becomes reality and true. As an example, let's say they want to retire their parents. So at this point with a, let's say, biz op, more emotional offer, then you can go into how to make them feel. What would be the emotional outcome from that? Right? So you can go, man, so you being able to just call up your parents and be like, hey guys, don't go to work tomorrow. I got you. Man, what would that do for you, man? Being that son for them. Okay? So you can do that. So you see what we did. Let's break down what we did. Okay, so you being able to do X, Y, Z, we're painting the picture. We're helping them visualize. And then notice how I said too, I paused. I slow it down. It has more weight to it. Don't go too fast here, right? Pause. So don't go too fast here. And then we want to slow down to get more emotional outcome out, more emotional desire. Now, we don't always have to say, hey, how would that make you feel? Although we could do that. Just have different ways of asking it, right? You could say, man, how would that make you feel? What would that do for you? Man, what would that be like? The whole point, again, is to really get them more emotional, right? So, bada bing, bada boom. And then after that, yeah, man, that would feel amazing. So that's the whole point, is like, we're not selling the 10K a month or helping them start a business. We're helping them to see the moment in time. I mean, just see for yourself. You probably want to do something similar to that, right? So imagine what would that be like. Imagine you being able to go to your parents. Imagine you being able to live in that high rise. Imagine you being able to be on that yacht. Imagine you being able to travel the world. Imagine you being able to give your kids the best that you can ever give. Imagine you being able to give your girlfriend, your wife, your fiance the world because they fucking deserve it. What would that be like? You see what I just did to you? Now you're imagining it, right? Same thing here. So after that, we go into consequence. But before we go to consequence, we got to lube it up a little bit, okay? Because typically what happens is this. Do you ever ask the consequence question, like, hey, what happens if you don't do X, Y, Z, and the problem continues? And if you're not asking that, you should be asking it, which we'll go over. But let's say you ask it, and do you ever get prospects saying that, oh, no, that's never going to happen. Oh, no, that's not an option. Oh, I'll figure out a way. You ever get those? And in your mind, oh, shit, I don't know what to do. Ah, shit, like, why is this person saying this? A lot of times it happens because you're not lubing it up, meaning that, okay, we've helped them build all this desire and how life will be different, right? Oh, fairy tale land, fantastic. And then you try to bring them back down to that dark closet, nightmare moment, consequence. They almost fight and deny reality. They're like, oh, no, that's not going to happen. That's typically what happens. So what we want to do is we want to bring them back down to reality, and then we stair-step it down to the consequence. Let's go over how. So we go into, okay, how would it make you feel? What would it do for you, yada, yada? Okay, so, I mean, with the current XYZ you have in place now, how close are you to being able to do that, to being able to be that father? As an example. So with the current salary you're getting now and the current ability of you starting an Airbnb business, how close are you to being able to be that guy? Okay? So, and let's say you're selling lead gen or business coaching. So with the current lead generation system you have now and the current revenue, I mean, how close are you to being able to do that? So you say that in a bit of a concern / skeptical. It's like, are you okay? And the answer, if you've done a great job of building that gap, they're going to say, oh, fuck, not close at all. It's like, oh, no, it's going to take too long. Those are the answers that we want. Now, when we do that and then we go into, hey, what happens if you don't? Then now it's an easier transition because we're not making them go cold turkey, right? Now, after this question, some prospects may go, oh, I'm close. Okay? So what that tells us is, number one, maybe we haven't built a big enough gap. Or maybe that some people are just delusional, that they're like, I'm close, which is fine either way. Then what we want to do is we want to chunk it down and help them with a reality check. So we go, okay, so let's say on a scale from 1 to 10, okay? 10 being I have retired my parents, just insert whatever they said they wanted to do, right? 10 being I'm making 10K a month every once, retiring my parents. 1 being not really close. Where do you feel like you're at with your current salary and your current ability to start the business? And at that point, they're going to go, oh, yeah, I mean, I'm not close. They may say I'm not close, or they may say, yeah, I'm like 3, something low, right? So at that point, we can move on. Now, if they still say, oh, I'm at a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, very close. Then at that point, you go, okay, so hold on. So I'm not a math wizard, but you're right now making 3K a month and you don't know how to start the Airbnb business. And you don't get the 10K a month, which is more than tripling your current income. And you're saying you're 70% of the way there. Math is not mathing. Help me understand. So you say it in that exact manner. I said that as if I'm thinking. I know exactly what I'm going to say, but I'm just, help me understand. And at that point, okay, if you put it like that, I'm at a 3. Now, if the gap is obvious, then you can skip that. But if the gap, you need to build more gap, then you can go, okay, why is that? How so? And again, why do we ask that? Because again, it helps them convince themselves. So they're going to say, oh, because I don't know how to do this. I'm nowhere close, yada, yada. Good. Now we go into the consequence. Now, in consequence, what's the whole point of the consequence? Consequence is helping them realize what will happen if they don't do anything about this. Because people don't do something unless a cost is involved or a consequence is involved. As an example, How many overweight people are there? They know they need to go to the fucking gym and eat less. They know they need to lose weight until something serious happens. Until maybe they go to the doctor, they feel something funny, and the doctor's like, hey, just so you know, you have cancer because of the way you've been eating. If you don't start fix this, eating better and working out, you're gonna die in 4 months. That's when they start to take more seriously. Very graphic example, but you get the point, right? So unless there's a consequence, people have no reason to do something, okay? So again, same thing for you too. You're probably watching this video because there's a bit of a consequence, right? If you don't watch this video and take this seriously and really get these skills, get these SOPs we're about to go later as well, then you know you're gonna make the same amount of money. Your skills are gonna stay the same. You're gonna, I mean, if you're not on an offer that you're happy with, then you're probably gonna stuck with the same quality of offers. You're gonna be treated the same the way that you are now. Your life's not gonna change. And if your parents are still working, your parents are gonna keep working. If you're not able to get a bigger house for you and your family, for your fiance, girlfriend, whatever it may be, then you know your life's gonna stay the same. And you don't wanna keep being the same guy, do you? Do you? Probably not, right? Same thing. You know how I did it to you? The same thing here. So at the consequence question, what you wanna do is, okay, so the general premise is, okay, so what happens? Problem stays the same, or you never get the desired outcome. So we just wanna focus on the thing that's more of a bigger pain point or a bigger button for them, bigger hot button. Okay. Now, a lot of people ask the consequence question very lazy. They say, okay, so what happens if you don't do anything about this? Or they may say, hey man, what happens if you don't and you don't make a change? Very broad. Now, you can be more broad if you've done the previous part of the call very, very well. The more skilled you become at sales, the broader your questions can be, because now you're able to manipulate the conversation. You're able to control it better. You're able to, you know where this is going, right? Now, if you're not as skilled, then you want to make it more specific. For a lot of people, you want to make the question more graphic. It's almost like their worst nightmare. So let's say as an example, they want to retire their parents. And again, as a side note too, bonus tip is if they want to retire their parents, also ask them how old their parents are. Why would we want to ask that? Because especially if you know their parents are older, then it adds more urgency because it reminds them on how old their parents are. Oh, how old are your parents? It's like, oh, you know, my father's 65 and my mother's 63. Oh, okay. They're still working. They're like, yeah. Adds more urgency, adds more pain. You see that? More of a reason to change. Pain equals change. So, or reason to change. So, man, I mean, what happens if you don't get outside of your comfort zone? Things don't change and your parents keep working until they're 70, 75 years old, like most people. Well, what happens then? So you see how that's more graphic and visual and more painful than what happens if you don't do anything about this? So let's break down what we did. Especially in a biz op, especially if that person has been staying inside of the comfort zone, if that's what you talked about in the pre-handling section, or if you talked about them not taking ownership, then you would plug that in. So it's a more advanced way of asking consequence question, by the way, as you weave those frames in. Man, so I mean, what happens if you keep pushing it down like you have been? And your parents keep working until 70, 75. What happens then? Boom. Right? Now, if you're talking to those businesses and they mention that, you know, I'm a bit afraid that we're not going to be able to make payroll. And then let's say they've been procrastinating on getting help. So, I mean, man, what happens if you keep procrastinating this like you have been? Things stay the same and you're not able to make payroll. What happens then? You see how that's more painful and more fearful? And we want to do that because that gives them more of a reason to change. So at that point, they're going to say, if they give a broad answer like, oh, that would suck, that would be bad. Again, same thing as the problem section. We clarify and probe. Then we go, how so? We can ask it that. Also, another way you can ask it is, yeah, and so what's the day-to-day ramifications? That's another way you can ask them. Now, if they still say this for whatever reason, hey, that's not going to happen. Let's say they've been procrastinating, which a lot of people have. Then you can simply go, well, you have so far. You okay with me saying that? They're like, oh, I guess you're right. So what actually happens though? If things don't change and your parents keep working until 70, 75. So at this point, again, we're slowing down more and our voice and our questions have more weight to it. So they take it more seriously. So that's why we want to have different pacing of our questions, the way we ask it. And different weights. Because if we ask the questions in the sales call the same way, these more important questions don't have that much weight to it. And because of that, what do you get? You get shitty answers, service your answers, lack of urgency, and what happens at the end of the call? Bunch of objections, right? And you hop off the call all frustrated. So that's when I want to have different pace. We feel happy sometimes because maybe most of our days are not as happy. We have sad days sometimes because most of our days are not as sad. That's why we have the contrast. So we do want to have a contrast in these questions in their tonality. Make sense? All right. So now at this point, a lot of times people say, yeah, they give the consequence. If they're still fighting you on it, at that point, we can give a different analogy, right? So different ones you can do. One is called the burning building analogy. So you can go, okay, have you seen people getting out of a burning building? They're like, well, yeah. They're kind of confused. Why is he asking me this? And they can go, are they walking or running? They're like, well, running. Why? Or because they don't want to die. Right, because they understand the enormous consequences of staying in their current situation, not fixing the problem. So that's how human beings work, right? Humans don't run as fast and hard as they could unless we have a reason to, which is pretty much the consequence of our inaction. Man, so the reason why I'm asking this, man, is because obviously you have been with XYZ problem. You have been stuck in your business. And I don't want to keep seeing you stuck that. I want to see you running faster and harder. So man, what is the actual consequence? So again, do not breeze past this. Some people feel kind of bad asking these questions and just moving on. That's different reasons. Number one is you have not been challenging the prospect or the entire discovery prior to this. Therefore, you feel weird and awkward challenging that person. You feel salesy challenging that person. Because why? It's almost like you're being a totally different person. You've been letting them get away with just bullshit vague answers with their limitations. You're trying to challenge this person now? What? So now you feel weird. The prospect feels weird. Which is why whenever they give you excuses, limitations, we want to correct them the way they talk the whole way out, right? Which is, by the way, as a side note, another reason why people see these fancy objection handling videos on Instagram and YouTube. They try to do it, doesn't work that well because number one, their discovery, they haven't built a big enough gap. And number two, in the discovery, they're being a nice guy all along. And then in here, they're trying to be the leader. Prospects going, who are you? No, I'm not going to follow your lead. Again, not literally, but subconsciously. Side note. So that's a burning building analogy. Another one you can do is the overweight person one we just did earlier. You can also use that one too. So again, we arrive to the consequence. That would suck. We probe on that because yada, yada, yada. Help them visualize it. And then we go, are you willing to settle for that? Are you willing to settle for that? The whole point of this is helping them take ownership and them saying like, no, I'm not going to let them settle for that. So now they have more urgency. Okay. Now, if you want to help them take more ownership, then you can go, yeah, because ultimately, whose choice is it whether you settle for this or not? Or whose responsibility is it? Especially if you can kind of sense that a partner objection may come on, then you can do that to tie things off even more, right? Which is a side note. Now, again, after that, we go into why now? Why do they need to do this now instead of later? This is important because, well, obviously, the more we have them tell to themselves why they need to do this now, then the less likely we're going to get to think about objection, right? So a textbook way you can ask is, okay, but why now? They want to just push it off because you haven't pushing it off for the last 6 months. So especially if they've been procrastinating on this, you want to keep drilling down into this through the entire discovery. This is a more advanced concept, but you want to weave it into the rest of the question. Okay, so you're doubling down on it. So you can do that. Also, you can do a takeaway at this point. You can do a takeaway close, which is the way I do it. Yeah, but you don't have to do this now, man. I mean, you've been pushing it off for the last 6 months. Why don't you just keep pushing it off? It's easier. Most people do. You say that, but now, if you've been a nice guy all along through the discovery, you ask it this way, yeah, it's going to be weird. And maybe your personality is a bit different. So don't just pay attention to the literal words and the little way I'm doing it. Take the principle behind it. Because the way I sell is quite direct, it's quite playful. And so I can get away with this, right? And so, yeah, so I do that. And they go, no, I need to do something about this now. Now, if you want to get more juice, then go, okay, but why now though, man? Why not later? Oh, because, if I do this now, nothing will change, yada, 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 yada. At that point, we transition to the pitch. Okay. All right, man. I mean, based on what you told me, what we do would work. So if you want, I can just walk you through what we do, how we do it, and help you be the father showing more for your family. Want to do that? Like, yeah, I want to do that. So at this point, none of that, I think possibly what we do could work. None of that bullshit. More assertiveness, certainty. Okay. Now, If you're selling to like more business owners, more corporate, or maybe more professional people, I'll just switch it out for, instead of want to do that, I'll just like, would that help you? I'll just do it like that. So yeah, again, so tailor for what you sell. And they're going to say yes. And then after that, and again, the whole point of that is, okay, so I'll walk you through getting outcome. Would that help you? Yes. And then we'd go into the pitch. Pitch will be in the following lesson, but that is the discovery. Now, knowing how to do something is great, but there's a difference between knowing and actually being able to do it and actually being able to do it well. There's a ton of videos online. A lot of people go through courses and coaching programs and stuff like that. But why aren't most closers still able to execute this? Because it's almost like me watching a bunch of videos on Muhammad Ali doing boxing punches and me going to the boxing ring. Does that really mean that I'm going to be able to win that match? Probably not, right? Because the execution and the implementation is what makes the actual difference. The problem with most sales training programs there are when our students initially come to us is that most sales trainings are too complicated, too overly technical, like crazy NLP, jiu-jitsu, mindset stuff, and just winging in. They're getting lost in the call and just getting lost in the sauce, which is why they still get lost in the sales call and keep losing out on deals, which is why our students come into our implementation program, Real Sales System, to actually install the decision tree for your offer, for your specific sales call in your situation, so you can actually execute it and execute it well. And I give you feedback on that. As an example, so this is our inside of a student group. This person says, decision tree as a visual learner, the decision trees have helped so much. When practicing, I used to always have a second guess myself, worry if I went down the right route, and having a lack of confidence. Now I just need to role play and implement it. Thanks, Brian. John says, probably the best thing that I'm seeing here that others aren't doing is creating decision trees for every step in the process. It takes the guesswork out of everything you're doing and gives so much more clarity on the process you're talking to the prospects through. 3Pay, 2,500 cash collected 3Pay. That's a 7.5K deal. Really focus on handling objections when they came up, not waiting to the end of the call. Really enjoyed the most recent, Okay, Alex says, just closed a 5K PIF on a prospect who was doing everything they could to avoid accountability. But by using the solution decision tree, I got them to finally take responsibility, accountability, ended up getting an objection-less close. These decision trees are a game changer. Jay says, close a deal, 3K cash collected, 9.5K revenue. I love the decision trees. Tommy says, had a prospect tell me today, I usually never make decisions like this without consulting my wife first, but for some reason, I just feel like I need to do this right now. 3.6K PIF. The script works. Decision trees are super helpful too. Alex says, just started with decision trees. Today was my first day. Had 2 calls. First one was a warm-up. Second one was closed at 2.7K PIF. Alex here again. He had his first 100K cash collected month. This month, he actually collected 150K. Before that, he was collecting about 30K a month on average. This is after about 30 to 60 days of implementation. Another student, dudes, I got a 7K PIF, objectionless, and follow the flowchart to a T. This has been my best call yet. He collected 11.5K cash collected today, 26K cash collected this motherfucking week, already on pace for 100K collected months. And I asked him, how does it compare to before on a week-by-week basis? Almost 10x my average cash collected per week. This is after 1 to 2 weeks of implementation. So I'm not gonna keep boring you with this, but students typically say after going through all the big name programs and spending 20K, 30K, 50K on different sales training, they keep getting lost. But when they finally get into real sales system and implement the decision tree, things finally start to click. They feel more confident. They wanna get in sales calls. They wanna close more deals. So if you want our help actually helping you implement this so you can actually do it and do it well, give you feedback on that, and get you that 10K to 20K a month in commissions as a high ticket closer, just go to the first link in the description box below. We'll see if you'll be even eligible because we can't help everyone. I'm not just saying it as a sales tactic. We just can't. And then we can see if we can help you out if it makes sense for both of us. So we talked about the discovery process, which is great. Now we're gonna get into the pitch because we don't want to put all this work into discovery and then just bosh it on the pitch. So there's a very particular way we can do it to prevent objections on the pitch as well. I'll see you on the next lesson. Lesson 2, pitch. A lot of people neglect the pitch because it's not that sexy. A lot of people focus on objection handling, maybe pre-handling, maybe in the discovery, but in the pitch, it's just super logical. They get too technical or too broad, and they're not pre-handling objection at the pitch level. Therefore, they keep getting objections, they get commoditized, and they keep losing deal after deal. So on the flip side though, if you have a really solid pitch that lands well, even with a not so discovery, you can actually close more deals just by tweaking the pitch, right? So let's get into the pitch right now. Now, what is a pitch? The whole point of a pitch is, yes, number one, you're walking them through how your solution, whether it be a coaching program, service, whatever it may be, how that helps them solve the problem that they have that they mentioned in the discovery, and how it helps them get the desired outcome that they want. And the general principle with the pitch is that it needs to logically make sense step by step while simultaneously going over the emotional pain points and their desires. A lot of times what happens is that people get too into the nitty gritty. It's like, it doesn't really help the case that much, okay? And also, what very, very important is pre-handling the common objections at the pitch level. And how you do that is by, number one, we'll go over the specific examples, but also differentiating, going over why what they tried in the past did not work and why this will be different, okay? This is a fundamental marketing principle that we're gonna go over. So when do we do the pitch? So far, here's what we've done. We've gone through the discovery process and the decision tree, and now we are here at the pitch. So let's go over the pitch framework. The pitch framework, very, very simple. So mainly break it down to 3 steps on how you help the prospect solve their problem. Now, 80 to 90% of the time, you're probably gonna talk about the same things. It's just that we use the words that the prospect have told us earlier, as an example. So we recap, going transition into the pitch, okay? Okay, cool. So, hey, based on what you told me, what we do would work. So if you want, I can just walk you through what we do, how we do it, and help you get to that 10K a month and be the provider more for your family. Would that help you? Or want to do that? They say yes. Okay, cool. And then we go over the pitch. Now, depending on what you sell, there's going to be different examples. We will go over them, okay? But here's a general framework, okay? Like I said, we break it into mainly 3, what we call pillars, right? 3 steps. Okay, so we work together for 12 weeks. We work together for 3 months. And the first thing we do is step number 1. Okay, so we go over the time frame of the program so they at least know what's going on. Okay, so the coaching is for 12 weeks, and the first thing we do is step number 1, because you know how you were saying that you're experiencing XYZ problem, and it's making you feel, I guess, a bit XYZ emotion sometimes. If they mention the emotion, they say yes. Okay, so that's why we give you XYZ solution, so that you can get mini outcome, even if potential objection. Does that make sense? Yes, that makes sense. Okay, what's your thoughts on that? Okay, now from a theoretical level, you're like, okay, so how does that work? So I'll give one example, okay? So we had one student that sells online dating coaching, okay? So his prospects are typically guys that are struggling to get dates and get on dates and have a sex life, right? And so the pitch that we designed it was like this, okay? Okay, so we work together for 12 weeks, and the first thing we work on is you're optimizing your online dating profile. Because you know how you're mentioning that right now, you're swiping here and there, but you're getting no matches, and because of that, you just feel a bit, I guess, frustrated sometimes. They're like, yeah. Yeah, so that's what the first thing we do is, number 1, we're gonna get you into a photo shoot for the dating profile, okay? And we're gonna match you up with a photographer in your local city. Now, this is not just any photographer, but it's a photographer that specializes in online dating profiles that we can get the maximum amount of matches, okay? And also, if you already have clothes, great. If you don't have clothes, then I'm even gonna pick you different clothes options that will fit your physique the better, your style, and you can just pick whichever one that works the best for you, okay? Or we can just go shopping together. When you're going to Zara, we can be on FaceTime. I choose you which clothes to pick, okay? So all you have to do is hop onto the photo shoot, okay? And then I even tell you what poses to do. Okay, so what that means is that we're gonna get the photos that shows them an attractive version of yourself, and we're gonna set up the bio, the order of the photos. That way, when we launch your profile, now we get a flood of matches coming in. Typically for our students, when we do this and when we boost the profile, you typically get about 100 matches or so. Does that mean you're gonna get those? No, but typical data on average, our students get that many matches. Okay, that way you can have options to choose from. Does that make sense? Yeah, like that makes sense. Okay, what's your thoughts on that? So that's just one example of the first pillar, right? So let's break down what we did with that example. So we stated, okay, so the time frame of the coaching, okay, how long that is, and the first thing is this, right? So you go over a broad overview. They know kind of what it is overall, is optimizing your online dating profile. Because you know how you're saying that XYZ problem. So maybe earlier in the discovery, they mentioned that, yeah, I'm not getting enough matches, right? Or maybe that, yeah, we're just not getting enough leads, as an example. And it's making you feel, if they mention an emotion, just do that, right? It's making you feel it's a bit frustrated sometimes. They're gonna be like, yeah. Don't say it's making you really frustrated. Don't do that, because when you maximize it, then they're going to try to minimize. That's just how human beings work, right? But when you try to minimize, it's like, yeah, I guess a little bit frustrated sometimes. They're going to like, oh, it's more than a little bit. So in their mind, they're going to maximize. This is how human psychology works, okay? So that's what the first thing we're going to work on is getting into an online dating photo shoot, okay? So we did the solution, and then we basically walked them through how the solution works. And if you notice, we've eliminated the potential objections. So they may be thinking like, okay, but I don't know how to get the online dating photographer. I don't know which one to pick. Or they may be going, well, that's great, but I don't know how to pose. Well, that's great, but my clothes are shit. So we've eliminated all the potential objections and the concerns. Like, hey, don't worry about that, man. We help you with that. We help you pick the clothes, and we can go on FaceTime together, and I choose you, and then give you some different options of clothes you can choose. I even tell you what pose to do so that way you don't feel awkward. So you see how that works? And then after that, does that make sense? That's a commitment question, or that's like a temperature check question, okay? They say yes. So that way we want to do this because if we just want to like go through like a whole bunch of stuff, then they're going to be a bit overwhelmed. So we want to make sure that they're following along. And then after that, then we do a double tie down. Okay, what's your thoughts on that? To start, what's the point of this? We start to have them say, yeah, that's good because of da 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 da. Now, what we're doing, we're having them convince themselves on why that is good. Now, we're going to go over this later as well, but we want to follow something called a value equation. Now, what's a value equation? So this is by Alex Hormozi. And so in the value equation, a lot of people say, hey, you got to create value, you got to build value, but we don't go over the specifics and the tangibles, right? Which is why I like this, because this is how the value equation works. So on the top, you have, okay, dream outcome, okay, multiplied by perceived likelihood of achievements. So we want to increase the dream outcome, and we want to increase the perceived likelihood of achievement. And on the bottom side, we want to decrease the time delay, okay? And we want to decrease the effort and sacrifice, meaning that time delay means that it takes less time, and effort and sacrifice, okay, less effort than to sacrifice less, okay? Obviously within the confines of whatever you sell delivers, right? So let's talk about the dream outcome, right? Okay, flood of matches. Typically, our students get 100 matches when we launch this profile. So we're not saying you're gonna get that. We don't wanna do that, okay? But we're saying, okay, based on data, this is typically happening. Perceived likelihood of achievement. Okay, so if he's picking out a proven dating photographer in my local city, okay, so I feel like the perceived likelihood is high. And effort is also low. Oh, I ain't got to do anything. You're going to choose a photographer for me? Fantastic. Time delay, we can also go over the two. Time delay is, you can also state, yeah, typically, and we can get the profile optimized within 2 days. That's typically, we get that done in the first 2 days. Okay, cool, great. So I know when that is happening, and I know that it's not going to take that much time in an ideal scenario. Again, given that your offer can fulfill that. And so it's not that we have to include every single element here in each pillar and in the pitch, but the more we can do that, the more we stack the odd in our favor. Let's also go over a lead gen example that I fleshed out, okay? So done for a lead gen, let's say you're starting a marketing agency service, or maybe it's a business coaching offer, and maybe the first pillar, you're going to go over how you help them get more leads. So it could look something like this. Okay, cool. So based on what you told me, what we do work. So if you want, I can walk you through yada, yada, yada. Okay, so the implementation is a total of 12 weeks. First thing we implement is done for you lead generation. Because you know how you're saying that you're just not getting enough leads, and that's been, I guess, stressing you out a little bit. You could also say, yeah, that's been making the business stagnate a little bit. They're like, yeah. So what we'll do is we'll launch the ads in your local area, and let me actually just kind of show you. And you can do a quick screen share of what the ad looks like if it benefits you, right? Make it look good. So it looks like this. So when people are scrolling through Facebook, Instagram, they see this, and we can actually target specifically people that are already looking for a new roof. They have the money, credit score is 650 or higher. And we usually get the ad launch within the first 7 days. And once the ad launches, leads starts coming within 3 to 6 days. Typically with their average clients, we get 50 leads in the first 7 days. Does that make sense? They're like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, what's your thoughts on that? Right, you can also go into, okay, so we get 50 leads in the first week, which ultimately gives you the certainty that you actually have the lead flow coming in. Does that make sense? They're like, that makes sense. So you see how the tangible is like, okay, so this, I can see this. Okay, so what you want to do is for the pitch pillar, you want to have that, okay, in that order. In that dating example, let's actually go through the pitch checklist first, okay? So does the pitch speak to the value equation? Number one, that's number one, okay? And the pitch needs to, like I said, logically make sense while also going over their emotional pain points and the desires. So emotionally, it makes sense. Okay, we're gonna launch this ad. Fantastic. Okay, cool. I'm going to post. You're going to give me the templates on what to post on social media. Great. Okay, cool. You're going to give me the workout plan. Great. That makes sense. Okay, you're going to help me launch my dating profile. I'm going to get a lot of matches. That makes sense. Okay? And also, do the steps in the pitch prevent comment or potential objections? Okay? So in lead gen, maybe you say, hey, let's say the client has to record a ad video, right? Video for an ad. Hey, we actually write the script, the ad for you. So you just need to pick up the phone and just say what's in the script. Because their objection might be, well, I don't know what to say on the ad. I don't know what to say in the video, okay? If you're selling BizOp as an example, typical objection you're gonna face is that, or concern you may have is that, hey, I have no experience with Airbnb or trading. Can I still do this? So maybe in the pitch, and we give you a step-by-step blueprint on how to go find the units. So our students, typically they have no experience. So you mentioned that you have no experience as well. Yeah, our students have no issues with it because it's so step-by-step. We tell you exactly what to say, exactly how to reach out. Does that make sense? That makes sense. You see? Okay. And also, do the steps justify their past failure? So as an example, okay, let's go over a lead gen example, okay? So in marketing, Russell Brunson talks about the improvement offer versus new opportunity type offer. Okay, so improvement offer is like, hey, we do this better. We do it this better, right? So that's an improvement offer. That's kind of cool. But a lot of times people don't want something better. People want something different, which is why we go over new opportunity, okay? So as an example as well, I'm not saying you should do this, but right now an offer that is hot right now is a BizOp that helps people start an OnlyFans management agency. They call it OFM, right? Again, I'm not telling you to do this, but I know it's a very hot offer right now. It's a very easy offer to sell right now because it's completely different. Because what people are used to is, oh, hey, start a social media marketing agency. But it's been so played out at this point. But I know in that industry, because I know multiple people in that industry that are friends of mine that are in industry, they're having a harder time selling that offer because people are like, okay, we've heard this so many times already, right? But if you go and say, hey, don't start an OnlyFans management agency, don't start a social media marketing agency, start an OnlyFans agency. It's a lot easier, it's a lot quicker, yada, yada. Again, you want to be compliant. You don't want to just be making bold claims for no reason. But that's an example of like, oh, it's different. People just want something different. Whenever they see something shiny, it's like, oh, I want that, okay? That's how human beings are different, right? People want variety. Tony Robbins talks about the 6 core human needs, and one of them is variety. People want variety. You probably don't want to eat the same food every day, right? So, okay. Another lead gen example. Okay, so you could say, okay, so you know how you're mentioning that leads from a previous agency just weren't showing up to the appointments? Yeah. So that's because, as you mentioned, it took about 2 hours for the leads to be contacted. So you and I both know speed to lead is crucial. So you're busy running the business, so you got a million and one things to do. So how are we going to contact them all within 5 minutes? They're like, well, I can't. Right. So this is why people get burnt by all these agencies because, I mean, leads are useless unless they're being qualified, they're being contacted quickly, and they're booked onto your calendar showing up. Right? They're like, right. So that's why our team that are highly trained, they will contact the leads for you on your behalf. They're highly trained, they know exactly what to say, and our average speed to lead is within 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Okay? So then our team qualifies the leads for you. So your sales team is mainly talking to qualified prospects with intent, and we're gonna make sure that only prospects with credit score 650 or higher are being actually booked into the calendar. What that means is that your prospects' moral don't keep going down like it is, and you don't feel anxious because your team's not really closing that well. You with me on that? They're like, yeah, okay, cool. How do you feel about that? Or how do you see that helping you? You know what I mean? So what we did here is we're helping them justify why what they tried in the past did not work. So, okay, so they tried a bunch of agencies and then they got burned because, I mean, yeah, the leads weren't showing up. Maybe the leads had shit credit score, da, 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 da. Okay, what we do a bit differently is that we actually qualify the prospect. Only 650 credit score or higher. So what that means that they're more likely to get approved financing, okay? So on and so forth. And then later on, we added the emotional element, which is, yeah, that means that you don't feel as anxious because your sales team's not closing that well. You see that? So that's another example. Another example. Are the mechanisms and the steps tangible? So instead of, let's say if you sell a trading offer, trading mentorship, instead of saying, hey, you learn how to read the chart better, we'll teach you how to do this. Nobody wants to learn or get taught stuff, right? So they may say they do, but what they really want is like, okay, so you hop on a one-on-one chart review call with one of our trading coaches. who's already making 6 figures a year, and we review your charts together with you. That way, we point out exactly what you're doing and exactly where you're going wrong. Because you mentioned that you're just doing random videos, like a video course. Well, how are you supposed to know if you're doing it right or wrong? That's what we point out, which means that now you know exactly what to do, and it gives you the certainty instead of just feeling anxious and just revenge trading and just losing out of money and blowing accounts. Does that make sense? That makes sense. Okay, cool. This is another example, right? So tangible, learning, teaching, that's kind of cool, right? But it's like, okay, we hop on a one-on-one chart review call. You know what I mean? In our program, in Real Sales System, I say, okay, the decision tree, this one right here, this is tangible. Instead of me saying like, hey, I teach you how to get better sales. We technically do, but we give you the decision tree, we help you implement it. And on the feedback sessions, we help you tailor for your specific offer and make sure you're executing it well. That's more tangible, right? So you want to do it like that. All right. Let's go through other elements. Are all the mechanisms tied to solving their problem and or getting their desired outcome? As an example, okay? So you could say, well, we help you find a winning product versus, okay, we help you find a winning product. That way you're selling something people already want to buy so you can make more sales, okay? So it needs to, this is the mini outcome. So you know how we talked about in here, getting the mini outcome? That's good that they find a winning product, but that's just the feature, right? So people don't care about features. People don't care. Benefits are kind of cool, but people want the mini outcome of that, okay? I learned this when I was actually learning copywriting because I did some copywriting for a little bit. And so it's not about, people don't want the drill. You may have heard this example a lot. People don't want the drill. People want the drill so that they can drill a hole in the wall. But people don't care about the hole in the wall. What do they care about? They drill the hole in the wall so they get a family photo there so that they can what? So they actually feel fulfilled. They actually feel good. That's what they ultimately want. So we're going over here, right? Finding a winning product. That way you're selling something that people actually want to buy so you can make more sales. So instead of you don't have to be stuck in your job just hating your life every day. You see how this, okay, logically makes sense. We're getting to the emotional pain points. Okay. Next thing, is your pitch a clear process to result, aka CPR? I've heard this term from a marketer named Jeremy Haynes. He called it clear process to revenue. Now, not everyone here sells a make money offer, which I get. So clear process to result. So prospects can clearly see step by step how your solution could help them solve their problems and get their desired outcome. That's ultimately what they want. Okay. Which is why we don't want to go too nitty gritty into the details. All we need to do is helping them see, okay, we help you with this. They're like, okay, I can see that. I think this will work. All right. Next thing, is your pitch less than 4th grade reading level? So how do we do that? So what you want to do is after you've written this, you want to go to Hemingway.com. Okay. By the time you watch this, it might be a bit different, but go to Hemingway.com and then you're going to be able to type some stuff. Okay. So as an example, let's say we type this part into Hemingway.com, right? Okay, cool. That is grade level 9, meaning that it's maybe too complicated for people and we want to maybe simplify this a little bit. We're not going to do this right now, but we want to shorten this and, well, not shorten this, but simplify things. That way it goes to grade level 4 or lower. Reason why we want to do that is because they did a study on this and an average American has a grade level, reading level of 4th grade or lower, okay? So it's interesting because what they did was they actually transcribed different US presidents' speeches in their presidential campaigns. And apparently Barack Obama's was like grade level 9 or 12 or something like that because he talks very sophisticated. And Donald Trump's, his was a grade level 3, right? And so now your political beliefs aside, because that's not what this is all about, but we can both agree that Trump has a bit of a cult-like following in this regard, right? People really follow him. And so people really buy into that. They're kind of raving, right? Whether you disagree with his beliefs or not. So that's the whole point, is that most people, even if you're talking to a very sophisticated quote-unquote person, we just want to simplify the language as much as possible. Okay. Otherwise, people get confused. Now, confused buyer always says no. And then also, obviously, are you stating the facts and not overselling? You want to do that too. Otherwise, compliance will get you. Yeah, so that's really the pitch section. Now, tying off that example with the online dating offer. So what we did was the first pillar was, okay, cool, so online dating. And the next pillar was, guess what it was? it was booking the dates from the text game, okay? So the next pillar was, okay, the next thing is booking the dates from the dating profiles. And so how we do that is you get my word for word texting script. Now you don't have to follow it word for word, but just so you know exactly what to do, you can also be your authentic self, be conversational. So you know exactly what to do. And also for your first 3 matches, I actually text the girls for you, because I've already been there, done that. I know exactly how to do this game, right? That way, not only you have certainty that you're gonna get dates on your calendar, but also you can see the examples of like, oh, this is how XYZ was doing, this is how Jack was doing. I can see why. Okay, so you get the best of both worlds. You can have this as an example, and also you learn how to do it as well for yourself, and you can make it more fit to your personality, so you can have a more authentic conversation. What that means is that typically for our students, they're booking about 3 dates a week while spending about 30 minutes or 60 minutes an hour on the dating apps. So that way you don't have to just feel anxious because you don't know when the next time you're gonna get a date. You know when the next time you're gonna have a date. So you have more certainty on that. You with me? They're like, yes. So with that example, if we break it down, so the reason why we put, okay, you don't have to follow the script word for word, you can still be your authentic self, because in that market, at least the prospects that student was particularly dealing with, some people didn't want to have like a rigid conversation. They wanted to have a more authentic conversation, as they would call it. So you want to use the words of your market, okay? And then we went into the outcome, which is, okay, tangibly, they get the dates, and then internally, they get, okay, they feel more certain. They feel more confident, whatever, right? Instead of feeling anxious. That's a more emotional thing, right? Okay, cool. And then the last one was his step-by-step date routine, right? So he would go, yeah, so the next thing is my step-by-step date routine, okay? Because you had mentioned that earlier that, well, you've gone on some dates, but you completely botch it because you don't know what to say. You run out of things to say, you just feel embarrassed, right? Yeah, and so I step-by-step give you the framework, okay, exactly what to do, how to build attraction, how to help her feel more comfortable, okay, different things you can do as well, how to build commonalities. That way, by the end of the night, not only do you know exactly what to do, but by the end of the night, typically for our students, 70% of the time, they're going home with the girl, which means that you don't have to deal with the moment again where you just get a pat on the back and you just get friend-zoned and get ghosted, feel frustrated. Now you're just having a fulfilling moment and then obviously having great sexual experiences. You with me on that? Yeah. So again, with that pillar as well, we're going to, okay, cool. So you know how you mentioned problem? We're going to the emotional side, right? You're feeling a bit embarrassed. Yeah, because of that. Okay, cool. I gave them a step-by-step date routine. This is how you go about it. Okay, cool. That gives them more certainty. They have the tangible solution. And then after that, the tangible outcome is that, okay, cool. Now, instead of going home by yourself, it's like every moment a guy can relate to, right? Just getting a pat on the back. It's like, hey, I had a good time. But then, they're just going their own way. And then you're just going home by yourself and just jacking up by yourself. And then now you're just like feeling frustrated, but you don't have to do that. And now you feel more fulfilled. You have great sexual experiences. That's more emotional, right? So again, don't just think that, oh, but bro, I don't sell a dating offer. No shit, Sherlock, it's fine. Just tailor for your specific offer. Obviously, I'm not there giving you feedback, looking over your shoulders, but just tailor for your specific offer. So Deonta says 5K PIF and 4K upsell. After going to the training, one client asked, how soon can I pay to get this going? He implemented the new pitch framework. Here's Noah. Noah says, oop, 5K PIF, made some tweaks to my process based on the content in here, and it'll click very well. Let's fucking go. He also implemented the pitch process. At this point, if you're going like, you know what, Brian, I get it. I can see that you can help me. How can you help me tailor this specific to my offer, my specific situation? Can you help me? Well, in that case, you can see if you'll be eligible for Real Sales System. You can do so by going to the first link in the description box below, and you can see if you'll be eligible. If so, you'll be able to schedule a chat with me or someone on our team. We can take a look at your situation and see if we can help you out. If not, next lesson is objection handling. Lesson 3, objection handling. I know you've been waiting for the objection handling, so let's get to it. Now, objection handling isn't really what you think it is or what most people think it is. So what most people think objection handling is like some cool reframes you do and some things you say and some cool things you saw on an Instagram or YouTube video. Or some people think objection handling is like, okay, it's some boxing match. It's not really about that. Essentially what objection handling is, let's define objections first. What is an objection? The way we define it is objections are simply concerns. And everybody has concerns. People have concerns. It's fine. And so what we do is we're helping them overcome their own concern. That's essentially what it is. So the most important part is that we actually isolate and uncover the real concern of the prospect. Because a lot of times what the prospect says is the objection or the concern is not the real concern a lot of times. And so what I see is closers wasting a lot of time doing these crazy reframes on the wrong objection. And then they end up wasting time or they lose the deal. Okay, so that's the first thing. And the next thing is that objection handling isn't about opening doors. It's about closing all the other doors. That way they only have one way to exit, which is the sale. As an example, as we talked about in the discovery process, we close all the other concerns. So the only thing left is what's moving forward and taking action. Now, the problem I had was this when I was trying to get better at objection handling is that, okay, in the discovery, at least there's something called a script. Okay, so I follow this. In objection handling, though, what I found was that there isn't really per se a script. And especially when I got multiple different objections, it's like some people say, hey, I got to talk to my partner. There's a lot of money and just give me 24 hours to think about it. I just didn't know how to go about handling that. Okay, what do I handle first? What do I say? What do I do? Now I'm just getting lost. I'm just like, okay. And then now I probably look uncertain. So prospect doesn't see certainty in myself. And I end up just letting them go off the hook way too easily. So I'll just end the call, maybe going to just like book a follow-up. They don't show up, they ghost me. And it was just a frustrating experience because I calculated how much money I'd be losing out on. And which is a fun exercise. I'd highly advise you to do this right now. Is write down how many, maybe pull out a calculator. How many deals a week are you losing from objections that if you knew how to handle it, if you had the right abilities, you could be overcoming them. So type that in. And type in an average commission you get per sale. I know it can vary. Take the average. That's a beautiful thing about a fucking average, right? So let's say you get paid $500 per sale, times it by 500, okay? Now, that's how much you're losing out per week in terms of commissions, okay? Now, there's 4 weeks in a month, right? So multiply that by 4. How much did you get? So that's how much it's costing you right now, but not having the ability to, not only overcome it, but also pre-handle that objection as well, okay? Now, that amount may not be bad, but now let's multiply by 12, which is 12 months in a year, right? How much did you get? For me, it was quite a bit. And then when I ask this to people, typically it's anywhere between 30 grand a year to 100 grand a year. So that's how much it's costing you right now. People talk about, it's not costing me anything. No, it's opportunity cost. That's how much it's costing you right now, right this second. That's just talking about the objection handling. So let's get to that. So with that, okay, so I was getting lost. So how can I need more of a visual representation, because if you're like me, I need more of like a visual image, okay? I need something so I can see it. So that way I can engrave that into my brain. So that way when I'm on the call, I know exactly how to execute on that, okay? So Q, the objection handling decision tree. So this is the objection handling decision tree. Just like the discovery decision tree, I just wanted a mind map on my own, right? So all the way, I know it looks a bit intimidating, but if you have this in your head, you don't really need this. So you can just be more present on the call and be able to execute it, okay? So now, long story short, people talk about there's all these different objections. Yes or no? I mean, in simple terms, there's mainly 2 different types of objections. One is the logistical, okay? Logistical objections. And the other type is fear-based objections. What's the difference? Logistical is that they really want to do it. They would do it. It's just that there's a genuine valid reason holding them back from actually moving forward. As an example, they really want to do it. They would do it. Program is $5K. They only have $100 in their bank account and their credit score is 400. It's probably going to be very hard, right? They want to do it. That'll be more of a logistical. But here's the thing though. Because at times, people say money is the only issue, but also a lot of times, it's not really the real issue. There's some fear involved as well, right? So they could give you some smoke screen. So we got to isolate that, which we'll go over in the process. But yeah, that's the logistical. And then there's the fear-based objection, right? So a fear-based objection is, I'm not sure if this will work. That's a lot of money. I don't know. Those kind of things. What if this doesn't work? I've been burned before. So when we categorize into these different things, now it becomes, okay, in our mind, whenever we get a concern or objection, we can put them into different buckets. It becomes less overwhelming for us and things become a lot more clear. All right. Now, within the fear objections, obviously there's different things a prospect could say, which we'll go over. Okay. So here's the order of operations that we handle that objection. Okay. Let's say someone gives you an objection. Doesn't matter what it is. What we want to do is we want to isolate the value first. Okay. And then we handle the money, the logistical money. And then after that, if we still have an objection, then we go into time. If they give us a time objection, meaning that, hey, I don't have the time to do that. And then we go into partner, whether it be spouse or business partner. And then if they give us fear, then we go into fear. Or if they say, think about it, we handle that. Okay, we want to go in this order. So again, Money, time, partner, think about it, / fear in that order. The reason why we want to do it this way is because I'll give you a quick story. So in one of the companies that I was used to selling at, there was a guy and one of the reps on the team, and he got an objection from a prospect. And what he would do is he would pull out all these different fear reframes from his back pocket, like, hey, this, da, 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 da. And he was just hammering them. Now that was good. And they would go on for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And so eventually the rep already missed the next call. He didn't want to miss another call. So he's like, hey, listen, we do have financing. Do you want to do financing? And the prospect goes, you guys have financing? And the salesperson goes, yeah. And the prospect goes, well, you should have told me an hour and a half ago. I would have done the financing. I was like, okay, well, do you want to do the financing? Yeah, I want to do the financing. And then the prospect gets approved for financing and they buy. So had he isolated the money, the logistical money, meaning that, okay, could he do the financing? Then he would have saved an hour and a half. And then he already missed a call. And maybe he would have missed the other call. He would have lost that deal if he kept going and just running out of time or just burning the lead. So we don't want to do that. So whenever we get an objection, we want to almost assume that the objection is logistical, not fear-based. The reason why we want to do that is because, yes, I know assuming is bad in sales, but here's the reason why. Because if you assume that an objection is fear-based, but when in reality it's just logistical, it's like, dude, it's just the money. I really want to do this. Then a lot of times what's going to happen is that, well, you could actually burn the lead because the lead could get pissed off. It's like, dude, this is literally just the money. Why are we doing this? So that's not bueno, right? So that's when we go into logistical first. And logistical takes a lot quicker to handle it than the fear-based. Another example is as well, I mean, there's some different instances where the prospect will give me like a competitive objection or some sort of fear objection. And I was like, yeah, not a problem, man. And we handle the money. I just give them a payment plan and then just bought. Simple. Right? So I didn't have to go through the song and dance of the handling the competitor objection or the fear objection or whatever it may be. Make sense? Okay. So let's go into the specific wording and all that kind of fun stuff. So let's say we go through the pitch like we talked about, and then we give the price on them, right? Okay. So the funds required for you to get the X amount, or the funds required for you to, okay, get to that 10K a month, and be able to be that provider for your family is 10K. Where do you want to go from here? How do you want to proceed? Where would you like to go from here? Doesn't matter. And they'll either say, all right, let's do it. Okay, cool. We make that sale. Or they may give you some sort of objection. So I'm saying, even if they say, let me go think about it. Let me go talk to my partner. We simply go, yeah, not a problem. Money aside, would you do it? Okay, so depending on what they say, money aside, would you do it? Or if you had the money, would you do it? Okay? So the reason why is because a lot of times it's about the money. Why do they need to go think about it? Because of the money. Why do they need to go talk to their partner? Because of the money. Why are they afraid? Because of the money, right? So first we do a diffusing statement. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, all good. Something along those lines. And isolate it. Money aside, do you feel like this could help you get to where I want to go? Money aside, would you do it? Okay? Now, the reason why we want to do a diffusing statement is because a lot of times at this point, people can get a bit fight or flight. They can be a bit of a defense mechanism, okay? So what we want to do is ease them a little bit. Yeah, it's all good, man. And you also want to say it in that too. You don't want to be like, yeah, no worries. You don't want to be tense, because if you're tense, they're going to feel it. And then money aside, do you feel like this could help you get to where you want to go? Money aside, would you do it? If they say, I don't have the money, no worries, man. If you had the money, would you do it? Okay? If they didn't say, I don't have the money, just go money aside. And then they go, yeah. Okay, why is that though? And then they'll be like, well, you know, because the whole point here is we're having them persuading themselves and getting them to buy in again and why they want to do this in the first place. And so they'll go, oh, you know, because I think the coaching calls will be helpful, yada, yada, yada. If you want to go one step further from that to want to get more buy-in, then you can say, yeah, for sure. Well, what would the coaching calls allow you to do though? Well, I'll be able to retire my parents. That makes sense. Okay. So we're having them getting to the buy-in again. So after that, we isolate the value. If we'll break it down, what is value? Well, they feel like they could help them get to where they want to go. They just said that, and they provided the reasons why. And so from there, okay, cool. And then after that, we go into the logistical money. Okay, so is it, now, if they explicitly said that they don't have the money, then you can go, okay, so is it more so the upfront amount, or if it can help you break this up into smaller chunks so that make it easier for you? What we're doing here is we're providing a payment plan. Okay, because, well, they can't do the upfront amount, so we go into the payment plans to see if they could do it, right? Now, if they didn't explicitly say that, well, you know, I don't have the money, if they didn't say that, then we simply tie it off by saying, okay, I mean, so the X amount, so the 10K, Does that work within your current budgetary constraints? So we say that to see if that works or not. If they say no, then we go into, okay, so if we broke it down to smaller chunks, then make it easier for you. They're like, yeah, that'd be great. They could also say, oh, it just depends on the options, depending on how far you can break it up. Oh, would you like me to walk it to them? So you simply say that to have them buy in and then get buy-in, right? They're like, oh yeah, sure. And then after that, we provide the payment plan. Now for make money offers, you can say something like this. Okay, because as you can imagine, people don't have the skills to actually, scale the company. They may not have the whole upfront amounts, right? So in that case, what we can do is we can do 5K down and another 5K 30 days later. Would that help you? If you don't sell make money offers, just skip that. Just be like, yeah, so what we typically do is we can break it up into this and this, okay? Now, so we go into a 2-pay. It's called a payment ladder, right? So we go into the next option. Obviously, we want to collect more cash up front. You can also directly go, okay, cool. So how much cash on hand are we working with at the moment? They say like, I'm working with this much. And based on that, you can also do something like that, right? So more cash we collect, the better it is. And they say, yes, that would help. Or they may say, yes, I can do that. A lot of times they say stop at yes, right? So at that point you go, okay, cool. So knowing that the money works and you feel like this could help you get to where you want to go, where are you going to go from here? So let's break down what we did here. So you know how we talked about objection handling is about opening doors, about closing all the other doors. Knowing that the money works, money door shut. Knowing that you feel like this could help you get to where you're wanting to go, value door shut. Where do you want to go from here? And if this is the only genuine objection, we'll go into a sale. We'll go into a sale. Now, if not, they're going to give you another objection, which we handled out. Okay. And so, and by the way, shout out to Alex Levine, who's one of our students who helped map out this decision tree as well. And then now we made it more accessible for all of you. So, all right, let's go here. Okay, cool. So let's say we offer the 2-pay and they say, yeah, I still can't do that. And at that point, you'd offer the 3-pay, right? Okay, cool. So we typically don't, but what we could do is 3 payments of 3.5K, 30 days apart. Would that be easier? Would that be more manageable? Something along those lines. So we say this like we're doing them a favor because we kind of are. So it's not about like, oh, I'm the best, like you're a peasant. It's not that. But we do want to have a bit of a status frame, right? Some people do too much. They too try hard, which is an issue. And some people, they're just too approval seeking on the sales calls. Like, oh, I hope this works. I hope they buy. That's also no bueno, right? So, but ultimately we're here to help them. That's the whole frame. So you go, okay, so would that be easier? So they say yes. And then same thing. Okay, knowing that the money works and you feel like this could help you get to where you want to go, where'd you like to go from here? Okay, sale. Perfect. All right. Now, after that, if they still can't do that, then obviously you just want to drop down to, okay, if you guys offer whatever you guys sell, if you offer something like a 4-pay or 5-pay, it's not ideal, but sometimes you just have to do it. You just have to do it, right? But if your offer does offer that, if your business does offer that, then yes, you just want to go to the smallest payment plan one by one, okay? But also calculate the payment plan completion rate as well. You want to know these data. We're going to go into data later. It's like the boring stuff that no one talks about, very important to know. Because what happened is this. I'll give you an example. So one of the companies I was selling for, one of the programs that we sold was a 16 to 18K offer depending on the payment plan. And the smallest payment plan we would offer, we would let people in for a 6-pay because it was a 6-month program, okay? So monthly payments, 6 months. And the problem with that is I found out the payment plan completion rates for the 6-pay was 10% or something, very, very low. So what happened is on average, people pay the first month and from the second month, they would almost never pay it. So with that regard, there's no point of getting them into a 6-pay. Might as well sell them the other programs or just, you know what I mean? So there's no point to it. So what would happen is that people would try to get them into the 16K program and then they would only complete 6K. And I was out there saying like, oh, they're not going to complete it. So I'm just going to get them into the other program first, maybe like a lower, it's like a 10K, but I collect 5K upfront. And therefore I'm more likely to get the 10K and everybody else is collecting 3K. You know what I mean? So because I understood the metrics, I was able to do that, So that's another side note. But okay, cool. Let's say they still can't do that. All the payment plans don't work. If your business offers financing, aka funding, then we go into offering that. Okay? So how do we do that? First, we want to go into the cash on hand. Cash on hand meaning that how much money they have they're working with able to moment, aside from credit and stuff like that, right? Okay, cool. So aside from a basic living expense like rent and food, how much cash on hand are we working with at the moment to see if we could help? Okay, if you're selling to business owners, you can go, okay, aside from covering your basic living and business expenses, how much are we working with at the moment cash on hand to see if we can help? Okay, so we want to do that. A lot of times I go, okay, to see if we could help, I like to put my hand on my chest that I learned from Uncle Jay, which helps people open up more because it can be a bit of a, people consider it a bit of a sensitive topic, which is why we include the reason why we ask this, right? To see if we could help or to see what we could potentially work out for you, okay? If they give you a vague answer, it's like not a lot. Okay, around how much would you say to see if we can find an option for you? I'm just here to help. So we say that way they open up, or they may say a specific number, right? They may tell you $500, 1,000, whatever it may be, okay? Now, if you do have funding, then we take them to the funding route, okay? Okay, cool. And then we can go, okay, cool. And so we do have different funding partners that might be able to loan you the funds. Now, there's different options for that. Could be broken into 6 months interest-free, could be 9, could be 12. But a lot of people do is they get into the program this way, and as they get more profits using the strategy we coach them on, they just pay off the funding that way to avoid most of the interest, if not all of the interest. Would that help you? So let's break down what we did. We're simply offering the funding option, but we're saying in a way that is more appealing, okay? There's different options for that. It could be broken to 6 months interest-free. I mean, there's options for $200 a month, so on and so forth. Now, given that you guys do offer that, right? But what a lot of people do, this is called herd mentality that I also learned from Jeremy. So what a lot of people do, so herd mentality, people don't want to be the first one to go. People want to do what other people are also doing. So as an example, when people go to the restaurant for the first time, what's a typical question that people ask? They say, hey, what do people usually order here? Hey, what's like the most popular item in this menu? They do that because, oh, if other people got it, maybe it's good it's a good option for me too. You see? So herd mentality. People want to follow the herd. People have sheep mentality. That's just how it is. So, bada bing, bada boom. Would that help you? Again, we're happy to help. We're more than happy to offer that. Okay? At that point, you'll get either, yes, that would help, or hey, I don't want to go into that. Okay? Let's go into one by one. Now, if they say, yes, that would help, and then after that, we can go to the specifics, right? Okay, they agree to the idea. They're open to the idea. Okay, what's your credit score to see if you might be eligible? Again, credit score, it might be a bit sensitive topic for a lot of people to see if you might be eligible. Okay, neutral way of asking it, giving a reason why, get more compliance. And then they may say, good credit. I mean, depending on when you watch this, at the moment, credit score 650 or higher is typically, at least it gets a foot in the door. It doesn't mean they'll get approved. And you don't want to say that either because now it gets their hope up. You don't want to get people's hope up, okay? Because they might not get approved. So, okay, if it's a good credit score, okay, then you can go, okay, it's not bad. So what we can do from here is I can send you the link to so you can apply for the funding from your end. Want to do that? They're like, yes. Okay, again, we want to stay neutral because we don't want to get their hopes up because the worst feeling that people have is when they get denied the funding, okay? So I know quite a bit of funding companies, and the moment they get the most refund is after they get declined the first funding because they think they get so discouraged, even though they could keep trying, right? So that's why we want to preface this. It's called a preemptive strike, okay? So they say, yes, that would be great. Okay. And after that, what you do is, okay, sounds good. I'll send you the link. And then you email them, text them, whatever, however you guys do it. Okay, I just sent you the link. Did that come through? And they're going to say yes. If they don't see it, okay, have you checked spam or promotions? They're just like, oh, I can see it now. Great. Okay, and no need to get your heart broken if it doesn't get approved. That totally happens. It's not your fault. In case I'm here to help you explore other options as well. Okay. Again, no need to get discouraged if that doesn't happen. That totally happens. Especially if the credit score is a bit iffy. You can even say, yeah, you're probably not going to get approved anyway. So set the expectations low, okay? Because and especially if you already warned them, then it reduces the damage a little bit. Because like, oh, like this guy said it's probably not going to get approved, right? And if they get denied, just be like, hey, no worry, it totally happens. In today's economy, it's totally normal. And then you can go into other options to help them find their money together, which we'll be getting to later in a bit. Okay. Let's say you ask them their credit score. And in the scenario that is below the good credit one, right? Okay, so at that point, what we can do is help them see, okay, could they have other people that they know go through the financing? Depending on, again, how the financing is structured for your specific company, make sure you know the rules and regulations and stuff like that. But okay, cool. I mean, so that's a little bit lower than the usual eligibility. So what people do at this point is if you have friends or family apply for the funding under them and paying that back, that's what usually people do as well. So who do you know that might be willing to help you out, at least with the financing under their name, and you can pay the funding back so that you can actually get out of your job, so that you can actually provide more for your family. And they'll say, oh, I guess my father. Okay, I mean, why would your father be willing to help you out? So you say it in a bit curious / kind of confused, or kind of skeptical way. Because what that's going to do is now they're going to convince themselves, oh, yeah, I guess my father's going to help me out because he's always supportive. Because he wants me to win, right? So now we're gaining more compliance and more investment. After that, you go, okay, what do you feel like you'd say to him? Well, I'll tell him that I want to buy this. Okay, that's not bad. Can I make a suggestion? They're like, yes. Okay, so what if you talk to him about some of the challenges you've been facing, like, you've been stressed out from paycheck to paycheck for the last 6 months, and how the extra money would really help invest in your own skill sets, starting a business. At that point, you'll work hard, set some money aside, you'll pay him back that way. Would that help him possibly? So what we're doing is we're coaching them on how to go about the conversation with whoever they're gonna talk to. Okay, ideally, if you can get them both on the call, especially if you're FE, that's even better. If not, at least coach them on how to do that. They'll be, yeah, I think that's a lot better idea than what I thought of. Okay, is he around the house right now? So this is called bringing the logistics to now. So what a lot of people do is with this kind of situations, whether it be I got to talk to my partner, hey, I'll see if I can go find the money. They just resort to a follow-up call. We don't want to do that. We don't want to put artificial barriers in front of us. We want to bring the logistics to now, meaning that if they can talk to their father, have them if they're around the house, fantastic. Or could they call them right now? That's better because it's happening now. You're still on the call, so you can help them overcome their concerns and help them right then and there, right? The moment you hop off the call, the chances of you closing that deal just keeps decreasing and decreasing. Not impossible, but decreasing. We ideally don't want that. Okay, so is he around the house right now? They're like, yes. Okay, cool. Let's bring him right here then. If they say no, okay, let's call him then. Okay, I'll call him right now. Or let's say they say, oh, I'll call him later. Just call him right now. It's like, oh, okay. Then you can do it right then and there. We've helped students just close deals while on the Zoom call. In the beginning, it's going to feel a bit uncomfortable for a lot of people. But at the moment, at one point, just get over it. We're going to get into the inner game of sales later in the well. But for the meantime, just don't have shame. Be shameless. That's what great closers do. Great closers are borderline psychopaths. Okay. One thing my former boss and mentor, Matt Ryder, told me is that as a salesperson, we cannot have the awkward gene. We just have to be completely shameless. Okay. All right. Now let's go to the scenario of, hey, I don't want to get into debt objection. Okay. So let's say, oh, I don't want to go into debt. Oh, I mean, nobody does, but I'm sure you said that for a reason. So we want to clarify what's behind it. You can also say, oh, well, what's behind it though? Just so I can see if I can help you. So we want to do that if it's not clear, because based on that, we can isolate the concern. And then after that, we can actually overcome that, right? Because what we don't want to do is, again, assuming what the real objection is. All right. Because a lot of times it's not about what they tell you is a real objection. There's something behind it. There's something real behind it, right? So I'll give an example that Jeremy gave to me when I started first learning this is, let's say you're selling kitchen knives, okay? And you're talking to the housewife, you're talking to the mom, and the mom asks you, oh, wow, these knives look quite sharp, or how sharp are the knives? And then you might think that, oh, this person just wants a sharp knife. Oh, it's super sharp, it cuts everything. And then the mom would say, oh, wow, oh, okay. I mean, the reason why I asked is because we have a 3-year-old daughter and we don't want her to get hurt by the sharp knives. Ah, you assumed what their question or objection was, therefore you get fucked. We don't want that. By the way, as a side note, if they ask you a question where you're not quite sure why they're asking it, really pay attention to what the other person's saying and how they're saying it, okay? Because if it's not clear, you want to briefly, neutrally answer it, and then you want to get the real concern behind it, just like that. Because if you found out that the mom, the prospect, wants a knife that's safe for their daughter, then you would have answered the question a bit differently to overcome their concern, right? The same thing. Okay, but you must have asked it for a reason. And they may say, oh, I've tried a lot of things before. I'm not sure this will work. I don't want to owe anybody money. At that point, you can go into a reframe. You know how we talked about reframes earlier in the pre-handling? Same concept here. Okay, can I offer perspective on that? They're like, sure. I mean, when we look at some of the most successful millionaires, they talk about the difference between bad debt and good debt. Do you know the difference? They'll be like, well, no, what is it? So bad debt is what we all know, which is going to the mall, buying a bunch of Gucci shoes, TV, putting on a credit card, or even going to debt for tens of thousands of dollars for college just to come up with a piece of paper. But how many of those things help you make the money that you really want to make? They're like, yeah, well, none of them. Right, so they'll be considered bad debts. Now, on the other side, imagine if someone invests into their own skills, their business, to potentially be able to make whatever they say the goal was, 120 grand a year, and spend more time with their children. Would that be so harmful to them? They'll be like, well, no. Well, why is that? Again, we're having them convince themselves. Well, because it would benefit them because of XYZ reason. Right, because at the current rate you're saving up from your job right now, how long would it take you to put the $5,000 together to make that happen? They're like 8 months. Right. I mean, that's 8 more months of what? That's 8 more months of you just stressing out for money. You're 8 more months of you missing out on you being able to spend more time with your children. Do you want to have to go through that if you don't have to? They're like, no. Why not? Well, because I'm sick of it. So what do you feel like you need to do? Either way, it'll be hard, brother. But what do you feel like you need to do? That way you can get the funding, start the business, get the 10K a month, and the money never becomes an issue for you ever again. Like, yeah. Okay. That's called a reframe. Again, we're helping them see things from a different perspective. They think, oh, debt is bad because No. Well, that's what all the successful entrepreneurs do. Right? They got the funding. Otherwise, how long it would have taken them? Again, there's other reframes you can do it too, but the point is not just getting to the logical side, but also getting into the emotional side as well. Okay? For the most part. So they're like, okay, we're going back to, well, dude, you could wait another 8 months trying to save up, but you're saving up $100 a month from your job. That's 8 more months of you having the same stretch you've been having for the last 8 months. What would happen at that point? You can consequence them too. Okay. So now it's like more emotional. So the pain needs to outweigh. Okay. So the pain of them staying in their situation needs to outweigh all the shit they would have to do. Them spending the $5,000, them having to call up their relatives and borrow the money. Nobody wants to do that, but the pain needs to outweigh that. If it outweighs, people will go do those things. If not, they will not go do those things. Okay. Now, if they say, if for example, your business doesn't have the funding, at that point, we just got to help them go find the money together. We got to get them resourceful. Okay. So we go into the frame. First, we got to get them to buy in that they are going to be resourceful in order to take the action to get to their goal. Okay. And after that, we go into the specific action plan, helping them map out a plan. Let's go over it. Okay. Okay. So there's a difference between being broke and being poor. Do you know the difference? Okay. If it's a more B2C example, I'll put it like that, more direct. If it's a more business owner, then I'll say, okay, there's a difference between having resources and being resourceful. Do you know the difference? That's a more quote unquote eloquent way to put it, right? So they're like, well, no, what is it? Okay, well, yes, I know what it is. They'll try to guess. Either way, doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a difference of willingness, because a poor person is financially poor and they don't do anything about it, so they stay poor. Whereas another person, they may not have much money right now, but if they're really willing to make a change, they'll go find ways to get the money together, to get the skills, so money doesn't become an issue for you ever again. So are you open and willing to get resourceful, go find the money, so you can get outcomes, so that you can actually retire your parents before it's too late? They're like, yes. Okay. So you want to get a yes? And they say, okay, why? They're like, oh, because if I don't change, nothing will change. So again, the whole point here is we're helping them get the money together. A lot of times closers give up too soon when the prospect says, I don't have the money. So they just lose tons of deals in the meantime. When I was making $228,000 a year in commissions in my first full year as a high-ticket closer, about half of those came from not my inbound calls, but what I was doing outside of the inbound calls during my no-shows. Okay, that's comprised of me doing my upsells and my renewals, me getting the referrals, me doing outbound, me closing deals from follow-ups. Okay, this is that. It's helping brokers, turning a no sale into a follow-up sale. This person may not buy right now, but if you can help them, if you've done a good job in the discovery, which is why we did the discovery first, but if you help them really want to make a change and you have a good process for it and you have the right activity, then the percentage of those people will turn into a follow-up sale a day later, week later, month later, maybe even a year later. But it's like, oh man, I want the sale now. Of course we do. Everyone wants instant gratification. That's why most people don't succeed. Most people stay mediocre. Most people do not get the outcome that they want. It's the people that are willing to do the dirty work that nobody else is willing to do, get an exceptional outcome. If you want to get an exceptional outcome, how are you supposed to do that without putting in the exceptional work? Doesn't make any fucking sense. So in the follow process, we call it DNS, definitive next steps. What is that? You can't just be like, oh, I've seen so many people end the call. It's like, oh, okay, well, when you get the money together, feel free to reach out. No. There's just very slim chance. I mean, what's the percentage? You tell me, what's the percentage of that person coming back with that? No. So what we need to do is we set the what, how, when, why. Okay, remember English class, the subject, I fell asleep in English class, so I don't know. But okay, what are you gonna do to get the money together? How are you gonna do it? Who could help you do it, get the money together? Why do you even need to get the money together? Okay, by when you're gonna do it. This is the why here. Okay, we're solidifying again, keep reminding that, yeah, I need to get the money together because okay? And then we go, okay, because as long as you're willing to commit to change, I'm coming to helping you do this. So when do you feel like would be a reasonable time frame? Okay, you can go to when first, you can also go into what, right? What will be some ways where we can get the money together, get resourceful, that we can get the skills so money doesn't become an issue. So keep drilling into their brain. Or I'm not quite sure. Okay, so if they say I'm not quite sure, then you can go, oh, well, can I make some suggestions? They say yes. So what a lot of people do if the cash is a bit tight is and then you just insert in whatever common things they could do to get the money together. It depends on the offer too, but for the most part, it'll be reallocate the money they're already spending. They have to like cigarettes, eating out, drinks, stuff like that. Ask friends or family, business associate, selling things around their house, like electronics, furniture, vehicles, work more hours in your current job, or maybe drive Uber on the weekend. Okay, which one of those things do you feel like you could do so that you can actually retire parents? Okay. Now, if you don't have funding, but if their credit score is not bad, you can also get them into interest-free credit cards like Amex Blue as an example, okay? Now, it may change by the time you watch this, so make sure you do your own research and due diligence. But at the moment, if you search just Amex Blue right now at the moment is a 15-month interest-free credit card. And at the moment, US people can do this. Now, there's other countries too, but the terms are a little bit different. And so typically 650 plus credit score higher, they have a possibility, just like funding, possibility of being eligible. They may not be. But yes, 15 months interest credit card. At the moment, after maybe 5 business days, the card arrives in the mail. Okay. The whole point is giving them options to get the money together, right? And then they say, oh, I could do that. Or I guess I could call my parents. I guess I could, yeah, I could do this. All right, cool. So when are you gonna, so depending on what the thing to do, right? So if they say they're gonna call their parents, okay, cool. When are you gonna call them? Oh, maybe later today. Just do it right now. So you do that. If they're at work and genuinely can't, then yeah, you set, okay, I'm gonna do it at 5 p.m. Okay. Now, once you do that, then what you can do is, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna call my parents at 5 p.m. Okay, cool. So after that, I'll call you back at 6 p.m. Would that be enough time? They're like, okay, cool. So you want to do that, and you can set a follow-up call, and in between, we'll talk about in the activity and process section as well. But in between, you want to send them nurture assets to keep them warm, client result screenshots, videos, stuff like that to keep them warm, and then you do that, okay? Now, if they say, oh, I can't do any of that, I can't do any of the things. Now, that's not true, because they absolutely could do one of those. It's just that they're not willing to, okay? So at that point, well, you know, I mean, there are people running marathons without legs. You know, so I get that you don't want to do it. Nobody wants to, but either way, it'll be hard. So what could you do? That way money doesn't become an issue for you. So again, not letting them buy into their limitations, because it's true. There are literally people running marathons without legs. And on my previous offers, I've had people that are really, really broke, like really, really poor, and living in like third world countries, but they've gone ahead and got the money together. So there's always a way, whether they have a rich relative, right, with more money, whether it be, I've had people that do Instacart and Uber Eats and DoorDash and Uber like every day. It's like, dude, Brian, I'm almost getting the money, man. Don't give up on me. I've done things like that because I've done a good job at number 1, selling them, number 2, nurturing them, and number 2, having a good process in terms of the follow-ups. Okay. So we do that. And that's what we do with the broke leads and helping them get the money together. If you're giving up on broke leads too soon right now, you're when I typically see this, people are leaving about 30 grand a year to even maybe 60 grand a year in commissions. Okay, so in the different case scenarios. Now, if you have a drop sale, you can actually do the drop sale as well. Okay, how you position your drop sale. Now, I don't get into the trap of immediately resorting to the drop sale, but drop sell them if you got to sell them like they legit can't do the high ticket and get them into something in the meantime. But the whole point of the drop sell is that you sell them that and then later on you ascend them to the high ticket, right? But what you don't want to do is immediately resorting to the drop sell when they could realistically do the high ticket, right? But here's what you do. Okay, so if money's the only thing getting in the way, but you're committed to making a change, I'm committed to helping you change. Okay, so what a lot of people do if cash is a bit tight, they first get into our XYZ, okay, whatever the course name is. And in there is we help you with the same thing. It's just that it doesn't have the coaching. You're just doing it on your own. Now, just so we're clear, yes, there are people in the XYZ course, the drop sell, that gets to 10K a month. Let's say that was their goal, right? 10K a month. But more realistically, maybe only gets them to 6 grand a month. Okay. Now, the lower amount you want to position as is still pretty good. Okay. So let's say they're making it their job 4K a month right now. And then it only gets them to maybe 7K a month, you know? So again, we talked about minimizing and maximizing, right? We minimize it, and in their mind, they're gonna go, okay, that's still not bad. Now, we're not saying that you are gonna make that amount. No, I mean, typically, you know, for our students, they're doing this. So at that point, what people do is they start with this, start getting some money coming in, or they start with this and save up more money, and then they get into the XYZ high ticket coaching program that way to get more personalized coaching to get to that 10K a month. Do you feel like maybe there'll be a better start? So I learned this from Jeremy as well. It's a very specific way of framing it. Everything here is framed in a very particular way. So we talk about the herd mentality here, what a lot of people do is, okay? And then now, just so we're clear, okay, it's essentially what we're telling them is like, hey, do the drop sale. It's better than doing nothing. And use this to get into the high ticket. That's essentially what we're doing. Because if you don't frame it this way, oftentimes what you're going to get is, yeah, but I really want to do the coaching program. I don't want to do this. So now you get a value objection. When in reality, for them, it might be better for them to do the drop sale, better than nothing. So that's how you frame it. They'll be like, yes, there will be a better start. Or how so? Again, we're selling them again or having them sell themselves. They're going, yeah, because of XYZ. Okay, so for you to get started with the initial step and get to the initial 7K a month is 3K. Where do you want to go from here? And then boom, sale. And then you want to have an upsell process to upsell them into the high ticket, which we'll go over later if you do have a drop sell and upsell. Okay, we've gone over money objection. So what is next? If you've been paying attention, we know we go into the time objection, right? So let's go into the map. We go to time objection. Now, what is a time objection? So in a coaching type offer, they may go, well, I don't have the time. Or they may say, how much time will I need to set aside for that? Okay. Time objection is super simple. You help them realize that they in fact do have the time. Time objection is almost never genuine. There's always a solution around it. Okay. So let's say, yeah, but I don't know if I can do this because I don't have the time. Okay. So at that point, you can also isolate, no problem. If you had the time, would you do it? They say yes. Okay, cool. So you isolate that. And then you can go, okay, so how much time do you feel will be reasonable for you to get the skills so you can start a business at 10K a month? Okay, so insert in for whatever, okay? And they're gonna say, well, I don't know, maybe 20 hours a week. Okay, we're asking for 5 to 10 a week. Would that be completely ridiculous? They're like, well, no. So, okay, cool. So whatever they're gonna say, 20 hours, we're asking for 5 to 10, okay? So most people do 5 or 10. That's more than enough. Would that be totally ridiculous? So it's the Chris Voss concept of going for no. You know, would you be opposed? Would you be against? That kind of thing. So it's a variation of it. Would that be totally ridiculous? Because they're gonna, it's not totally ridiculous. So you get a better compliance on that. It's like, no, that's reasonable. Yeah, and are you willing to set aside 5 to 10 hours a week so that you can actually provide more for your family? They say yes. Cool. And then also we can do, okay, knowing that you feel like this could help you get to where I want to go, money works, you're willing to put in the time, where would you like to go from here? Again, closing all the other exits and then sale, or they may give you another objection. Now, if they say, no, I'm not willing to put in the time, that's another issue, right? So if they say no, then at that point you go, oh, hold on. So you're not willing to set aside an extra 5 to 10 hours a week. It's like 1 hour a day. So you don't have to stress about money ever again. what's going on, right? Again, and also if they say, if it's a biz op, like a specific example, right? If it's on a biz op example, and let's say, oh, I don't have the time because I'm working too much for my job. Or, and then also if you know that they don't have time because of their job, you can just simply go, why don't you have the time? Then they'll go, oh, because I'm working my job. Why are you at your job? Because I don't have a business. Why don't you have a business? I don't know how to. Why don't you know? I don't have the skills. So could it be that the real problem isn't the fact that you don't have the time, but the real problem is that you don't have the skills to actually start a business, so time doesn't become an issue for you ever again. They're like, oh. So that's called a reframe, another reframe, right? In the money objection, we could do something similar too for make money offers. So again, different ways of handling it, but time objection is very, very simple. You should be able to get through this in like 3 minutes, a lot of cases, okay? Now, if they give you a partner objection, let's go to partner, okay? Now, partner objection, there's mainly 2 types, right? There's spouse and there's business partner. Let's go through spouse first, okay? Now, spouse objection, a lot of times in B2C, it's not a genuine objection. A lot of times it's smokescreen or fear-based, okay? Now, but we do want to isolate the two, okay? So if they get, yeah, I got to talk to my wife, da-da-da. No worries. We can also go, if your partner said yes, it's like, hey, honey, do it. Would you do it? They're like, yes. Okay. And is your partner supportive of you making 10K a month? You can also say, how does your partner feel about you making 10K a month and being able to spend more time with your family? They're like, yeah, they'll feel good about it. So we're getting them to persuade themselves that, okay, this is a good idea. So they'll say yes. And then also we want to go into we want to consequence them. So what will they do if their partner says no? We want to know that to understand the decision-making process. Okay, because based on there's different angles we can handle the objection. Okay, but what happens if you go to your wife and she says no? What happens then? What are you gonna do then? So at that point, they're like, one of 3 different answers they could give you. They say, I'll still do it, I wouldn't do it, or I don't know. Okay. Now, if they say, I'll still do it, what we do is we just close it. We just bulldoze all the way. Okay. I'll still do it. Okay. Why? Well, because ultimately, it's my responsibility, yada, yada, yada. Again, we're asking why and the things that's going to benefit the sale, right? Why? Because da, 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 da. So at this point, logically, and how do you distinguish a logistical versus fear-based objection? I get that question quite often. So how do we distinguish is once it logically stops making sense, almost always is a more fear-based. As an example, they already said that they want to, this could be the answer. Okay, I need to do this. I have the money to do so. Even if my wife says no, I'll still do it. Then why should they need to go talk to their wife? Right? So logically, it stops making sense. At that point, what do? We just go all the way. So same thing, exiting the doors, right? Okay, so knowing that you feel like this could help you get to where I want to go, knowing that the money works, and knowing that whether your partner says yes or no or not, you still do it because ultimately it is your responsibility as the leader of the household. Where should we go from here? So again, closing all the other doors, they're like, oh shit. So at that point, they're going to say, let's do it. They're going to give you another fear. Then we go into fear objection. Okay. So that's one path. Now they may say, I don't know what she said. That's why I go talk to her. Now, a common mistake is people just take that at face value and just move on. No. We just like anything in the discovery, everything on the sales call, we need to tie things down. We do not let them get away with vague answers because once you do it, they're going to keep doing it. We're literally training them on repeating that behavior. And we want to train them on repeating positive behavior, not negative behavior. Okay. So they say, well, I don't know. That's why I got to go talk to her. Well, let's say we do a double tie down. Make it more specific. Okay. Let's say she says no. Let's say they say no. Would you still do it? Or you wouldn't do it because she said no. So we say it in this way. We put the emphasis on, I put they, if you don't know their gender, because today's crazy nowadays. You don't want to assume their gender, I guess. But yeah, I mean, so, you wouldn't do it because she said no. If you know it's a wife, right? She said no. You want to put the emphasis on the she because it makes they start to get the point that, okay, yeah, I mean, I guess it is my responsibility. It starts to emphasize that, right? So at that point, they'll say, I'll still do it or I wouldn't do it, okay? If they say I'll do it, we go back to the path that we just went down on. If they say I wouldn't do it, then we need to do a reframe at this point, right? So, okay. Okay, cool. So we go, if it's not clear, we can ask clarifying questions in this too. But after that, we want to do a common reframe. It's called the heavy is the head that wears a crown reframe. I learned from Matt, okay? So we go, okay, have you heard of the saying, heavy is the head that wears a crown? They're like, yes, no, doesn't matter. Okay, so it's a Shakespeare saying. So if you can imagine a king with a crown on him, weighing him down, a lot of people look at that as if the gold and the jewels is heavy. But in reality, it's not because of that. It's because of the burden of responsibility with becoming a leader. That is heavy. So whose responsibility is it to actually get outside of your comfort zone, invest in your own skills to make the business and provide more for your family? And they're going to be like, yeah, it's mine. Let's break down what we did here. Again, there's a reframe. It doesn't have to be this exact reframe. Do what fucking what works for you. But this is a standard one you can do, okay? Now, again, as a side note too with reframes in objection handling or whatever it may be, in the beginning, if you don't know what reframes do, you can just model after ones that are already proven to work at a certain point. Now, as you do that, you want to replicate that, do it to the T, and as you go along, you'll start to see, because everybody has different life experiences and different philosophies in life, that there's some things that you believe in that you could use that as a reframe, okay? Because a lot of times the reason why reframes don't land is because, well, number one, maybe your discovery wasn't that good. And number two is that you don't really know why you're saying what you're saying. You're just saying it because you saw it in an Instagram video or a YouTube video. I've done that too, to be fair, right? I just saw a reframe, I'm just saying it. And I was like, okay, I just say it, but it wouldn't work that well. But I would have different life experiences to the point where like, oh, I finally understand this reframe now. And I say it with more conviction and I understand why I'm doing it. Therefore, the same exact reframe, now all of us starts to work a lot better. So that's what, in objection handling, I always tell our students, say what you mean what you say. That goes for everything in the discovery. That goes for everything in your life in general as well, but especially in objection handling, okay? So going back to the responsibility thing. Now, the reason why we talk about responsibility is because when somebody gives a partner objection, what is that? It is a third party that is not there. And so it is convenience, right? Oh, it's not me, it's my wife. A lot of times it is them. But they can use their wife as a reason. Oh, they're just using it to buy time and not make the difficult decision that they need to make to get to their goal. So that's what we want to know in objection handling. What is the thing blocking them? That's what we talked about earlier in the principles. What is the thing blocking them and what do they need to do, okay? Because if we don't know what's blocking them, then we're just shooting in the dark. We don't know where we're going, right? So with the responsibility, then we know, okay, there's a lack of responsibility thing. Therefore, we got to help them take responsibility. And partner has a partner objection too, by the way. It doesn't have to be spouse, wife, or business partner. It could be like they could say, oh, I got to talk to my accountant. Oh, I got to talk to my CMO. Oh, I got to talk to my son, my dad. It could be those things. Again, third party that's not there. So put these into categories. Again, okay, cool. They say, yeah, it's my responsibility. All right, so knowing that it is your responsibility, is it really fair for you and your wife that you put that burden of responsibility into her? Because if she says no and you don't do it, it's essentially meaning that it's her decision, not yours. Right? So they're like, oh, shit, you got a point. Right? Now, if they say you're right, then you go, oh, brother, I didn't ask you if I'm right or wrong. I asked you, is that really fair? So again, don't let them get away with not answering the questions. They say, well, no, it's not. Okay, why not? Again, we're having them persuade themselves on why it's not fair. Oh yeah, because da-da-da-da-da. And then again, we loop back to the sale. Knowing that X and Y and Z, where should we go from here? Okay, at this point, they say, let's do it. You go into sale. They may give you more fear about this, okay? Now, you can isolate the fear if it's not clear. You can also go, yeah, what do you feel like your wife would be most apprehensive about? What do you feel like your wife would be the most concerned about? You can say that because what this giving is that we're giving them a chance to flush out the real concern. Because a lot of times they say, yeah, the money. It's not that the wife thinks the money is the issue, but they think the money is the issue. It's just we're giving them a chance to open up about that. And now we can go about the specific fear and overcome that too, okay? Now, another reframe you can do as well here is a bit of a controversial one that I don't know if I want to put this out publicly, but I'll do it anyway. If I die, I die, right? So a typical one I also did is a very direct way of doing it. Let's say I go through the Shakespeare one, and then after that, I say, hey, brother, can I be more direct with you man to man? They're like, yeah, sure. So, I mean, do you feel like your wife wants a man that comes back home and giving her more problems and asking her questions, hey, honey, what we should do? They're like, no. Like, are you okay with me saying that? They're like, oh, yeah, I'll come okay. And because the way I've structured my discovery is very, very direct, I've been challenging them the whole time, I can get away with this. But again, if you've been doing the discovery week and you try to do this and they're going to be like, what the fuck? They're going to get offended most likely, right? So like, Yeah, I mean, do you feel like she wants a man that just comes to her with more problems? Yeah, I mean, call me old school, but as men, we're supposed to solve problems and just lead, right? Instead of asking for permissions and asking for, hey, honey, what we should do. We just take lead. That's what we do, right? Isn't that what we do as men? They're like, well, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah. So knowing that, who do you feel like your wife wants? What kind of man do you feel like she wants regarding this? Yeah, I guess she wants a man that like solves the problem, yada, yada. Yeah, man, at the end of the day, women, they just want you to fucking take the lead. They want us to take the fucking lead. And at a certain point, we just go, instead of saying like, hey, should we do this? No, hey, honey, fucking trust me. This is what we're doing. Fucking trust me. And that's what it fucking takes, man. If you want to be the provider that you want to be the best for your family, if you want to be the leader of the household, isn't that what a leader does? They're like, yeah. So heavy leadership and responsibility frame. Again, with today's crazy world, it can be quite controversial, but I like to be direct with people. And I say it in a way, perceived intention is very important. We're going to go over this too. What is perceived intention? A lot of people say and think that, oh, intention is important. The intention is to help the prospect. We got to know that. Yes or no? Intention doesn't mean jack shit. What is really important is perceived intention. The prospect needs to be able to see that our intention is to help them. And our intention is to hold them to a higher standard because we want the best for them. If they cannot see that, doesn't fucking matter. So going back to the example of me getting a lot of prospects shutting down on me, right? My intention was to help them for sure, but they didn't see that. So I had to show that with my sub-communication, my tonality, my facial expression, my body language. If you pay attention to the way I just went through that reframe, I said, it's like, hey, brother, I mean, it's more of an accountability, tough love. Hey, I want you to do better. It's kind of that tone, right? So I manipulated the tonality. That way I get that point across for that. Okay, again, there's different things you can do in the partner objection, but that's the partner, okay? Now let's go through the business partner example too. Like let's say in a B2B context, in a B2B business partner, it could be logistical, okay? Now, if they say, hey, I gotta talk to my CMO, fuck that, you know? So it's like, hey brother, remind me your title of the company again? I'm the CEO, right? So you're the CEO, and can you just help me understand why I need to talk to your CMO? And unless it's for like, maybe they didn't talk to the CFO to get a budget approved, in that case, they wouldn't make sense, right? In that case, we don't want to assume. But if not, it's like, yeah, I just want to get my CMO's thoughts on, hey brother, as a CEO, what's your job to do? You're the leader of the business. You got to lead, right? So what do you feel like a leader does in a moment like this? So we're getting into identity frames there. Okay, so again, different angles you can do. So if they don't have to talk to other person in the business or in their life in general, B2C, B2B, then they don't have to, right? So again, it's very being direct with them, is holding them to a higher standard. Now, generally speaking, if they say, yeah, I gotta talk to my business partner. Okay, could you walk me through your company's decision-making process when implementing something like this? That's a typical B2B question you can ask. I learned from Jeremy. Again, I was selling in my last company, I was selling B2C and B2B. So at times there will need to be different stakeholders involved. Stakeholders meaning the different decision makers involved in the sales process as well. Okay. So in that case, we want to know, because what you don't want is having a follow-up call with a person that doesn't even need to fucking be there, right? Maybe the person you talk to could make the decision on their own, or it needs to be another person, but you talk to Jack in HR. You don't need to talk to Jack from HR. You need to talk from Susan from the finance department, as an example. Right? So, boom. After that, let's say other partner needs to be on board to make a decision. Another clarifying question you can ask is, yeah, so as an example, when you guys are making like the past decisions or investments you made in the business, did both of you need to be on board, or how did that work? That's another clarifying question you can ask as well. So again, if they both need to be on board as a necessary, not a smokescreen, then you just book the follow-up call. Okay, cool. In that case, here's what we can do in the next steps. We can have a chat with you, me, and Jack, your business partner, because the last thing we want is you trying to communicate him some things, but things getting lost in translation, right? So what we can do is have a chat. We can hear from his perspective. We can catch him up to speed. And if he has questions, which he inevitably will, I'm out here to answer instead of things getting lost in translation and doing back and forth. Would that help you guys? Yes, that would help. So you do that. And then after that, you can also go, yeah, how familiar is Jack with what we do here, by the way? They're like, oh, they're not familiar at all. Now, you'd want to know that, because if you don't, then let's say you do have the follow call, both of them show up. But if the business partner is like so cold, they have no idea what you guys do, then it's just going to be a more difficult sale. So what we want to do is have the business partner, the current one you talk to, sell the other business partner and have them send the content and nurture them in the meantime. As an example, so, okay, cool. So how about, and then you feel good about this, right? They're like, yeah, okay, cool. So how about you go to Jack and talk about some of the challenges that you guys have been having? Hey, with the lack of leads, we're dealing with this, lack of sales. And I think these guys will help because what they told me is yada, 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 okay? Don't go too nitty-gritty into the details like the price and stuff like that because they can get scared. And after that, how about also you send him, you know, the testimonial videos and the walkthrough videos we sent you? How about he goes through that as well before the call? That way he's not hopping on, having no idea what's going on. So we can make an effective time for all of us. Would that help as well? They're like, yes, okay, cool. When are you gonna do that? Oh, right after this. Great, okay? So that's how you structure it. Now, if the other partner does not have to be on board, then we go into the same responsibility frame, heavy as the head, the wears the crown, and all those things that we talked about. Okay, so that is the partner objection. At the point, again, you go into a sale, or maybe you get another fear, or maybe you get to think about objection. So let's talk about that. All right, think about an objection. First and foremost is think about it an objection. No, it's not, because we talk about objections are what? Objections are concerns. Is, hey, let me think about it. Is that a concern? What is their concern? We don't know, right? So it's called a smokescreen. And so the reason why a lot of closers have trouble overcoming think about it objections is because they don't know what they're going up against. They don't know what they're dealing with. It's almost like we turn down all the lights in the room. You go into a dark room and you don't know where to go. That's why it's difficult. It's called a smokescreen. So what do we need to do in that case? Knowing that to be true, then our job is what? Our job is to isolate and uncover the real concern. Not think about it. What is the real concern? So how do we do that? Okay. Yeah, I want to go think about it. Now, it doesn't have to be literally think about it. They may say, yeah, let me digest this. Let me sleep over this. Let me mull over this. Something along those lines. Something that's not clear. Okay. Then we simply go, yeah, it's not a problem. Again, we diffuse it. Okay. No worries. What was that you've been wanting to go over in your mind to see if I can help you? So you say that in a neutral, laid-back way. At that point, they'll tell you the real concern, like, hey, I've been burned before. I'm not sure if this will work. Yeah, I don't know if this will work for our industry, yada, yada, yada. But they could also give you a vague answer. They keep going like, yeah, I just like to think about things, da, 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 right? Yeah, no problem. I mean, between me and you know, just me and you in the room, what's really holding you back? And I'm on your team, but what's really holding you back? So again, I learned this from Uncle Jay. It's a good one. And then you slow down and use an empathetic tonality. The whole point of this is to help them open up. It's like, well, just between me and you, you know, man to man, or you can do, I don't know, whatever, right? Just between me and you, just me and you in the room. What's really holding you back? And I'm on your team, but what's really holding you back? So what are we doing here? We talked about perceived intention, right? So, okay, I mean, what's really holding me back? I'm on your team, but what's really holding you back? So both in our sub-communication, in our words, we're giving them a more safer space to open up. That's essentially what we're doing, okay? And at that point, they'll tell us the real concern, which is basically fear at this point, okay? So we talked about logistical, fear objection. Let's talk about the basic mantras that we already went over, but number one is conviction, okay? So when I say conviction, I don't just mean fucking screaming at them and the push-ups and stuff like that. Just like anything, our conviction needs to outweigh their conviction. So their conviction may be quite low in the fact that, oh, maybe this won't work. Or maybe their conviction is like, oh, I must take another day. Maybe that's their conviction. And our conviction and certainty must outweigh them. We just basically out-convict them, right? Out-certain them. I don't even know if this is English, right? So we out-conviction them, okay? Now, second thing. It's a mixture between having empathy and then also holding them to a higher standard, okay? So yes, we want to empathize on things, not sympathizing. Sympathizing is like, oh, that must be so bad. I feel so bad for you. Empathizing is if they say, yeah, I'm a bit scared. It's like, dude, I get it. That's empathizing, right? Why is that important? Because it helps them feel understood. And people usually follow the lead of somebody where they feel like they understand my situation, okay? It's empathizing, but we're not letting them buy into their own limitations. We're also holding them to a higher standard, okay? So as an example, I mean, I get that it's scary. It's supposed to be scary. But at the end of the day, if you don't get over that, then how is anything supposed to change? So very generic examples, okay, it's a mixture between empathy and also holding them to a higher standard, right? And third thing is not taking no for an answer. This alone, if you just do that, it'll get you very far, a lot further in sales, a lot further in life in general, okay? Obviously contextual, right? Don't be dumb. But don't take no for an answer, meaning that, oh, you know, I don't know, man, I'm just afraid. Don't take that as face value. No, help them overcome it. Just sit there until you have to go to your next call. Just sit there and just handle that. Just sit there. Okay, just help them overcome it. That's what we're doing. So that's the problem with today's closer industry, right? Because what the high-ticket closer industry has produced is a lot of princess closers. Because when you just go back and remember to the time where you became a high-ticket closer, how you got into the industry. A lot of times it's not because we wanted to become like a high-ticket closer, become a salesperson. Being a high-ticket closer is like a fancy name for just salesperson, right? Which is fine, sales professional. Now, for a lot of people, we get into the industry because we saw some YouTube video from a 20-year-old guru on YouTube saying that, hey, get into high-ticket closing, remote closing, sideways closing, upside-down closing, and you take a few calls on the beach in your pajamas, warm leads, ready to go, credit card on hand, and you make $20K a month within 90 days. That's not how fucking things work. That's not how this works. And so the problem with that is it has created an army of what I call princess closers. What are princess closers? Princess closers are closers that are just essentially being princesses. They're just sitting there, oh, like, I don't know, objection handle. Oh, you know, they're not a good fit. Oh, they don't have much money, end call. Oh, I don't follow up. What the fuck is that? That's not real sales. How is that real sales? You know, that's the real problem, because sales is marketed as some business opportunity, some business model. And sales is marketed as like, oh, it's easy, da 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 da. It might be easier compared to other things, but that doesn't mean as easy unless you already know how to fucking do it. But for a lot of people, we don't. So it's not your fault though, because that's just the message that you are marketed to. But I'm telling you right now, that's not real sales. And that's not realistic for a lot of people. It's a grind, but the outcome for a lot of people is worth it. Sales changed my fucking life. Not overnight, obviously, but over time, it changed my fucking life. And then the work we put in is worth it, okay? So just understand that it's not supposed to be easy, and a lot of people will quit, and that's why they are who they are. That's why they're fucking average, that's why they're mediocre, that's why we will be different. The whole point I'm trying to say that here is that don't be a fucking princess closer. Sit there, don't take no for an answer, help them overcome their own objection. Okay. And also embrace discomfort too. A lot of people fear discomfort and objection handling because, oh, what if I, offend the other person? What if the other person hangs up on me? Yada, yada, yada. So, I mean, they're going to hang up either way if you let them go. But if you actually sit there and try, at least you fucking tried. At least you can walk away saying that, you know what? At least I did that. Let me get better at that thing. You know what I mean? So that's the overall principles manifesto when it comes to fear objections. Let's get into the more brass tacks, tactical, okay? Now, the framework is that, okay, they give you a fear objection, and what we do is we talked about the reframe, right? So we reframe that, and then after the reframe, we loop back to the sale, okay? We ask for the order again. So this concept is, the first time I heard this is from Jordan Belfort with this looping technique. Now, a lot of things that Jordan talks about in today's day and age, yes, a bit outdated, but I do like this concept. I like this from Matt as well. So we loop back to the sale, and then either we go into a sale or they give us another objection. At that point, we do another reframe, and we increase the intensity. We increase the intensity of the reframe, maybe more urgency, maybe more emotions, maybe more directness, more assertiveness, and then we loop back to the sale again, and either it goes to sale, another objection, and we increase that, and we just repeat this until time runs out. Maybe you have to go to another call, or if you don't have another call, until you can fucking do it. I've sat on Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, literally on my bed for an hour, 3 hours. Even when I was sick, I've done objection handling for 1 hour, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. I've done those. Okay. And eventually they bought. Some don't, some do. So that's the name of sales, right? Okay. Fear objection. Now, we cannot go over all the specific fear because that'll take too long, and it's more nuanced. But we'll go over some specific examples, okay? And like I said, it's about the principles, not the exact word tracks and the tactics behind it. That's just the how, but we're going to see the why behind it. Now, if they said, I've been burned before, let's say you didn't pre-handle that early in the discovery, or maybe it still popped up, okay? I've been burned before. When I try something, it didn't work. I'm afraid of trying again, something like that, okay? Typical in the lead gen space, or maybe they tried a coaching program before, it didn't work out. Okay. Now, at this point, with any objection, if it's not clear, again, we clarify. We do not assume. Just like how, the knife salesperson example? Oh, what's behind that so I can understand it, right? And also, if it's not clear, if they just say like, oh, I've been burned before. Oh, what do you mean burnt? Okay, if they already clarified it, no need to clarify. But what do you mean burnt? Oh, I didn't get the results that I wanted, yada, yada, yada. Okay, let's go over like a done with you example, like a coaching, okay? And if let's say you haven't gone over here with other people getting results, you'd go through that. We already gone through the discovery pre-handling section, but let's just say we went over that, okay? So, other people getting results, but I'm afraid that, this will not work again. What if this doesn't work again? Then we go into the reframe. Hey, are you open to looking at that from a different perspective? You can say that, right? Now, if you already have a bit of quote unquote rapport with that person, you don't have to keep saying, are you open to this? Are you open to this? You don't have to keep saying that, right? But as an example, they'd be like, sure. Okay. Have you ever been in a relationship where you thought it would go great, but it quite didn't? They'll be like, well, yeah. And after that one didn't work out, the first one didn't, they just stopped meeting new people altogether forever. They're like, well, no. Why though? Why not just stay alone for the rest of your life? Well, because there are still good people out there. Right. So just like how there are good people out there, there's not so good people. Could it be possible that there are also programs out there that could also help you get to where you wanted to go? Or is it the fact that nothing ever works and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it? Like, no, I'm sure there's something that works. Right. So just because it didn't work out the way you wanted doesn't mean you got quote unquote burned. Because when you say you got burned, now you're saying that you're just a victim. There's nothing you can do about it. When in reality, there's always something we can do about it. We keep going. Because what's the alternative, man? Keep just banging your head against the wall? Keep feeling stressed about paycheck to paycheck forever? They're like, well, no, I don't want that. Right. So how do you feel like your perspective on it needs to change? That way you don't have to just keep being stressed out, stuck in that job. They're like, well, I need to keep going. Right. So before we go any further, are you actually willing to get outside of your comfort and take more ownership for your own success and just keep going? They're like, well, yes. Well, why though? Well, because if I don't, then nothing will change. Well, what if you keep saying that you got burned and you don't keep trying? You can consequence them as well. Well, then I'll just keep da-da-da-da-da. Right. So ultimately, man, what do you feel like you need to do to put yourself in the best position to actually get to your goal? Pause. Let's go over that and let's break that down, okay? With that, why we did that? So first, we clarified the objection. And then if we go back here in the fear section, okay, we said, okay, cool. Objection, reframe, loop back to sale. The reframe is the relationship analogy that we did. Okay, so you know how, hey, have you been in a relationship before? Ultimately, the message we're trying to convey is like, hey, dude, what's the fucking alternative? You have to keep trying. That's ultimately what we're saying here. Now, you could directly say that, but also we're using an analogy that could instantly relate with and visualize to get the point across, okay? And then we're getting them buying and it's like, oh yeah, you mean you're right, I need to keep going. This ultimate thing, because it is the truth, because what else are they gonna do? Just keep doing the same thing, just keep feeling stressed out, keeping stuck in the same problem, which is also very important that we need to do a good discovery, build a good pain, build a good gap, good desire, good consequence. Because if your reframes are not landing that well, then again, there's different reasons for that. One of them is because, like I said, is the discovery wasn't that good, okay? So, and again, we need to understand why we're doing what we're doing. I want to keep emphasizing that. So we're helping them see is like, oh yeah, I need to keep going. And also we're consequencing them as well. Well, what happens if you don't, man? What happens if you just keep letting that fear hold you back? Also, another thing you can say as well. Yeah, man, if you don't do anything now, you're essentially letting that experience burn you twice. The first time when it didn't work, and now, whereas letting it hold you back from living the life that you want. Are you gonna let that one shitty experience hold you back from the life that you want for you and your family? Okay, so I got that from Hermosi, something along those lines. I just modified it. So that is one way of going about it. That's the I've been burned before fear. Let's go over, I think I could figure it out on my own, AKA known as the DIY, I'll do it myself objection, okay? Now, with this, we got to understand the anatomy of this objection and the reason behind it. Now, what we need to do here, I think I could figure it out on my own. What they're lacking is doubts and a gap. Let's break it down. So Taylor Walsh talks about the buying pocket. What the buying pocket is essentially, if we imagine, there's two scales of the prospects on the sales calls, okay? So one end is that they have so much confidence and they have so much ego that they think that they could figure the solution out on their own. So they're not going to buy because they feel like they could do it on their own, right? On the other end, they're so unconfident that even if we give them the help, they don't believe that they can get the result. And therefore, they're not going to buy either. They're like, oh, what's the whole point? What we want them to get them to is in the middle. And if we can get them to in the middle, on the sweet spot, then we can actually help that person move forward. Now, if somebody said, I think I can figure out on my own, where do you believe that this person is on the buying scale? It's probably on this side, right? Where they think they have too much confidence, so they're not going to buy, right? So what do we need to do? With this person, we need to scale it down to the sweet spot, right? So we're going to see more doubt and more of a gap. So let's go over how. Again, okay, cool. So we go into, this is one reframe you can do, okay? So this typically, I do money versus time, which is, okay, maybe you could. What do you value more, money or time? And they may say, a lot of times, most of the time, they're going to say time. And you go, why time? Well, because once it's gone forever. I can never get it back, right? And at that point, you go, right, so if it's gone, once it's gone forever, how much more of it are you willing to waste? Well, not so much. I mean, you don't have to. You can just go out there rainbow and just go out there, hope and pray that everything works. You got time, right? They're like, well, no. Well, can I also offer a perspective on that? They're like, sure. So have you ever considered that way of thinking or just keep trying to do everything on your own has caused you to be in the position you're in now, where you're still stuck at your job 6 months after, feeling stressed out? They're like, oh, I guess so. What if you feel like you maybe lost because of that? What if you feel like that has maybe costed you that way of thinking? Oh, da. So similar section as the pre-healing section, right? So we help them realize that way of thinking equals the problem they have now, right? So at that point, you can say, so how do you feel you could get over that way of thinking? How do you feel like you're going to overcome that way of thinking? That way you don't keep feeling stressed out. Your business keeps being stagnant, feeling anxious. Or what do you feel like you need to change within yourself? They're going to say, da. Yeah, I mean, we both know you need to, but are you willing to? Or how committed are you? They're like, oh, yeah, because da. Okay, why though? Well, because this. Okay. I mean, what happens if you don't? You can also consequence them. What happens if you don't? What happens if you keep trying to figure everything on your own? It's like, oh, I'll keep being stuck. So what do you feel like you need to do to put yourself in the best position to get to your goal? Again, we're looping back to sale. Now, the first loop, we keep the loop, the outcome quite broad. So say, yeah, so what do you feel like you need to do to put yourself in the best position to get to your goal? So we say goal on purpose, because what we're going to do later down the line, we're going to make it more pointy, more narrow, and more urgent. So the second loop, maybe you go, yeah, so what do you feel like you need to do to put yourself in the best position to actually get out of your job and make 10K a month? And then the next one, you go, yeah, so ultimately, what needs to happen from you, man? That way you can be that provider, giving the best for your family instead of just missing out on that time. So again, reword it. Don't just say, what do you feel like you need to do to put yourself in the best position, yada, yada. And the whole point of that, what do you feel like you need to do to put yourself in the best position? We talked about closing doors, right? So it may sound like, it may be a bit scary to ask it that way. Also, you can go after the looping back question, you can also go, so where should we go from here? Okay, cool. So what's next? You can simply say that too, right? Again, the more skilled you become, the more broad your questions can be. And so you might get a bit scared and intimidated. Oh, like what if I say that it's too broad, they don't really get it? We talked about closing doors, right? If we close all the other doors, if you structured it correctly, effectively, then they'll say, okay, let's do it. What if this doesn't work? So let's categorize this objection. What is this? Well, it's fear of failure, right? Hey, what if this doesn't work? So they're fearing the failure. Great. So it may not be these exact words, but again, we want to put objections in different buckets. That way we can actually help them overcome that, right? So at this point, this is a go-to reframe I usually do. It's called an Olympic runner. Okay, so it goes like this. And they say, yeah, what if this doesn't work? Yeah, of course. I mean, it's scary, right? They're like, yeah. So again, empathizing, and we want to normalize fear. Okay, we don't want to say, dude, it's not scary. The more you do that, they're going to be like, but it is scary. They're going to fight back. This is how psychology works, right? So we want to normalize it, help them feel more at ease. And we can go, yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, is that we don't know if it'll work or not. Let's say you've been training for the Olympics since you're 4 years old. You get to the track, you get the best coaches, you run every day, and you get to the Olympics, you look to your left, and it's Usain fucking Bolt. You will lose. You will fail. So what do most people do at this point? They don't even try. because they go, yeah, what if this doesn't work? So where are they now, those people? Oh, they're stuck in the same situation, regretting and being mediocre. Do you want to be like those people? They're like, well, no. Why not? Well, because da 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 da. Yeah, so that other person, they may have lost to Usain Bolt, but they won a silver medal, and they've given everything they got to put themselves in the best position to win. They actually tried. And for that, that person is fucking awesome because they went for it. They don't have a regret. So ultimately, who'd you rather be, man? Would you rather be that person just not even trying because they're afraid of failing, or that person that at least gave it a shot to put themselves in a better position? They'll be like, oh, I guess I want to be the person that's actually trying. Well, why though? It's hard, man. It comes with sacrifices. It comes with getting outside your comfort zone. They're like, oh yeah, da 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 da. Because what happens if you don't? What happens if you be like the other people that didn't even give it a shot because they're afraid of failing? Or then, I'll still have those same problem, da 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 da. Right. So the person that at least got in a better position, the person that won, what would he do in a moment like this? And they're like, oh, I guess they'll do it. So what should you do right now? I need to do it. Let's break it down, okay? So the whole point of this, the message we're trying to convey is that, dude, it's okay if you fail. You at least fucking tried. And it's better than not doing anything at all. And again, you could directly say that, but we're just, again, using an analogy as an example to do this, right? But you could directly say it, okay? So that's essentially what we're trying to do. And we're putting an identity frame, right? So, okay, person number one, person number two, who'd you rather be? Loser, winner. Do you want to be the loser? No, why not? Winner. I want to be the winner, right? You could also say, yeah, I mean, that person, that winner, what would he tell you in a moment like this? And they may say, well, they would say I should do it. Why would they say that? Well, because da da da. So you see what we're doing there? What we're doing is we're having them overcome their own objection. You're sitting back and you're asking them, yeah, what would they do in a moment like this? What would they tell you? It's like, oh, they'll do this, da 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 da. They'll tell me to do this, then they'll tell me to just get off the fence. So they're overcoming their own objection. That's what we want. Instead of us just trying to convince them, like there's one way of doing it, but more effective way is having them overcome their own objection. We simply sit back, we the question askers, right? We ask the questions, they overcome their own objections, and then they take action on their goal, and then they buy. So objection handling, just like most things, it's one of those things where it's a bit nuanced, right? You don't know if you're doing it well or not, because sometimes you put on too much pressure. Sometimes you're being too weak in the objection handling. As an example, some of our students inside of the Real Sales System program, Billy says, okay, my first ever sale after an objection, after giving them feedback. Liam, partner objection overcame. Had a call today. He was very certain about talking to his wife before doing this. I went down the track of Brian's partner objection handling and it worked like a treat. Got him approved for $3K down from a firm. He'll piff in 30 days. The student says, close. Usain Bolt closed me the deal, bro. Killer reframe. Adam says, handle the time objection. Use the time objection framework and it worked beautifully. Made the prospect literally overcome his own objection on the spot. Let's go. So if you want us to help you, train you, hold you accountable, that way you can execute these properly and effectively so you can close more deals, then just go to the first link in the description box below. You can see if you'll be eligible for Real Sales System and help you scale to that 10K, 20K plus per month for commissions. Next lesson is probably the most boring thing in high ticket closing sales that almost no closer does in the industry. Almost nobody talks about it. But if I hadn't done it, I would have lost out on at least 114K a year in commissions. Let's get to it. Lesson 4, activity and process. How do you close deals during your no-shows using processes, data, and pipeline? I know you're already falling asleep, and most people will fall off sleep here, which is why most people will stay average. Now, there's a saying, it's an interesting one that I heard, somebody saying that only, quote, shitty sales reps do follow-ups. That's an interesting one. Now, let me ask you a question. If you are the business owner, who's you rather hire and who's you rather keep? The closer that is just only taking inbound calls and just jacking off during the no-show time, or the closer that's actually, whenever they get a no-show, they're actually going to the pipeline, calling leads and actually closing deals? Who would you want on your team? I mean, it's pretty fucking obvious, right? And so when I was full-time closing as well, that 1 year, when I was making $228,000 in commissions per year and being the second highest producer at 7th level, a team of all-star closers, literally the best closers in the industry, where closers that are making 40, 50K a month in commissions, they came to 7th level and they struggle to make 10K a month, right? So with that, you had to be very, very good, but not only very, very good, but very, you had to have a good process. You had to learn how to use data. Well, that's what I did at least. And so the closers that did not, they struggle to make quite a bit of money, right? And not just that offer, but most other offers as well. But it's just logical sense, right? I mean, if you, instead of whenever you get a no-show, instead of jacking off watching YouTube or just doing random role plays with random people, imagine if you dialed leads. Number one, you had a good process for it. And then you're actually able to close deals from a pipeline. How much more money would that make you? Right? Now, income disclaimer, we put that. But for me, that was worth $114,000 in commissions per year. Okay? About half of my commissions came from that. Okay? So that's what we're going to go over. It's very, very boring, but we're going to go over the process that makes sales real sales. And so this is how you can beat people that are more talented than you. This is how you can beat people, closers, that have more sales experience than you do. Because when I was at 7th level, I had the least sales experience on the team. But I was able to outsell pretty much everybody there because this was a big part of it. So let's first go through this no-show SOP, because we need an SOP, standard operating procedure. Because typically what happens is that, okay, cool, hey, Brian, I see your content. Because what some people say is that, hey, Brian, I've been seeing your content, but I just don't know what to do during my no-show. I don't know what to do. I get overwhelmed. There's different leads I can call. What do I do? Okay. So number one, props to you for not being a princess closer. That's very important. Most people are princess closers. But yeah, you do want to have an SOP and different smart fee setup. So let's go over that. Let's first go over the SOP, okay? So what is for whenever you have empty space in your calendar, get a no-show, if you just watch YouTube videos or do nothing, you are literally burning time and money, like we went over. Because if you're going to sit 8 hours, 10 hours a day, whatever you spend on your desk anyway, why would you not close deals during that meantime? You know, so whenever I ask people, hey, what do you do during a no-show? And so whenever I hear that, most people say, oh, you know, I just watch YouTube videos, I do role plays, I go on a walk, I go on a massage. That is great if you're okay with the commissions you're making. If you're 100% satisfied with the commissions you're making, fantastic. Some people genuinely are, and nothing wrong about that. But if you want to make more, I mean, is it really shocking that you're not making more if you're doing these things? You know, and again, it's not your fault, because when you first got into the industry, people keep saying like, hey, only, you know, follow-ups is bullshit, or, you know, sales is easy. Maybe you got that, so maybe it not be your fault, but it's still your what? It is still your responsibility to fix it, right? Or you may not know how to do it. So let's go over some of the house, okay? So, because the thing with that is, okay, so with the role plays and watching the YouTube videos, those things are fantastic, but how many of those things actually makes you money? It doesn't, right? And you may say, oh, you know, I can role play, get better. Yeah, but you can do that outside of your selling hours. You can always do that, right? So whenever I tell our students, I mean, for our coaching calls, that'll be like the pretty much only exception, because you kind of have to attend that to actually get the feedback. But other than that, watching pre-recorded videos, you can do it outside of your selling hours, okay? So going back to this, okay? So if you want, choose to do that. And then if you're generally happy with that, okay, again, that's generally fine. But if you want to make more money the same amount of time, the same amount of hours you've allocated to working anyway, then you go hunt for sales. That's what closers do, okay? So let's go over this. This is basically a pie chart of my sales distribution. So about 51.4% of my sales came from one-call closes, 32 came from follow-ups, and about 16% came from upsells, okay? So I had this on my data tracker. So when do you use the SOP? So whenever you get a no-show or empty space in your calendar, you may not know, okay, what do I do at this point? You may feel lost, which again, takes quite a bit of time. You're wasting time and you're going through decision fatigue, where you're just tired because you don't know what to do. Okay. Number one, obviously the procedure is that get the lead that's booked right now to show up. It's crazy that a lot of people don't even do this. Let's say they hop on Zoom, they're waiting there, and then the lead doesn't show up. They don't do anything. They're just twiddling their thumbs. So what do? Well, obviously, we want to call them. You call them, doesn't answer. Call them again, because sometimes it goes through on the second time. Then if they answer, it's like, hey, Jag, it's just Brian from XYZ company. Yeah, I'm on Zoom. Do you have the link? So you simply go like that. They may go, oh, shit, I didn't know it was on Zoom. Or, oh, no, I don't have the link. Can you send it to me? Boom, done. If not, you text on Zoom. Okay, hey, I'm on Zoom waiting for you to join. Do you have the link? As well, you want to send them an email, okay? So email subject line can be our meeting. I like to not capitalize the first line. Okay, so it kind of pops up on their inbox. And I say, Jack, I'm on Zoom waiting for you to join, but don't see you in the waiting room. Here's a link again in case you missed it. Zoom link. I'll be here for another 5 minutes before moving on to my next appointment. Your first name. Okay, so you want to do that. The reason why is because sometimes they check their text, sometimes they check their email, sometimes they check whatever, right? If you have their Facebook and Instagram, I'll just text them everywhere because you're supposed to show up, right? Now, during this, so I have a 10-minute rule, meaning that if they don't give me a heads up and within 10 minutes they don't show up, I'll move on to the next lead. Now, again, I'm not just sitting there, but during those 10 minutes, you can text leads in the meantime, right? You can do text follow-up, email follow-up, something like that. Okay, or if you know if it's going to be very quick, then you can do like a quick phone call. Now, if they don't show up 10 minutes after the scheduled time, then you won't have a communication with the SDR unless you guys have some sort of automation built out in the company. But if not, then you want a communication with the SDR. The SDR that booked the call on your calendar, then you simply go, Jack Smith, lead full name, no show. Could you rebook onto my calendar? Okay, so you want to have this communication going. That way, your SDR rebooks onto your calendar. If not, you set a task for yourself in the CRM, a reminder, so you rebook. Okay. Second is go hunt. If that lead does not show up, that's supposed to show up right now, then you simply go out and hunt, right? So, okay, cool. So number one is you can actually go into your hot list before we do any of that, okay? So what is a hot list? So hot list is a list of people where they're pretty much ready to go. As an example, maybe you talk to a lead the day before and they say, hey, listen, I really want to do this. My Amex comes in tomorrow. I need that. I really want to do this, but that's the only thing. Okay. If that's the case, then you can just call that person and get them in, right? You can do that. Or if you have another person where you know they had the money, but they were just on the fence, you ran out of time to objection handle because you had to go to your next call. And if you had just maybe 5 or 10 more minutes, you could have helped that person move forward. Then you go to those people, okay? Now, there's not a ton of those people, but we also what we want to do is how we prioritize leads, okay? Lead prioritization comes from who is the closest to buying right now and who has the highest commission value. That's essentially what it is, okay? Because imagine American football, okay? There's the end zone, right? We start with the people that are closest to end zone and we work our way backwards, okay? So if you have those hot lists, call them up, okay? You can put people into like a smart fees as well, which is simply a lead list. Okay, cool. So you do that. And after that, what you can do is you can bring sales calls that are booked following days or later, same day to now. Okay, so this is the dummy calendar. Let's say today's Monday, okay? Let's say we're here right now. This person didn't show up. What we can do, if a call is booked the next day, we can actually call this person, okay? So let's say this person's name is Oliver Henderson, right? So we call them up. It's like, let's say if they answer, right? Hey, Oliver, this is Brian from XYZ Company. How you doing? They're like, yeah, doing good. Hey, I know you booked a call for tomorrow. My previous appointment just wrapped up early. You just want to talk now? And so if they say yes, okay, cool. Yeah, just give me like 2 minutes. Okay, no worries. Do you have the Zoom link or could you send it to me? Okay, cool. You send the Zoom link. As they hop on, what you do is you move this calendar event over to right now. That way, this spot, number one, gets freed up. So another lead can get booked in. And what's happening right now is you just spawned the sales call out of thin air almost, right? You would have talked to no lead right here, but you're talking to a lead. You at least have an at-bats. Do you see that? So you have a possibility of making 0 sales here. Now you have a possibility of making 1 sale here because you did that. You know what I mean? So that's how you wheel and deal your calendar. That's how you do calendar management. And so what we want to do is we want to start, let's say a lead is booked maybe Thursday. Start with the one that's furthest booked out and then bring them to now ideally. Because the reason why is because if the furthest booked they are, then the more likely they're going to no-show and their buying temperature goes down. You see, because the more days went by, obviously the sooner we talk to them, as long as they're nurtured better, then the highest probability of actually closing that deal, right? So that's how we do that. Now, if they don't answer, or if they say, no, I can't talk, oh, no worries, just we'll chat then. By the way, we're able to, how much of the videos I've seen you have you gone through? So you can do a homework test as well as how much testimonial videos and videos they've gone over as well, which we'll go over as later as well, in terms of lead nurturing, which is another skill set within of itself. So that's what you want to do. And then now you're able to, that's how you increase your slot utilization, okay? So there's a difference between show up rate and slot utilization rate, okay? So show up rate is, let's say as an example, you have 8 hours a day allocated to take sales calls, okay? You have 8 hours a day. And let's say you have 4 calls booked today and all of them showed up. Now the show up rate is 100%. However, your slot utilization is 50%. So slot utilization is like, okay, how much of the slots have you filled? Okay. So when I was at Sales Sniper, Anthony Vazzari, who is a chief sales officer there and who is currently, I believe, the VP of revenue at 7th level. I could be wrong. But what he told me was, look at it like the airline companies, they have to fill the seats. They have to sell all their seats on the airplane. Because if the airplane takes off without filling all their seats, they're literally burning and losing money. And that's literally what's happening here, because calendar space is how we make money. So if we don't fill that, meaning fill as in they don't show up, if we don't have a lead to talk to back then, we're literally burning money. Okay? I think Grant Cardone said this too. Grant Cardone said, white space is an insult to your family, something like that. I agree, as a salesperson. So you want to make sure you do that. Okay, that's the first thing and foremost. Next is, now this is where it becomes it needs to be a more tailored depending on your specific situation, your specific offer. Because at that point, you want to go into mainly your go-to lead list, your smart views. Okay, so what I mean by that is, if you have upsells in your offer and the upsells are really good cash generator for you, then yeah, go right into the upsells. That was my go-to list, going to people that already bought something from the company, whether it be low ticket or mid ticket or whatever it may be. And I would call them up, build a relationship with them, and upsell them. Now, the specific processes and specific scripting and things like that, we can go over that later. But just so you know what you can kind of prioritize, right? So expiring clients that are already going through the program, maybe it's a 90-day program, they're about 70 days in, they're about to expire, then I would call them up because they know it's about to end and they're gonna do like, all right, what are they gonna do then, right? So then, and also expired clients, meaning that they already finished their 90 days, but I can call them up and re-engage them, reactivate them, and then potentially offer a renewal or an upsell at that point, okay? And also, while in the meantime, while I'm doing that, I'm generating referrals as well, which you also wanna be doing, okay? Now, you can also follow up with your no sales. We talked about the hot list. Maybe there's some other ones that are maybe not as hot, but you can still talk to my objection handle, call them up and nurture them, address some more concerns, warm them up a little bit more, and then actually close them, right? And also, if your calendar is light, let's say you look at your calendar as based on my current rate, I'm gonna have an empty calendar, then you can also outbound people, right? If you have a low ticket buyer, like I said, send the low ticket buyer to upsell, okay? The high ticket. And also, if you gotta have a Facebook group in your business, Facebook group of some sort of community like free school, Discord, and stuff like that, it's also good to book them in for a call and then actually get them on a sales call. Because typically, leads from a Facebook group, they're more nurtured as long as the business is doing a half decent job at it in terms of posting content. Because in groups, it's like a crock pot. People get warmed up more. So that's a good one. You're talking to more nurtured people, which makes your job a bit easier. And also, you can call no-shows, right? People that have no-showed, sell them on the spot. If they answer, instead of booking them for another call, as long as you have the time, when they answer, you can just take them all the way to the sales call, okay? And then also, you can cherry pick other reps' leads that haven't been contacting for 30 plus days. You can also contact leads of old reps that left the company. You can also do an email blast to those people to cherry pick the sales. There's different things you can do. But again, is identify which leads are the closest to the end zone for my specific offer, and build out the smart views and the lead list, right? At least do this, write this down, and then later on in the smart view training, I don't know if you're going to do that actually. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's quite a bit of a thing. But yeah, so at least have that, and then whenever you get a no-show, at least you're talking to these people, okay? And the specifics of each lead list, how to talk to them, how to going about opening the conversation, we'll go over this right now. Okay, let's go over outbound, which is typically a low-hanging fruit for a lot of closers. So what is outbound? What you're doing is literally outbound calling people that requested information. Maybe they opted into a VSL, maybe they go into the type form, they fill out the application, but they didn't book the call. These are typically low-hanging fruits, meaning that it's quite easier for us to actually take that action on that and get a pretty decent sized return on it. Now, a lot of people say like, oh, but I'm an inbound closer. Bro, you're a fucking princess, okay? So whenever I say princess closer, I live here in Dubai, right? And there's a lot of what we call princesses here because there's a lot of girls that come to Dubai for only one reason, for the lifestyle. Because Dubai, there's a lot of rich, wealthy people, and the girls that come here, obviously they want to get driven around in Rolls Royce, Lamborghini, and then they want to get their caviar dinner and all that kind of stuff, right? Which is fine, right? But their whole mentality is, not all girls, because there's a lot of amazing girls out here, but with those types of girls, their whole mentality is, oh, I don't do anything, you pick me up, I don't cook for you, but you have to pay for my apartment, yada, 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 right? That is their whole mentality. And princess closers are no different. Princess closers, they're simply clock punchers. They go, oh yeah, I mean, like you fill up my leads, you give me all the leads, I don't do anything, I just sit there. If they don't have the money, I disqualify them, I end the call early, I don't objection handle, I don't follow up. What the fuck is that? You know, I was talking to recently a few 8-figure a year business owners, and I was talking to one business owner in particular that was saying to me that, yeah, I mean, I had to fire so many closers that came from this one program because they have no physical ability to do any decent amount of hard work. They can't be fucked confirming their calls. They can't be found follow them up. They don't really outbound at all. They don't really try hard in objection handling. They disqualify leads for no reason. I had to fire so many of those people. Another 8 figures a year business owner that I talked to, great business owner, great track record, one of the go-tos in the space. He and I were talking on the phone, and he said, yeah, I mean, I think it's great, Brian, that you guys teach outbound and follow-ups and stuff like that, because usually the first sales reps that I fire are the ones that don't do outbound and follow-ups. So it's a scary place. We got to realize more and more salespeople and closers are coming into the marketplace. And selling is only going to be more difficult. We got to realize that, because what's happening in the market is that the markets are becoming more and more sophisticated. Okay, what that means is that simply they've tried different solutions before and they're being marketed to quite a bit, right? Imagine, I mean, just whenever you're scrolling through your phone on Instagram, on YouTube or Facebook, how many ads do you get as you go about your day? Quite a bit, right? So these consumers, these prospects at this point, they've gone through different programs. Maybe the fulfillment was shit. They're a bit jaded. Maybe they've been a little bit burned, and they got all these different marketing messages being called by these salespeople. If you're not that good, or if you don't have these processes in place, then guess what? Well, congratulations. Good luck. Have fun being left behind. Have fun, but it's good because those people is what makes people like you and me actually make more money and actually stand out and blow past them. So that's the good news as well. The standard in this industry is so low. The standard in this industry nowadays is so fucking low. It is sad. It is depressing. It is so sad that if you try a little bit harder than most people, you can beat most people. That's exactly what I did. Okay. And that's what we do with our top students as well, helping them become top closers on their offer. That being said, let's go into the outbound. Okay. The whole point of the outbound, again, is to fill up your calendar, give yourself more at-bats, because a lot of times, if you look at your data, we'll go into the data section as well and how to track your data and how to use the data for. A lot of times, the biggest problem that closers have is that oftentimes the objection handling or even the pre-handling, those things help for sure. But a lot of times what I see is that they're just not talking to enough people. They're not talking to enough leads. Their slot utilization is quite low. So let's say we have a normal working week, right? So let's say you work 40 hours a week, not even 50, not even 60, 40, very normal. Go back to a calendar and calculate how many sales calls showed up last week or on a weekly basis on average. And because I look at data for quite a bit of closers when people first come to us, it's usually they're talking to maybe 15 leads a week. Right? 15 sales calls showed per week, maybe 20, 25 if we're really getting out of hand. And what that means is that slot utilization is 50% or lower. So what about the other 20, 30 hours a week where the prospect is not showing up? What are you doing at that point? So we want to make sure that we fill up the calendar, we're talking to leads, and also we're getting the people to show up, right? We're having a process for that. So that's why it's called activity and process. So let's go over the outbound process, okay? So the outbound, again, you want to have a smart view, okay? If you don't have a smart view, you want to be able to know how to do it, just like how soldiers know how to use their guns, right? So same thing as a closer, you do want to know how to set up different smart fees and stuff like that. Maybe we'll go over it if we have time. But again, if we don't, at least ask your tech team, hey, could you set up smart fees for me for opt-in, people that opted into something but didn't book a call, so on and so forth, okay? Or learn how to do it, okay? Now, if you don't, just manually call them. It's better than nothing, right? So with the outbound, essentially what we're trying to do is we go over the first 3 sections of the decision tree, which is tangible outcome, current situation, problem, and maybe quick qualification if needed, all for the call. That's pretty much it. That's essentially what we're doing. So it's the first 3 sections of the decision tree. Okay, so first we open. Now the whole point of the opening is literally to get a response. That's really it. It's not, our job isn't to sell them, our job is to whatever, right? Now, on the outbound, Now, again, but before we get into that, there's two different ways we can conduct an outbound. Outbounds, if you and them have the time, then you can just conduct a sales call all the way to the end. You don't have to book the second call unless the lead is so cold, right? You can just take them all the way through problem, solution, what they tried before, desired situation, consequence, pitch, objection handle, close. You can do that all in the same call. And you may be going like, can I do that? And I'm telling you, you can. I didn't know it was possible either until I saw other people do it, such as my mentors like Matt and other people like that. And I myself have done it, right? It's just that in the high ticket industry, this is a crazy concept. But if you look at any other traditional sales space, this is how they do it. It's a normal thing, right? So outbound, like all they do is outbound, right? That's how what sales professionals do. Now, if you or them don't have the time, then yeah, you can do a quick 10-minute outbound and then book them in for a call either the same day or the next day. Okay. But again, let's go over it. Okay. Open. Hey, Jack. They'd be like, hello. Hey, Jack, it's just Brian from XYZ company. How you doing? So let's break it down. In the open, we don't want to go, hey, is this Jack? Because what is a signal? Oh, what is this? This person trying to sell me something? It instantly does that, right? Why? Because words in the sub-communication, the words like, hey, is this Jack? So, okay, you clearly don't know me. And then, hey, is this Jack? As if like you're trying to ask, is this Jack, right? But when we call our best friend, do we say that? Hey, is this Jack? No, we go, hey, dude. We do that. Or we go, hey, Jack, how you doing? We simply go like that with people that are familiar. So we want to go with a familiar tone, which I also learned from Jeremy. Okay. So we go, hey, Jack. He's like, oh, yeah. Hey, Jack, it's just Brian from XYZ company. How you doing, man? So again, familiar tone as if you already know them. Assume familiarity. Okay. There are times to not assume in sales and there are times to assume in sales. So, okay, cool. They'll be like, yeah, okay. So what that does is it buys you more time. If you're getting a lot of hang-ups in the first few seconds, a lot of times it's your tone, okay? Because they picked up the phone for a reason, right? If they really didn't have the time, would they really pick up? You know what I mean? So they'd be like, oh, yeah, doing good. How are you doing? Oh, just being Asian. Again, especially in outbound, it's more important to disarm people. Okay, I'll just hanging out. But hey, it looks like you requested some information about possibly making more money from trading. Have you already found what you're looking for, or are you still looking? They're like, oh yeah, I'm still looking. If it's a recent one, I would go, hey, have you found what you're looking for, or are you still looking? And we put the emphasis on the found and upward inflection. Have you found what you're looking for, or are you still looking? It makes it sound more conversation instead of just going like, yeah, have you found what you're looking for, or are you still looking? Now, if it's a more older lead, or if I'm calling a no sale, then I'm going to go, yeah, have you decided against that, or what ended up happening? Yeah, have you decided against learning how to make more money from trading, or what ended up happening? From a curious, confused tone. Okay. Oh, no, I'm still looking. Okay. After that, again, we go into the outcome. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I just had a few minutes to get back to you in between appointments, man. But yeah, do you know what you're looking for when it comes to what you want out of a business? Do you know what kind of outcome you're looking for when it comes to what you want out of a business? Okay, that's one way you can do it. Now, again, with the disarming thing too, another way you can do is, yeah, good just hanging out, brother. Yeah, I saw that you filled out a form to possibly get some help making more money from trading, but you didn't book a call. Did you win the lottery or something, or what ended up happening? Right, that's another way you can do it. Did you win the lottery or something? You decided against it? What happened? So again, that's a way to disarm those people, right? So they're just saying, make them laugh, make them breakfast. What that essentially means, that's what Matt told me. But make them laugh, just like in a dating context, you make them laugh, ha, 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 right? Girls laugh, and then you can bypass a lot of things, right? And the next thing you know, you're reading the Holy Bible together. Anyways, so, and it comes to sales too, is if you can make them laugh, you can disarm them. They're more likely to stay on the phone for quite a bit. So they may have the guard off for a little bit, but they're like, okay, this guy's kind of fun. Let me just keep talking to them, right? So you want to be the, not to sound cheesy, but you want to be the cool guy. It's like, oh, this guy's kind of cool to talk to. All right. So we go into the tangible outcome, right? So they want to make more money from trading, or they want to get more leads, whatever maybe. They want to, I don't know. They need help with hiring. Same thing, current situation. All right, cool. So what are you doing to get leads now? They're like, oh, I'm doing this. Okay, how long have you been doing that way? They're like, yes. Okay, is it working? They're like, oh, not really. Well, what's not working? Well, the quality is not that good. In what way? People, they don't show up to the appointments. The credit score is not good. How long has it been going on? They're like, yeah, it's like for 6 months. I mean, brother, what's that doing to the business? It's like, yeah, I mean, we've been stagnating for quite a bit. I mean, you want to change that? Like, yeah, I want to change that. At that point, you can do a quick qualification at that point, okay, depending on the offer. Now, when I say qualification, meaning that, okay, does this even make sense for this person to go into a sales call? Okay. Or even for me to keep talking to them. So the qualification is typically it'll be money related, right? Or maybe you need the business, if you're helping a business or a certain type of person, they may need to have certain things in place. Otherwise, you can't even help them. As an example, if you help them with funding, as an example, getting them business funding, maybe their credit score needs to be 650 or higher. In that case, this is a non-negotiable. You'd want to ask that here, okay? Or other things as well, okay? Or if you're doing financial qualification. Now, with financial qualification is kind of like a volume knob, meaning that the more you're drowning in leads, then you can be more strict with the qualification and you can pass less people through. Now, the less you're drowning in leads, the lower lead flow you have, as long as they have a problem you can help solve, just as long as they have a heartbeat and 2 legs, just pass them through, right? Because even if they're broke, if you're talking to nobody, that's better than talking to nobody, right? If you're talking to somebody, even if they're broke, you at least have a 1% chance of closing deals instead of 0% chance. Does that make sense? So you want to do that, okay? And so whatever qualification you can ask, you can do it here, right? If you're doing a financial qualification, you can just go, okay, as you and I both know, obviously, getting starting a business or learning the high income skill to start a business is going to require some type of capital or funding, right? So given that you find what you're looking for, are you willing to get resourceful? Are you willing to invest in yourself so that you can get to 10K a month? Okay, so let's break down what we did. As you and I both know, it's going to require some type of capital funding. As if, okay, they agree with that. You and I both know that. They're going, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So given that you find what you're looking for, we want to put this here, because if you don't put this here and you say, are you willing to invest in yourself? They're going, oh, it depends. What do you guys do? Oh, it depends. How much do you guys cost, right? So we put that mitigator here. So given that you find what you're looking for, are you willing to get resourceful? Are you willing to invest in yourself? That's a more, neutral way to do it, not that strict. Now, again, if you're drowning in leads, then you can straight up ask them, are you willing to invest at least $5,000 so that you can get to 10K a month? Now, again, the more you strictly do that, the more you're going to get pushbacks, because they're going to say, well, it's $5,000. Oh, shit, that's too much. Da, 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 da. So just prepare to run into things like that. But if you're okay with the scenario, then do it again, right? When I was at the sales agency, at one point, I wasn't on that offer, but on that offer, we had an offer where it was like a crypto coaching offer, right? So helping people get better returns from crypto, whatever. At that time, crypto was red hot. So imagine back in 2020 or whenever it was when crypto was going up. So it was red hot. The company was scaling like crazy. Every closer on there was closing at 70% or higher. Okay. And what they did was, okay, so we need to increase the price. So they increased the price to, it was like 5K in the beginning. They upped it to 7K. People still booked like crazy. Everybody closing at 70%. Okay, so they upped it again. Okay, let's do 10K. Same thing. 15K, same thing. Everybody closing at 70%. Okay, let's do 20K. Still same thing. And then I know some closers on that offer even said, hey, if you don't have at least 20 grand saved up, do not book. People still booked. That's a very extreme anomaly, right? I'm just giving this an example as an extreme anomaly, everything in between. So you want to make the judgment call on that. Okay. After that, we go into offering the call. Okay. Okay. So it seems like there might be a possibility of us being able to, we'll just like to make a few more things. Now, what we could do is we can chat again sometime in the next day or so, where we can do more of a deep dive into your situation, your business, whatever you sell. And if it seems like we can help, I can just walk it through how we help our clients get to 10K a month. Would that help? Yeah, that helps. All right, cool. What's your time zone? And then you go into booking the call. Okay. So what's your time zone? Okay, cool. So we have some availability. Tomorrow's a bit tight, but we can do either 7 a.m. or 3 p.m. Eastern time. Does that work? Which one works? They're like, yeah, 3 p.m. Okay. By the way, this will be on Zoom. Okay, so you want to have good internet connection, not in your car or something crazy like that. Without distractions, are able to make that work? They're like, okay, cool, that works. All right, cool. Send the invite. Okay, did that pop up on your calendar? They're like, yeah, it popped up in my calendar. Okay, sweet. So you want to make sure they have that, right? That way they know where to access the Zoom link. Also, if you're running into a situation where people don't really use the Google Calendar, then you also want to have them pencil it in their paper diary. I know, it's crazy. Some people use paper diary. Okay, cool. You can also ask them if you're not clear. Okay, do you usually use a paper diary or like a Google Calendar? Oh, paper diary. Okay, cool. The Zoom link will be sent to your email. Could you also pencil that in your paper diary at 3 p.m., whatever? Then, yeah, I can. Because you want to make sure that you increase the show up rate, right? So you want to, again, similar thing as objection handling. You want to close all the other doors that they could exit. And a common reason why people don't show up to a sales call is, crazy enough, they forget. Okay. And then after that, we go into framing the homework. What is framing the homework? So you could just have the prospect show up to the sales call, which is one way of doing it. However, if they consume content from your business, whether it be testimonial videos, client case study interviews, or some sort of VSL going over the common concerns and objections, that's just gonna make your job in the sales call a lot easier, okay? Because you know how in the beginning of this course, we talked about objection handling does not begin after you drop the price or even on the discovery call. It happens the moment a lead is created. That's when the objection handling begins, in the marketing and the sales process. Okay. And this is the sales process. This is what we can control. So if you're running into a very common objection, like a very common concern, like, I don't know, something like, yeah, I don't know if this will work for our industry, or, hey, I'm a beginner, I don't know if this will work for us. Then you want to frame the homework. You want to make sure they consume material that shows that with irrefutable proof that's going to change their belief. Like, oh, like, I guess it does work for my industry. Oh, I guess it does work for me because I have no experience. Okay. So here's how you frame that to increase the probability of them consuming those videos. Okay. Okay, cool. So we'll chat then. Oh, and by the way, you actually remind me of one of our clients, Jack. So Jack was also in the healthcare niche, and he was struggling with the lead generation. And after we helped him implement the system, he was able to get to 100 grand a month, and now he's just completely removed from the business. And we actually shot a video with him interviewing what's worked well for him. So would you like me to send you the before, right after this, that we can go through it before the sales call or before the call together? They'll be like, oh yeah, that would help. So what do we do here? It's like, oh, you actually remind me of one of our clients, Jack. So even if it's just over the phone, do the body gesture. Oh, actually, you remind me of one of our clients, Jack. So what it does is, if you just say, some people do this, right? Okay, cool, from here, I'll send you some videos, please go through them. That's good, but it kind of goes over their head. So how we increase the consumption is we say that like we just thought of it out of thin air. Okay, I learned this from Anthony Vizzari. So, oh, you actually remind me of this. So it catches their attention, because a lot of times people are just in this autopilot haze where they're going to go, derp, 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 derp. Another day, laundry, right? But if you go, oh, by the way, it pulls them in. They're like, huh? It goes like that, right? So, and then how we're framing that is, yeah, one of our clients was in a similar situation with the problem. So what that does is like, oh, I want to know. That's in a similar. People want to know that this is for them because it was in a similar situation, right? And they got to a desirable outcome. Yeah, I mean, he got 200K a month, complete removed from the business now. Would that help? So yeah, okay, cool. Cool, I'll send you right after this. When would you be going through the video? So you want to time bridge it, right? I learned this from a dating coach, the concept of time bridging. So you know how in the follow process, we said we want to establish, okay, when are they going to call their friend to borrow the money, so on and so forth, right? So we want to know that, because without that, without the how, without the when, without a time frame, things don't get done that much without a deadline, right? And so in the dating context, let's say the example he gave me, they know a lot better about this than I do. But imagine you're talking to a girl, it's like, hey, let's get sushi sometime. Okay, great, let's get a drink sometime. Okay, cool. So instead of just going over text that, oh yeah, let's somehow someday get sushi, you're talking about, okay, cool. So, I mean, I can do Saturday, 8 p.m. Does that work? Yeah, okay, cool. Saturday, 8 p.m. Okay, cool. So now you set a time bridge, right? Like a specific time. So same thing here. It's like, okay, when would you be going through it? It's like, right after this, after 5 p.m. Okay, after going through that, you just want to text me back that you've done it. That way I know we're all set for the call tomorrow. Like, yeah, that'd be great. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Any other concerns I can help you with? No, okay, cool. See you then. Bye. Okay, and then you send them the homework email. We'll go over it later. Okay. And then we nurture the lead prior to that. Okay, so you want to indoctrinate. So people always talk about what to do on the call itself, like objection handling and tonality. Those things are great. That's a part of. That's just one part of it, though, right? This is one part of becoming a great closer, becoming a sales professional. Is we want to lead nurture the lead before the sales call by doing things like that. The most common objection you feel that could happen, you want to use that with content to pre-sell them. Okay, now. Again, this is if you and them don't have the time. If you and them do have the time, just after you go through the problem section, go all the way to the sales call. Go to the problem. Okay, what have you tried before? All the way. Do not put artificial barriers in front of you. Just sell all the way. Okay, you'll be surprised on what you can do. But yeah, that's the outbound. Fill up your calendar. Okay. You want to set a KPI for yourself. The KPI in my past company was if you work on 8 hours a day, $400 a day or 8 quality bookings a day. That was the KPI. Now, this is going to depend on your pickup rate and different things like that. So let's say you have 2 hours of no-show time a day, then maybe you do $100 a day, right? So I was doing that. So you want to make sure you do that. And a lot of times I was doing more dials than a lot of the setters on the team. And I had sales calls too. You know what I mean? So yeah, if you just do this, it'll give you in a better position. You want to fill up your calendar. Do not be a princess closer. Make it just like, okay, this is what I do now. I'm a sales professional. This is just what I do. It's just a part of who I am. Okay, let's go over how to turn a no sale into a follow-up sale. Now, depending on what the no sale was about, meaning that was it a logistical case, was it a fear-based case, it's gonna be a bit different. But first, let's go over how to follow up with logistical money no sales, meaning that they wanted to do it, but they're just maybe you're in the follow-up check-in process, okay? So when do we use this? Prospect wants to move forward, but they genuinely just need to wait a few days, few weeks, or months, whatever it may be, until getting the money together. And whether they put a deposit down or not, either way, it doesn't matter, okay? So money is the only thing getting in the way. So why do we do this? So we want to keep them warm in between. Otherwise, if you don't have a touch points with the lead and wait until the week later, whatever it may be, a lot of times they'll go cold, especially in B2C. B2B, you don't have to check in with them every day, so on and so forth like that, because in B2C, consumers just have more fear, right? So they'll go cold and you'll keep losing sales through the cracks. We don't want that. So one of the students that implemented this, okay, 2.5K split pay, so 5K deal, kept this guy interested with the touch points you taught me and got him over the line today. Objective, all right, be top of mind of prospect and get them to a point of no return. What's the point of no return? So the point of no return is we want to get the prospect to a point where they're so balls deep in the business's content, methodologies, beliefs, that they see this as their only option to get to their goal. I'll give an example. On one of the businesses I sold for, I've had on a consistent basis in the follow process, if money is the only issue, then I'll give them different assignments and homework. I'll literally give them assignments, right? Meaning that I'll give them maybe like a mini course if they struggle with XYZ. If they struggle with, yeah, I don't know how to, let's say it's like a business coaching offer as an example, right? And maybe they're struggling with, I don't know, getting more leads. And maybe you give them a free guide or free video from the business, maybe a free training on how to just get a few more leads. It may not get them to the ultimate goal, but it gives them a few wins in between, right? Or at least it nurtures them. It's like, oh man, this is the best way to do it. So the point of no return is something I learned from when I was DM setting for a guy. He was a great marketer. And what he would do is, and a very successful guy too, but that's literally what we were doing, is getting people to a point of no return, meaning that, okay, this is the best way to do it, and these guys do it the best. That, like, there's no other way, right? So you want to send those videos and then have them really nurture, okay? So that way it becomes more of a hassle for them to pull out and get cold feet. That's the goal. It becomes more difficult for them to change their mind because they're like, oh man, this is the only way. I cannot think of any other way to do this. Okay, if you guys do trading and then you guys do have a certain methodology or whatever it may be, then maybe you send them videos like why this is the best way to do it, case study videos, so on and so forth, right? You want to warm them up. Okay, which is, by the way, when, let's say, this is more of like a short-term follow-up for logistical money no sales, okay? So, or it could be a long-term too. But in the short term, let's say, hey man, I'm in, I just need about a week because that's when my new Amex comes in, okay? So again, do not book the follow-up call for 1 week from now. They will go cold, okay? So what you want to do is you want to set the check-in call for the next day. Okay, let's say today's a sales call. Okay, and you want to first frame the assignments, right? Okay, let's say you exhausted all the resources. Okay, you got to wait 1 week, yada, yada. Okay, cool, no worries. So here's what we can do in between. Here's the thing. Like I said, I'm committed to helping you. I'm more than happy to send you some resources and some training material for you to go through. Obviously, it's not going to be as in-depth and personalized as the actual program, but it'll give you something to do. Okay, are you committed to actually doing that to get the ground running? That way, when you do get into the program, we got a head start. They're like, yeah, I am. Okay, so you want to frame it like that. Okay? It's not going to be as in-depth and personalized. Number one, setting expectations that it's probably not, right? And number two is that it removes the DIY, right? So they're like, okay, I still need to get the program. And so, okay, cool. So here's what we're going to do. I'm first going to send you XYZ material. You mentioned that, I don't know, you're struggling with sales, okay? I'm going to be sending you our video on XYZ, okay? How to increase your close rate. I'm going to go through that. I want you to start implementing it, okay? When I send you it, when are you going to go through it? Again, time bridging. I'm going to go through it after. Okay, cool. After you're going through that, I'm happy to do a quick check-in call with you tomorrow to see what your takeaways were and give you more feedback after that. Would that help you? They're like, yeah, okay, cool. So that's how you do it. And you want to schedule like a 5 to 10 minute check-in call whenever maybe you have a quick lunch break or whatever, maybe outside of your sales call availabilities. That way it doesn't get in the way. Okay. So let's say today is the check-in call, right? So in the first day 1 to 3, I'd recommend doing a check-in call once a day, 5 minutes, right? Especially if you know the lead has a bit of fear, okay? If not, you can do maybe like bi daily, you know what I mean? Every other day, that's fine. But typically for regular biz op, I would do, or like B2C consumer, I would maybe do once a day. For B2B, you can space it out a little bit more, okay? So I would do that, okay? So do that, and then from day 3 to 13, generally speaking, check-in call once every 2 to 3 days, 5 minutes, and maybe day 14 to 24, check-in call once every 3 to 7 days, okay? Once a week, so on and so forth, okay? Now, what do you send between the calls as nurture assets? This is what I call it, nurture material. Is case study of a client similar to their current situation. They're like, oh, fuck, that's so inspirational. I want to be like them, something. That's going to get them more sticky, right? And or educational video personalized to their specific situation, their specific problem, okay? Also a free mini course if you have it, very good. Now, on the sales call, like I said, we want to frame that, we went over it, okay? And the check-in call, what do you do on the check-in call? What do you say? Essentially, we're going over, okay, what was your takeaways? Because as they do that, they're going to do what? They're going to start talking about the takeaway. They're going to start persuading themselves. They're getting closer to the point of no return. You see? Okay, and then also we can check in on what the status is in terms of them getting the money together or fixing or solving whatever the logistical issue is. Okay? Just be like, yo, Jack. They'll be like, yeah, good. How you doing? Yeah, cool. You can do like one small talk. And after that, cool, man. Yeah, how much of the video have you gone through that I sent you? And they're going to say, yeah, I've gone through it, whatever, maybe. Oh, cool. What were your takeaways? And again, we have them talk about the takeaways, yada, 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 right? And if you can quickly coach them or give them more resources, then you can do that too. Okay? And then after that, we check on the progress on getting the money together. Cool, man. And how's it been going with putting the funds together? Let's say if they're doing Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever it may be, or the Amex. Yeah, how to go with applying for the Amex? Yeah, da. Okay, cool. Now, if they already finished the video, then you can send them the next video to keep nurturing them. If not, then have them go just finish the rest of the video and do another check-in call the next day or so. And you just repeat that until they get the money together. Okay, this is more for a short term. Okay, this is more for a scheduled follow-up call. Now, sometimes you may have just unscheduled follow-up call where whenever you get a no-show, then you just call them up, right? Whenever you get a no-show, you call them up. So there's a scheduled activity and there's the unscheduled activity, right? The unscheduled one is you put them on a lead list, smart view, and then you would do that, okay? So that's the logistical short term. Let's go into no sale follow-up call with fear/value objections. So the whole point with these is that we do both, right? In their sales process and their sales skill set. Sales skill set is what everybody's talking about, which is get better tonality, get better questions, get better objections, okay? That's the sales skill set. Very important. Yes, get better at that. There's also the sales process, meaning that whatever is happening outside of the calls. Before the call, after the call, between the calls. What is happening, okay? AKA, you're sending them nurture assets, okay? Client case study videos, so on and so forth, nurturing them up. And a lot of times, sales process trumps sales skill set. This is what most people just don't understand in the industry. They're always talking about, everybody's talking about sales skill set, get better objection handling. Getting better skill set takes time. This is what my former boss, Matt, told me, is when I heard this, my whole reality changed, which is, he said this, getting better at sales takes time and being good at sales is hard. And I was like, huh. And at first I tried to deny, I was like, oh, yeah, I can get better at sales. Yes, we all can, given that we have the right framework and the right feedback and the right repetition. However, it does take time. It's a performance-based profession. We got to understand that. So just like sports, just like playing a musical instrument, it does take time. So what are we going to do in the meantime? Are we just going to not make much money, right? Are we just going to keep offer hopping? Or are we going to have other processes and activities in place to make more commissions in the meantime? And that's what the sales processes are, what we're talking about in this section, in this lesson. So the reason why I mentioned that is because if it was a no sale follow-up, after the sale, let's say it's a fear-based or value-based, then you want to have a set of assets, videos, guides, whatever it may be, podcasts, whatever it may be, ready to send, okay? Ready to send them right after the call. Okay, so if you have CRMs like Close.io, HubSpot, whatever it may be, you can oftentimes put them in templates. We had that, okay? At my last company, we had different templates that we can send in terms of overcoming certain objections, concerns, or helpful resources for their specific situation, certain client case study screenshots and videos for their specific industry, their specific situation. We had them ready to go in the drop-down menu. Okay, so when we click that, they're like, okay, cool, I send that. So you do want to have that, okay? If you don't have those template options in your CRM because maybe you just guys use Google spreadsheets, whatever it may be, then just have a Google document or a Google spreadsheet and then segment them for those specific topics too. We also had that, okay? So you want to have that, all right? So the reason why I mentioned that is after the sales call, obviously our goal is to close it on the call, obviously first call. If you can, you still want to leave the door open for a follow-up. So you can simply go, hey, but not a problem. I totally get it. I do apologize for not being able to help you on this call because, you know, obviously we both agree that changes need to be made, but I wasn't able to help you get outside of your comfort zone. That's on me. But what we can do from here, still more than happy to stay in touch with you, man, and send you some helpful resources from time to time and check in from time to time to help you get to that 10K a month goal, right? Help you retire your parents. Would that help? They're like, yeah, that would help. So as long as you've done a good job, there's still be open for a follow-up, okay? So that's what you want to do. So you're leaving the door open for a follow-up. It's an open loop. And then after that, you can send them a certain helpful resource, like I said, right? If they have concerns like, I don't know if this will work for my industry, then okay, send them a client case study of their specific niche as an example, right? So you're warming them up a little bit. Will that sell them completely? Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does not. It's fine, right? But yeah, so with those, you do that. So in between the calls, you're using the sales process, the nurture assets, okay? And on the call itself, when they pick up, when we call them, because we don't want to just text them an email, that we also want to call them, that's when we use our sales skill set in terms of overcoming objections, helping them address their concerns, answering more questions, okay? So it's simply, when we hop on the call, it's simply where they're at, what's still the objection concern, is helping them overcome their concern and answering questions. That's essentially what it is, right? So you go, hey, Jack. They're going, yeah, how you doing? Yeah, Jack, it's just Brian from XYZ company. How you been, man? They're like, oh, yeah, good. Yeah, hey, I just had a few minutes to get back to you before my next appointment, and my fault for not getting back to you sooner. But hey, I know we spoke a few weeks, whenever it was, about you possibly getting the right systems for really scaling the business. Have you given up on that, or what ended up happening? So again, curious, confused tone. Have you given up on that, or what ended up happening? At this point, you'll give one or two different types of responses. They may say, oh, I already went with something else, or no, I'm still looking. If they say, I'm still looking, it's like, oh, so I mean, what have you been doing to solve XYZ problem? Yeah, man, so since we talked, what have you been doing to actually fix the lead gen issue? And if they say they've been doing nothing, which they probably haven't, then you simply go, oh, brother, I mean, it has been 6 months. So what's really held you back from taking some action so you don't have to keep being stagnating? And after that, you simply objection handle, right? Help them overcome their concerns. Again, it doesn't have to be some boxing match. You're helping them sit there, overcome their concerns, okay, answering some questions. Now, if they say, oh, I already went with something, oh, what did you end up going with? They was like, oh, went with this company, or we ended up doing that. So from here, if you notice, we're going to the current situation. What are you doing to get outcome now, right? So we simply go, oh, it's great, man. How long have you been doing that for? Oh, for like 6 months. I mean, it sounds like things are going good. I mean, is there anything you would change about X or Y if you could? So now we're going to the two truths. So just because they went with something doesn't mean there's not a room for a gap, right? You can also go, I mean, are you 100% satisfied with the results you're getting? 100% satisfied with the company you went with? And if so, you can chunk it down, right? You can chunk it down in terms of, let's say it's like, helping them get more jobs or whatever it may be. Okay, so I mean, how many jobs a month are they giving at the moment? If it's not good, you can actually see doubt and add more urgency there, right? But if they're completely happy with it, it's fine. You can just move on and you can talk to leads that are actually looking for help, okay? So that's with the no-sell follow-ups. Now, what do you do if or when a lead ghosts you? What do you do? So this is the ghost SOP, the SOP, standard operating procedure for reviving quote unquote dead leads. So there's different ways you can do it, okay? So now we mapped out day 1 through 7 and different things you can do. Do not be so rigid about doing that, but the whole point is to revive the lead, to get them back engaging. The whole point isn't to sell them. The whole point, again, just like opening, get them back engaging again. That's essentially what we're doing here, okay? So let's say as an example, let's say you text them, they don't respond. You can just call them, Okay, or I can send them a simple question mark to bump it up. The whole point of that, sometimes maybe it got lost, so you bump it back again. Another thing you can do is you can purposely mistype your previous text or email as a way, because if you know they're going to ghost you after that or don't respond, you can use correcting the typo as an example to really bump it back up. Excellent example. This one, right? So I ask, how's your family holiday? I misspelled this on purpose. They read it, and then I corrected, oh, family. So just bumps it back up. I learned this from Matt. Okay. Again, if you think that, so again, we gotta first identify, okay, why did this person ghost? Why is this person not responding? Just like the objection, we want to categorize and isolate the objection. Same thing here. What's the real concern? So if it's a matter of, oh, they probably didn't see it or they probably forgot, then yeah, then bump it up with question mark or correcting it, whatever it may be. Okay. If you think that, okay, maybe I need to just say something funny because they're just kind of closed off to get them back engaging, again, you can call them or you can say something like, everything good? Starting to wonder if you got abducted by aliens or something. You can say that. Another thing you can say, everything good, or should I call in our Oompa Loompa search troops? I learned this from the guy when I was DM sitting. So, right, you can say that. People usually kind of chuckle. At that point, you can go into meme or GIF, right? So typically I do this. If you're in Facebook or iMessage or whatever, maybe there will be a search function to type in a GIF. So if you search in Pablo Escobar waiting, typically this one pops up. This is my go-to. Or this one I just saved. There's like a polar bear waiting for his apples to defrost. Right? People usually typically laugh after that. There's a bunch of other ones we have in our follow-up meme vault, but we'll just give you two. Okay. Now after that, we can also say this is called Uncle J. Hey, I tried getting back to you, but didn't hear back, ... Skip 2 lines. Where should we go from here? I'll be available for a little bit today. You can say this over text. You can say this over email. At this point, they're like, oh shit, let me get back to this guy. Okay. Now there's other memes and GIFs you can go to. This one, skeleton one. I like this one. This one too. Kevin Hart one. Right. Now another one you can do. Okay, maybe this person, they need more value. They need more perceived value to actually engaging back. Okay. So when you sense that, it doesn't have to be at day 6, but if you sense that, okay, I just need to build more value on what we do to get them back in, then yeah, you can send them a client result screenshot. And then you can say, made me think of you, just thought of you, so on and so forth. And when you're sending a client result screenshot, make sure you have the red underline or red box on where the result is. So I'll give you an example. So as an example, this is our Instagram or one of our results circles, story highlights. Okay, so you see how there's a bunch of things on the text, but we did a red underline here. You can do it in the iPhone, or there's like different softwares that do that. You can just search in different things on the laptop. But because when you send this whole chunk, people don't know, okay, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? There's a bunch of things. They don't know where to look at. People have short attention span. They feel like they don't have time. Just search underline, where's the point with the red line, right? Okay, 7.5K PIF. Fantastic. I just closed 15K USD. Fantastic. I'm not saying, oh, one of those PIFs last week don't happen without this training. I just love instant ROI. Close a 20K deal today. Close another one at 7K. Got a double kill today. So you see how when you look at that, your eyes immediately go into the red line. So you don't have to, it removes decision fatigue from the prospect. And so for another reason too, to get them back responding, make them answering easier. Make it easier for them to answer. If you ask a complicated question, they don't know, how do I respond to this? They think, and therefore it takes effort and they're less likely to respond. So you want to have a whole folder of these things. That way you're ready to go. You can send these out to specific clients. Okay. You can also send a specific educational video. If the lead was struggling with, I don't know, how to hire the right talent, then send that, right? Or maybe it can be an article. Maybe it's a PDF ebook, whatever, maybe whatever thing that will be helpful for them. Okay. Then you can go, hey, video on hiring the right talent. I know you mentioned that, so just thought of it. Have a good day. So you're walking away like you don't need anything. And then after that, you can keep calling and just don't give up. Right. But at that point, I'll start to space out. If you're doing a daily for the first 7 days, after that, I would go like first every 3 days. And I'll go first once every 7 days, and then maybe once every other week, so on and so forth. And then maybe once a month if they stop engaging. And then just prioritize the leads that are, again, engaging back and forth. And then with these people, you can rehash from time to time. When I say rehash, I mean that once a month, maybe send them like a promotional email. It's like, hey, we're doing a 10% discount. Hey, we're just giving one-on-one bonus coaching, so on and so forth. Now, here's the follow-up principles, okay? So we follow 4F, What is that? Follow up with everyone forever, always. So as an example, okay, so Ryan Serhant, who is probably one of the most successful real estate agents, okay, makes millions and millions a year. So one time he was in the line of a grocery store and he started talking to this person, okay, in real life prospecting in the line. And turns out the guy was like a billionaire or something like that. And so they were talking about how, Ryan could potentially sell them a house or get them a house or whatever it may be, right? And so they're interested, and all of a sudden they just started ghosting. And so what Ryan did, he followed up with that person every week, every Thursday, for guess how many years? Not 1 year, not 2 years, 7 years. I might be butchering this story, but something like that. Every week, Thursday, 7 years. While by the way, the lead never replied, never responded. Okay. But what he did was he would keep sending them educational, helpful resources, like how the real estate market is going. It's like, hey, you should check this out. Properties in these areas are good, so on and so forth. So not needing anything from that's value-driven follow-up, right? Value-driven follow-up. And the lead finally responded after like 7 years saying that, hey, sorry, I was busy for 7 days. And then so Ryan sold that one house to the guy for $60 million. Turns out, I guess the guy and his wife got in a divorce. So he sold that guy a house for $16 million. And another house for his ex-wife for $30 million. So you can do the calculations in your head and what the commission check was. Is that worth it? Probably. So imagine you do this with every lead, right? And there's a quick ones too. He would just be at the stoplight while waiting for the stoplight to turn, and he just send a quick test. Takes like 10 seconds. And I've also had deals where the lead ghosted me. I called, text, followed up with them, emailed them, find them on different social media. And 27 times while getting no reply or very dismissive replies. I kept doing that. And when they finally picked up on the 28th time, I sold them something for $30K. So you can do the calculations for the commission check for that one, right? So imagine you do that with every lead. Most people give up. And again, prioritize the leads that are more engaging back and forth, obviously, but don't give up on these people too. And also, if people forget or shit happens, take emotions out. Don't just think, oh, how dare they not responding? Or it's like, oh, why are they not responding? Don't take it personally. Nothing is personal. We're all gonna fucking die. There are people dying in war zones. Just get over it, okay? Also, it's better to do a quick call than texting or email for most cases because it's a lot easier to address the concerns and it's just quick, right? So calling is better. And also you can call them from different numbers too if they're not responding on that one email. If they don't respond from a CRM number, maybe use a personal phone number to call them, okay? And also, this is a saying that I say always, which is you'll close more deals and make more money being pushy, aggressive, and needy than being timid, passive, and non-persistent. A lot of closers are being afraid of being too pushy or needy or it's like, oh, whatever. That's better than not trying at all, right? So we always say it ain't easy being sleazy. It ain't easy being more persistent because most people don't do that. If you do it, you'll beat most people. Be omnipresent. If they don't reply on the text, call, email after 3 to 5 days, okay? Or 3 to 5 times. Find another way to contact them. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, office number, show up where they work, right? So Matt, one time he was selling for his business coaching offer. It was helping dentists or whatever maybe. And one lead was ghosting him. And he found out for some whatever reason, the lead happened to have a dentist office not that far from where he lived. So what he did was he found out where they lived, where the dentist clinic was. And he booked an appointment for like a teeth cleaning. And he sold the guy while sitting at the dentist clinic chair. So imagine you're sitting there, it's like, hey, remember me, buddy? He's like, what the fuck? And then he actually, yeah, I'm here. It's like he actually sold the deal while on the dentist clinic chair. Right? That's some level of persistence. Okay. So that's what the follow-up ghost SOP. Let's talk about referrals. Why even bother doing referrals? Because referrals are going to be the easiest deals you're ever going to close. Why is that? Well, because let's say you get a referral. This person's happy with the service or program. They tell their friend about it, or their friend asks them that he says all the good things. Yeah, this is good. This is good. So the other person that's getting referred, they don't have to do much thinking, right? So that's why people like asking for referrals and recommendations because, oh, I trust my friend. They say it's good. I don't have to think much. This is going to be good. And also, oftentimes, the friend tells them about how much it already is. So if they hop on the call, even knowing what the price is, I mean, they're pretty much ready to go at that point, right? So the referrals that we get, I mean, I don't have to do much selling. I just sit there and say, yeah, da, 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 and then like they're done, right? So how to go about generating referrals. Okay, so here's the referral principles. Like, who do we ask referrals to? Everybody. I don't mean every client, I mean every lead. Okay. So who to ask for referrals? I'll give you an example. I mean, when I was on my last offer too, I would have leads where they want to do it, but they're so broke. It's like, hey, okay, we exhaust the resources, set follow process, all that kind of stuff. I'd also ask them though, hey, I know you're trying to do this, get the money together, but who do you know that could potentially benefit from this in the meantime? So I would generate the referrals that way. Now, a lot of times they may not say yes because they haven't even done the program, but sometimes they'll refer me some people, their friend. And I'd have situations where the prospect I talked to, they're not even in the program, but the person they referred, they got in the program because they had the money. I'd have those scenarios. And so it takes 20 seconds to say it, but the upside is quite good, right? I mean, if they don't say yes, if they don't give the referrals, great. I mean, you went back to normal, nothing ever happened. But that's the price, right? But especially you want to start with the people that you know are already happy with the service. They just got a win or whatever it may be. Dude, congratulations. How do you feel? You can upsell them. And while you're at it, you can also ask for referrals as well. Okay. Now, when to ask for referrals? Always. Best to do it, like I said, at an emotional high point right after you sell them. You can do that. And also right after you get a win, small or big. Right after they got something awesome from the program, like an onboarding call, like first activation point, such as so. Like as an example, if you help people do funded trading on your mentorship program, they just got the 100K funded. Dude, that's awesome. How do you feel? And then you can ask for a referral right away. You see? That's a high point. So, and by the way, you can also keep asking the same person for more referrals periodically or whenever they get a win. So just because you ask a referral one time doesn't mean you can never ask that person for a referral ever again. Just keep asking for referrals. And also what you'll find is that it's not that everybody gives you the same amount of referrals. It's just that there are certain people that happen to be referrers, serial referrers. So meaning that there are some people that just refer a bunch of people just over and over again. Like a lot of times, 80% of the referrals may be coming from the same people. So how do you go about generating referrals? So if you're to have a relationship with that client or not, doesn't matter. Jack, hey Jack, it's just Brian from XYZ company. How you doing? They're like, yeah, just hanging out. Yeah, hey, I just saw that you just got the 100K funded, man. Congratulations. They're like, yeah, congrats, thanks. Yeah, how do you feel? Yeah, it's good, Congratulations, man. Is there anything else I can help you with? So lead with value, okay? So yeah, actually, I need help with this. Okay, cool, here it is, Hey, by the way, who else do you know that could also benefit from something like this? That's one way of asking it. Also now, if you know their problem already, or you can also ask it like this. You can be like, hey, so besides 100K, how do you feel like we're able to help you the most? Or what problem were we able to help you solve? You can also go a problem-oriented one. They say, yeah, you're able to help me get the funds because I wasn't able to get the funding to trade, yada, yada, yada. So you can go, yeah, I mean, I really appreciate being able to help you. Who do you know that could also benefit from something like that? Or who do you know that's also kind of having some trouble with getting the funding to having the 100K funded to trade properly, whatever the problem is. Like, oh, I'm not really sure. Then at that point you go, I'm sure you know somebody. So you can be playful with it. That's the thing, is that a lot of closers in our industry, they're too stiff, right? They're too stiff. And because of that, the prospect shuts down and they both feel awkward. Nothing is serious, okay? Now, take your development seriously, meaning that, okay, take it seriously, doing the dials, working on your tonality, working on your objection handling, pre-handling, a lot of that, right? Take that seriously, religiously. However, when you're on the call itself, it's just a conversation. Do your best, yes, but loosen up. That's the biggest thing, right? I know, I'm sure you got to know somebody. I know you know somebody, Jack. And he kind of laughs, like, oh, okay, maybe this person. Okay, I mean, then we go here. Okay, cool. And then they'll be like, yeah, I guess, yeah, Jack, my friend Jack. Oh, how so? And they're going to say, oh, because he's also struggling with XYZ. Or they say like, oh, because they're also trying to figure out XYZ. So what are we doing here is we're having them persuade themselves why that friend could use some help. So they're more likely to comply and go do that. That makes sense. Okay, and what would be the best way to get in touch with Jack? And they'll be like, oh, I can give his number. Okay, cool. What's their number? You take down the number first. And next you can do it. Nice. Can I also make a suggestion? Yeah, because I mean, I could call them out of the blue, but they could also catch them off guard a little bit, right? So what if you went to Jack first, talk about some of the challenges you're having and how this has helped you and how you know they also have the challenge as well and how you feel like this could also help them as well, get outcome, okay? So that way they have more context. Would that help them possibly? They're like, yeah, sure. Okay, cool. When would you be doing that? I can do it right after this. Could you do it now? Yeah, I could do that. Okay, cool. Sounds good. and bada bing, bada boom, get in an intro chat. And after that, you can just call them. Okay, so now you have more familiarity, and now the setup is good, right? You got the intro, and you can also say, usually the thing I say is like, yeah, and when you do the group intro, it made me sound cool. They're like, okay, cool. And now you get some edification as well. Okay, and after that, cool, awesome, man. I mean, is there anything else I can help you on your journey? They're like, oh, not really. Da, da, da. Okay, not a problem. Anything else? This is my number. Feel free to reach out. Happy to point you in the right direction, okay? So you want to have that relationship as well. When you build relationships with clients, then you can generate more referrals and you can get more upsells and renewals. So I would do that as well on my last companies. I would build relationships with people, okay? And then I would just joke around. Hey, how's things are going? You can also talk about not just about the topic of trading or business or whatever it may be. You can also talk about life too, like personal stuff, right? Like on a sales call, yes, for the most part, you want to get to talk to the business, so on and so forth. But in this case, how I look at it is regular sales calls, the front end is more like one night stands. Like, okay, boom, one call close. And then the back end, in terms of referrals, upsells, and renewals, is more like being in a relationship. So it's like, hey, how's things going with your son's basketball practice? Whatever it may be, those things. You can lead with that. It's like, okay, now he feels like an actual friend. In any other industry besides high ticket, this is how they make money, by the way, right? I was dating this one girl in particular that's in real estate, and she makes quite a bit of money. She has a Rolls Royce. She has some Mercedes car, 5, 10 properties, very, very successful. And she has no sales skills. She doesn't know any of this shit we're going over, like objection handling and tonality. No, it's just that she is very, very personable. She builds relationships with people. She sends them gifts and all the kind of things, which, as a side note, I've done as well. So whenever a client has sent us referrals or maybe they upsell, so on and so forth, I would, as a sales rep, as a closer, I would go into Amazon and buy something. It doesn't have to be something big, but I'll send them something more tailored to them, like from something personal. Okay, so as an example, there was one person that I sold, and they kept talking about, dude, I want a Rolex, I want a Rolex. Now, I wasn't gonna buy them a Rolex for giving them a referral, but I did appreciate it. So what I did was I went to Amazon and I searched like a fake Rolex, like a toy Rolex. It looks so fake and it looks like a toy, but it's kind of funny. So what I did was, hey man, what's your address? I'm not gonna send you a bomb, I promise. And they're like, okay, well, my address is this. So I sent them the thing. Few days later, they'd get from Amazon and they'll just laugh their ass off. And I think that person gave me another referral as well after that. Right? So it's like, oh, this guy's really fun. It's just a pattern interrupt. It doesn't have to cost something a lot, but it's just like it builds a relationship, right? And if your business gives out referral commissions, also good. So giving them more of an incentive, building the relationship, that really helps. Increasing show up rate. If your show up rate is shit, just increasing your show up rate alone, that's a low-hanging fruit because your sales ability hasn't gotten any better. You're just talking to more people. When you talk to more people, especially in the same amount of time frame, you just have a higher likelihood of closing more deals, right? It's a lot more difficult to double your close rates, especially if it's, let's say, from a 20% to 40%. You got to realize that's quite a bit of a difficult task, right? It takes time, quite a bit of effort. But increasing your show rate, doubling your show up rate, it's a lot easier and quicker. Again, it's not overnight get rich quick scheme. Something Ty Lopez said, there isn't such as a get rich quick scheme. There's such a thing as get rich quicker scheme. So we're talking about get rich, closing more deals easier and quicker scheme. Okay. So show up SOP, let's go over that. I've done quite a bit of trial and error by myself, as well as consulting some people that have figured this out, like marketers and different things like that. So I took my show up rate, was around 42%, as low as 30%. I took that to 66 to about 70%. Okay. So just by that, you have more at-bats. So you talk to more leads. You're more likely to close deals, right? So a student implemented this SOP process. Brother, I just damn near had a 100% show up rate today. Before, his show up rate was at 20%. Fucking insane. Okay. So let's preface, ideal show rate is around 65% plus or higher, right? Obviously, we cannot get 100% show up rate forever. If they say they're fucking lying or let me know how you do it, it's not possible, right? If you get to 65% or higher, fantastic, okay? Now, as a closer, there are things you can control and there are things you cannot control. Typically, though, you might be shocked, but there are things, quite a bit of things we can actually do to increase the show up rate as a closer. It doesn't just rely entirely on the marketing or the business. While that could play a factor. Great closers have great show up rates. That's how it works, okay? So as a closer, like I said, You cannot change the ad targeting in the fucking Facebook business ad manager, but you can control the manual confirmation process, nurture the leads, so on and so forth. Okay. So just focus on what you can control first. And the things we cannot control, like marketing, bring that up to the sales manager, marketing team, whatever it may be. Go to them with solutions, not just with problems. Because, hey guys, the marketing. No, don't be a princess closer. But first, we start with us first. Okay. So start with changing one thing at a time in your call confirmation process. Because if we change more than one thing in the call confirmation process, how are we supposed to know what did what? We don't know, right? So we want to keep the other variables constant and change one thing at a time. So let's go into the 3 types of no-show. We got to categorize, just like how we isolate the objection, we got to isolate the root cause, right? So 3 types of no-show, the prospect's not showing up. Number 1 is the no-show, which is they just ghost, right? They have no reason, they just don't show up. That's a no-show. Cancellation is when they tell you, hey, I decided to go in a different direction. Hey, I decided to cancel the call. I found out what you guys' price is too much, yada, yada. And there's the reschedule request. Reschedule request is, hey, can we reschedule for tomorrow? I just got a work meeting popped up. Then literally requesting a reschedule, right? So now, what causes prospects to not show up? We're gonna go to common root causes, why it happens, and typical solutions that you can take, okay? So number 1, they forget. Crazy concept, I know, but you'll be surprised a lot of times this is the reason why. So they're not being reminded, or the credits ran out of the automated reminders in the booking software. So if your company just wants up, Calendly, whatever it may be, there's certain credits that the company buys, right? So if they spend X amount, they can only do X amount of auto reminders, okay? Depending on the plan they're on, so on and so forth. So they just ran out, right? Or the leads are being booked too far out, or they're being booked at the bad time of day. As an example, we see this screenshot over here. If today's Monday, they booked on Thursday, they're less likely to show up, right? Or if they're booked like 7 days out. So what you want to do is just change the setting on the Calendly once or whatever it may be, so they can only get booked out 2 to 3 days out max. Okay, that's a simple fix that you can do. Now, if they're not being reminded, you can actually check. Okay, you can actually book into your own calendar as an example, as a test to see, okay, what are the process like? So you can start to audit and problem solve. Okay, so this is what most people not want to do, is like put in the effort. So number 2, they get annoyed from too many confirmation text, emails, or calls, and or they look automated. So this one as an example, I was auditing one business's sales process, and this is what it looks like. If you got this text, let's say you open up your iPhone, you got this text, what would be going through your mind? Would you even take the time to even reply to it? Maybe not, right? Hey, Ronald, noticed that you finished the interview preparation video. How did you find it? As a gift, I unlocked your da-da-da-da. Here's the video. Let me know your thoughts on the teaching style. So too many things going on all at once, right? So we want to simplify it, okay? And make it look less automated. So we're going to go to the solutions after this, like I said. Another root cause. Or the lead does not know how to attend the call. I know. We know how to attend the call. It's like, why do you not know? Because we do it every day. But for some people, maybe they thought it was a phone call. They were expecting a phone call. They weren't even looking at the computer. Maybe they don't know where the Zoom link is. They thought it was a Google Meet when it was a Zoom link, so on and so forth. Another one, they value the sales call less than what they decided to do during the time. So lower perceived value. As an example, they decided to go do grocery shopping instead of the sales call, even though they knew, let me just go do this. So that is lack of perceived value, lack of problem solution, and brand awareness, meaning that they don't feel the problem bad enough, okay? Or they don't really know your company that much, or they don't really desire the outcome that much, okay? That's another root cause. Another issue is they feel sales pressure between the moment they book the call until the day of the call. As an example, maybe it's from the SDR. Maybe the way they talk was maybe too assumptive, maybe too excited, or maybe too unconfident. Or maybe it's the marketing material. Maybe in the email, so on and so forth, is too salesy, too assumptive. Like, hey, we're so excited to help you get to 10K a month. Looking forward to talking to you. And they're like, ugh, right? Another one. They said negative reviews or found out how much the program costs from Reddit, Trustpilot, their friend, word of mouth, so on and so forth. This is a dangerous one, Reddit, because a lot of Reddit reviews are just not accurate, or they're done by people that haven't even done the program. Okay, but typically what will happen is they'll search after they book a sales call. This is what typically people do. They type in company name reviews or influencer name reviews, so on and so forth. And so especially if you sell for a bigger company, there may be a lot of reviews that are not that accurate, or they may just be a small number, because no business is going to have all good reviews. It's just impossible, right? It's just that they just focus on the 3 bad reviews instead of the 3,000 good reviews. That could happen too. Okay. Now solution, what do we do? If they forgot, then obviously speed to lead. We talk about speed to lead and dialing the leads when they opt in. Same thing when they book on the sales call. So if you're having show up rate issue, then, and you know that, okay, this could be an issue, then you call them right away. Now, how do we know which solution to take? Because we're going to go over different solutions. Is we set a hypothesis, okay? So you know how back in science class, they say, okay, why did this thing happen in the science experiment? Same thing here. So problem solving our sales calls in a sales process is oftentimes as being an engineer, okay? And being a scientist. And so we want to set a hypothesis. Okay, I think based on these reasons, I think the reason, based on this SOP, and based on what I'm seeing, I think the reason why people are not showing up is because they're not being contacted sooner enough. They're not being confirmed because they're not even replying to me. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to speed to lead. The moment the lead books in, I'm going to call them, or I'm going to have my setter call them ASAP, okay? So then you can go, hey Jack, it's just Brian from XYZ company. How you doing? They're like, oh yeah, doing good. Hey, I saw you booked in a call with me on Thursday afternoon for possibly getting help with your trading. Is that right? Yeah. So I do have some questions I want to ask you overall to see if you can help, but overall it makes sense. Now, at that point, if you haven't sent them the homework page, you can also go, yeah, I noticed that you need some help with stop loss and risk management. Is that right? They're like, yeah. Okay, cool. So between the call, I can actually send you, because one of our clients, Jack, also used to struggle with that, and because they blew a ton of accounts, would it help you to send you a video going over like overall process so you can be prepared in the meantime? They're like, sure. So now it's more personalized, right? So number one, speed to lead. And also we're increasing problem solution brain awareness, right? We're nurturing the lead. We're doing both things at the same time. Okay, cool. So again, the whole point is to confirm the call. Okay, so make sure they're reminded, the automated and manual. Don't just rely on the automated text, especially if your show rate is not good. Now, in certain offers, you can just get away with just automated reminders. That's fine. But if your show rate is not good, then yeah, also you got to do some manual stuff too. Okay. Now, with the manual, side note here, if you text from a CRM, and the text will come up green. Now, especially to Americans, as an example, US people, everyone in general, but especially US people, if they get a green text on their iPhone, when you get a green text, what goes on in your mind? It just seems a bit spammy, a bit sketchy, right? So ideally, you want to text them from your personal iPhone or from WhatsApp or whatever your demographic uses, okay? Typically, outside everyone except for America is usually WhatsApp, okay? If it's a US, iMessage, okay? From your personal phone or a work burner phone. That'll be worth into, okay? If you close an extra deal, then that already you got to return investment, right? So from the burner phone. And again, set calendar setting, that way they're booked not too far out. And if you notice, barely anyone shows up for your 6 a.m. EST slots, then start your sales call availabilities later, as an example, okay? So that's why you want to color code your calendar. As an example, we go to this demo calendar. Let's say if this lead no-show, we can color code, right? Right click, okay? Red, that is no-show, okay? So we can color code, and then what we can do is when we look at your calendar's weeks view in the past week or two, you can be like, oh, this slot, nobody fucking shows up. So why do I even bother? So let me just start my sales call 1 hour later. So you can work the same amount of hours and make more money during that time. You see? Okay, the problem with them getting annoyed with too many confirmation texts, just do less. So start removing one text or email at a time, or maybe just, if you have like 3 paragraphs in the text, then maybe just do one, like a simple 1 or 2 lines. Right? Or break up the text, or just start removing one text or email at a time. And good indicator is if the leads say that, hey, this is just too much. Hey, this is too many text or emails. In that case, okay, that's a good indicator. So let me just remove one thing at a time. Okay, with the case of them valuing the sales call less than whatever they decided to do, then what you want to do is if you're setting your own calls, make sure you're finding a tangible problem before booking them for a call. If you're doing a 2-call process, or if your setters are doing it, make sure your setters, with the DM setter, outbound setter, doesn't matter, make sure they're helping the prospects uncovering the tangible problem. Because if they don't realize that they have a problem, they're like, why should I even show up to the next call? But if they realize like, oh, fuck, I hate being broke. I hate my business being stagnant. then they have more of a reason to actually show up to the next call. It would be also worth training the setter, giving them SOP, training them once a week or so, especially if you can also designate 1 or 2 setters under you that are only booking calls for you, especially if you're one of the top closers in the team, then you have more of a say in this. Then now you have a good ecosystem. Then you only got to train 1 or 2 setters maybe once a week or something like that. Then now it's worth it because now more people show up to the call, they're more pre-framed, so on and so forth. And also sending the prospect personalized educational case study videos based on their situation as problem, or they see it, the content, and then makes them want the results more, right? They're, oh, that guy got the 10K a month, that guy's in the exact industry as I am or situation. I want to do that. So they have more of a reason to show up. I've done this at my previous company. We had one industry in particular that I would send them a certain indoctrination video, pre-call video before the sales call for that particular industry. And it was targeted for that specific industry. And it was a coaching call recording. It was very, very good, which is why I picked that. And then I sent them that prior to the call. And with those people, I had time and time again, the prospects telling me that, hey, I'll be honest with you, man. I thought about no showing, but the video you sent me was so good that I at least had to show up to the call and see what's up. And so especially if you have good videos, good nurture assets like that, you want to take advantage of it. Okay, with the case of them feeling sales pressure, the moment they book the call, okay, assumptive, removing assumptive languaging. So again, you can train the setter on this, or you can remove some of those things from the email or something like that. Hey, so instead of them saying like, the setter saying, hey, we can have another call to talk about working with us, just being more neutral about it. Yeah, so, or them saying like, we're so excited to talk to you on Monday. Just be like, yeah, for sure. So Jack, our marketing advisor, will have a chat with you to see if we can help you. Or a lot more neutral, laid back, right? So it's not much pressure for the other person. Now, in regards to the prospects seeing negative reviews, what you can do is talk to your sales manager, whoever, to removing the negative reviews, because oftentimes what will happen is a Google SEO will be the first one to pop up. And also what you can do is you can have the influencer maybe talk to, and I learned this from a marketer named Jeremy Haynes. But what you can do is you can talk to the client community, talk to your sales manager, whatever it may be, and talk to your clients. Hey guys, in this thread, there's a lot of false assumption accusations of people that are not even in our program making false reviews. Do you guys mind going in there, reviewing your honest review and experience and results working with us? And then have them flood that thread, okay? That way, now when people go see that thread, okay, there's more positive things instead of just negative things from people who haven't even taken the program, right? Another thing that you can do, also another thing I learned from Jeremy Haynes, is having the influencer make a video, like a YouTube video or something, addressing the negative thread, right? So just like the 8 Mile movie is a preemptive strike. Before the prospect even gets to that point, we send them the video addressing the, hey, you might look up the reviews and these things might pop up. These people are not even in our program, and there's only 3 of them, and we have 5,000 other positive reviews, yada, yada, yada. These are the reviews. You can have those things in place too as a pre-call material, okay? So steps of fixing low show-up rate, okay? Step number 1, so you can book on your own calendar as a test booking and go through all the pieces of communication that your prospects are getting, like text, emails, videos, so on and so forth, to understand where the problem might be. After that, like I said, set a hypothesis of what could be the biggest variable that's causing the low show-up rate. After that, make one change to that variable, test it over the next 20 book calls or so, okay? And compare the show-up rate from before. Okay, and you want to, in your data tracker, you want to mark that what change you made. Okay, we're going over the data tracker too. And then after that, you just rinse and repeat this, refine this process, and dial in your inefficiencies until your show-up rates gets more optimized. Boring, I know. This is what most people are not willing to do. If you want to make business owner type money, you got into this, so maybe you want to start a business, right? Maybe you started becoming a closer. You don't want to be a closer forever. You want to become an entrepreneur. You want to start your own business. You want to do your own thing. You want to make more money, then start thinking and acting like a business owner. A lot of these closers want to make more money, business owner type money, while acting like a fucking clock puncher. How does that make any fucking sense, right? And so if you want to be a proper sales professional and get a better return on your efforts, then we need to start doing these things now. Otherwise, how does it make any sense? So start acting like you're a business owner within inside of a business. Start acting like that, okay? Instead of just saying like, oh, you know, my company should get me the training, or, oh, the company should do all this. The company should give me the inbound leads. The company does their parts. You do your parts. Okay. And if it helps everybody else, you give the company feedback on suggestions, give them with solutions, not just problems. Okay. So that's how we problem solve. Let's go over problem solving your sales with data. Now, data is very boring. So why do we even bother with data? Because here's the paradox about sales. Our job on the sales call is to help the prospect get into an emotional state so they make a buying decision and make a decision and take action on their goal. When we are problem solving our own sales, then we put emotions to the side as much as possible and we use as much logic and objectivity as much as possible. Because if we don't use data, hard facts, numbers, we're just going like, oh, why am I not making enough sales? Because you will have that moment. It's not always gonna be like, oh, I keep making more sales or things are gonna be the same. No, there's gonna be ups and downs. It's gonna be, that's just how it is, right? Now, obviously we don't wanna keep going the down, 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 right? We wanna problem solve things. So that's why we wanna know data, because if we look at the numbers, we're not talking about emotion. We're like, okay, cool. This is facts. This is logic, right? Now, as a human being, that may be a bit difficult, which we'll cover some of this in the inner game section later on. But as human beings, yes, we have emotions. We feel emotions. However, emotions do not dictate us. It's not our emotions. We happen to feel emotions, okay? It's like, I feel happy. I feel sadness. Yes, that's part of it being a human experience, right? So normalize it. It is normal. It's normal that we feel emotions. I do too. I know I look like a fucking Terminator with my KBF, but yes, I do feel emotions too. It's just that people, when I look at the most successful closers, most successful business owners, most successful athletes, most successful anything, they do this really, really well, which is emotion management. And the data tracking helps that too. Because when you're looking at a spreadsheet, it becomes more difficult for you to be in your head and just be emotional rather than just you just trying to overthink everything. Okay, so let's talk about how to problem solve. If you're going through a slump, if you're not making enough sales, let's problem solve why that is happening. Instead of just doing endless role plays with random people that we know on Facebook, instead of just doing a bunch of objection handling, bunch of cool videos, let's problem solve what's the root cause. This is what most people are not talking about, okay? So here's the SOP for problem solving. And by the way, a lot of our students, when they first come in, they say, man, you guys have an SOP for everything. So that's what you want to have, right? So again, why do you even want to track data? Do you ever have weeks or months where your numbers drop, you get frustrated, you get anxious, and you don't even know why this is happening or what to do to fix it? That's because you're not tracking data or you're not understanding data, how to use it properly. So what does not get measured does not get improved. Because if it's not measured, how is it supposed to improve it? Or we're going by feels. And that's the most dangerous place to be at. Okay. So a lot of reps, like I said, role play overcoming partner objections because they hate that objection emotionally. When in reality, they only use 2 deals a week from partner and they lose 8 deals a week from think about objection. So why aren't we getting better at preventing and handling think about objections? Okay, so I'll give an example. One time we had a new student that came into the program and they said, hey, Brian, I keep getting trust objections all the time. Can you help me overcome it? And I was like, okay, well, let's break it down. How many deals a week are you losing from trust objections? They're like, maybe 1. Okay, so what's the most common objection you're losing the most deals to? Oh, think about it. So number 1, it's not that you're losing to that deal all the time. And number 2, if you're losing more deals from think about it, then why isn't your question, hey, Brian, what do I need to do to prevent and or handle think about objections, right? And so because they're like, oh, you're right. Because human beings focus on the emotions so much. If something annoys you, that's the only thing you focus on, right? And whenever you have a sad day, as an example, oh man, my life is shit. When in reality, maybe you have a sad day 10 days out of the year. But other days you have a neutral day or maybe you have a good day. And this is fine, right? So that's when we want to do that. Or if you go to a coach or sales manager or yourself and just say, I'm not making enough sales, how are you supposed to solve the problem? You know, you're just being a baby at that point. Oh, I'm not making enough sales. Let's look at the data, okay? So, and again, it's not your fault because people are not talking about this stuff. You know, but whenever I look at, like I said, the most successful business owners, closers, performance-based athletes, they're really doing this, right? So LeBron is looking at the fucking status report. LeBron's looking at the fucking status, right? And the game stats. So why are you not making enough sales? Why are you losing sales the most? Let's problem solve that. Are you losing this many sales a week to think about objections? Is your show up rate shit? Is your calendar empty? What is going on? A lot of times it may not be the objections itself, but what's going on? Do you not even have enough people you're talking to? Okay. Are you only relying on one-call clauses and not even getting the deals from follow-ups and upsells? Are you not leveraging your pipeline? What's going on here? So, like I said, do not be a princess closer like most closers do in the industry. Please, I'm telling you. And just complain about the problem. Identify the problem. Set a hypothesis on the root cause, just like the show process. Okay. And possible solution you think might solve the problem, and start taking action on that. Okay. So it takes just 5 to 10 minutes a day to track your data each day at the end of the day. Like, no sales rep likes to do admin. I totally get it. Okay. But if you don't have that, it becomes very difficult for you to problem solve. Okay. Once you get in the habit of it, it'll feel weird to not track your data. You almost feel guilty, right? It's like brushing your teeth. You get in the habit of it. Okay. So how do you go about that? We want to identify the area of your overall sales process where you're losing the most commissions to. So let's go into the dummy data tracker, and then let's do some math here. Okay. Let's say, as an example, today's Monday. Okay. Let's say today's Monday. And then let's say you have 8 calls on your calendar. Okay. Let's say 2 people no-showed, 1 rescheduled, 1 canceled. Okay. You got 1 deposit, and maybe you closed, I don't know, 1. Okay. Boom. And then let's say you closed for 10K. Okay. And then let's say you did, you collected 5K as an example. Okay. And then let's say the objections that you're getting is, okay, 2 to, there you go. All 2 to, if you think about it, and then 1 to logistical money, so on and so forth. Okay. And then let's say throughout the week, this is keep happening, right? 1, 3, 2, 5, 2. When we look at this, the total for the week, okay, which objection should we work on preventing or handling? Well, it's the obvious. It's the most common one, right? Because if you work on partner as an example, let's say you become the beast at partner objection handler. Let's say you overcome every single one. You're overcoming 2. You're getting 2 extra deals a week. So let's say you get 1K commission per sale. Then, okay, you're getting 2K additional per week, which is not bad. But let's say you got halfway decent at overcoming or preventing think about it objections. So you overcome 5 or prevent 5. So they don't even happen in the first place. You're getting an extra $5,000 a week in commissions. So you see how, and there's only finite amount of time and effort and energy and focus we can put into things, right? So we want to focus on the biggest bottleneck, the lowest hanging fruit, the biggest bottleneck. There's a lot of problems we can solve. But something Hormozy says too, the discipline lies in knowing that you have 20 different problems you need to solve, but only focusing on fixing one at a time. And that is difficult, which is why most people cannot do it. But if you can, then you'll be able to beat most people. Okay. Now, as an example though, let's kind of switch up the scenario. Okay. Let's say you have, I don't know, 4 calls booked each day. And then let's say, I don't know, 2 no-show each time. And you're only talking to 14 leads a week, like 14 leads that are showing up. Then probably if you just double the people you're talking to, then maybe you can double your commissions, right? As an example. So let's say you close another 10K here. Let's say you collect the 10K. And let's say you close another deal, 10K. Let's say you collect the 7,000. Okay. So cash collection rate is not good or not bad, right? So you're making 2.2K a commission a week, excluding recurring, right? But if you just double this, okay, so your close rate is what? Let me say, okay, 1. Okay, total sales from that. There we go. So you're closing 3 out of 14, which is a 21% close rate. Okay. Now let's just say we just double the people you're talking to. Okay, just by through outbounds, follow-ups, upsells, so on and so forth. And so let's say this becomes 888. Okay, and then let's just say 4444. Okay, and then let's just say if we double the people we're talking to, okay, then okay, maybe we close another one here, we close another one here, we close another one here. So, and then let's just do 10K, 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 10K. Okay, 10K. Oh no, let's just do 10K deal, 5K collected, 10K deal, 7K collected. So what happened was, without even getting better at sales, we just increased our commissions by this much. You know what I mean? So this is what it does. And we can work on the objection handling stuff too, but without even getting better at sales, which takes time, we just increase your commissions just from having more at-bats. As an example, which is, as a side note, which is why the outbound and the follow-ups and upsells, that's a low-hanging fruit. But when we understand the data, we know what we need to put the time and effort into, right? So that's how we problem solve it. And also another way is looking at your sales call recordings, okay? So at that point, you can tell, okay, cool, I'm messing up here. Okay, I didn't go deep enough into the pain. If you don't know, because we'll have blind spots, then you can go to a sales coach or like a sales manager. It doesn't have to be me, right? But you can go to whoever and say, okay, like, I think here's the issue. Can you give me some feedback on that? Then now you can get more feedback on it, right? You can more accurately problem solve instead of saying like, hey, I'm not making enough sales. I'm sad. I'm broke. No bueno. So this is how you problem solve. As an example, Tommy is one of our students in the real sales system. Tommy today made, well, this day made $1,865 in commissions today. Calls in the calendar today, 0. Comms made today, 1.8K. So how did that happen? He had 0 calls in the calendar. 1 deal closed from follow-up, another deal closed from follow-up, another one from follow-up, another one from follow-up, bonus. So these aren't even super high ticket either, right? It's like 3.7K deal. But because he did that, and 15% by the way, because he was an outbound closing, higher commission on sale, right? You can also negotiate that potential with your offer too, if it makes sense. So it says white space in your calendar is an insult to your family. White space, empty calendar equals money to be made, because he had the process and the activity for that, right? Most closers in the industry go, oh, you know, no lease in the calendar, nah, do nothing, jack off, nothing. But Tommy went in there and actually made shit happen. Another student's closing deals from upsell process. Hey, close another deal from 8K, not to finish the day. Today is a 20.5K day, cash collected day, doing boring stuff, upsells and follow-ups. Another one of our students, Nick says, hey dude, 250% close rate to start the week. How do you have a 250% close rate? Had 1 call show today, closed 3 deals. Had 3 calls show today, closed 6. How do you close 9 deals from 4 outbounds? Whenever you got a no-show, he picked up the phone, he went to the CRM, actually called deals, and actually closed them. If you want our help implementing these processes for your specific offer, get these SOPs and tailor for your specific situation so you can get to that 10K, 20K a month in commissions, then simply go to the link in the description box below, and you can see if you'd be eligible for Real Sales System, see if it can help you out. In the next lesson, we're gonna go over how to get on the right vehicle. That way you can maximize the skill set and the opportunity that you're putting in to make more money. Offers. How do you get on a good offer? I get this question so many times every single day that at first I didn't really, why are people asking this? Because I never had an issue getting on a good offer. I'm not saying that as a brag. I just didn't know this was a problem for a lot of people. Because when I got into the industry, I got mine through a referral. So that wasn't the best offer. It wasn't the worst offer. Pretty decent offer. And then after that, I built my track record. So after that, I never had to worry about getting on a good offer ever again. And I never did the whole offer hopping thing that I guess most closers do in the industry. And people always say, oh no, it's not my skill set. It's just, I just got to get on a good offer. Yeah, maybe not. Personally though, I just haven't seen a really like actually good closer struggle to get in a good offer, at least long term. Maybe for like a week or two, maybe 2 weeks max, but I just personally haven't seen a closer that's struggling to get in a good offer for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. I see people offer hopping for like 12 months straight, and it was shocking to me. And I have this saying, which is, I think, I don't know who originally said it, maybe it was Cole Gordon, but it goes, well, being a great closer is like being a hot girl. If you're actually good, then there's never a lack of opportunities. Do hot girls struggle to get in a Lamborghini? No. They land in Miami, 2 minutes later, they're in a Lambo. They land in Dubai, they're in a yacht 3 minutes later. They're getting invited to Maldives, all expenses paid. Hey, come bring your friends, chefs, all cater, private jet. They never have problems. But why is that though, compared to maybe a not so attractive girl? Because they have perceived value in the marketplace. Same thing with being a great closer. Is if we have perceived value in the marketplace, then we don't have trouble getting on a good offer. And I'll prove it to you in a bit. On the flip side though, yes, offer does matter, right? You can't just be in a shitty offer, you're only getting 1 call a day and there's no leads in the CRM. Absolutely, for sure, I'm not denying that. But again, if you have great skill set and great processes and great work ethic, then you don't really have trouble getting on a good offer anyway. Someone's gonna put you on. Why would a business owner, just think about it like this, right? If you're the business owner, if you just scream and shout somewhere, some business owner is gonna like, dude, sell on my offer. They're gonna say that, right? Because why wouldn't they want? So we're gonna go over, okay, where do you go find them? What's the good ideal criteria of an offer? How to reach out to them? What do you say in the first message? The Loom video structure. How do you go about the interview so you actually land? Okay, if they give you objections on the intro Loom video or on the interviews, how do you overcome them? How do you follow up? All that stuff. Okay, first things first is do not go into an offer blindly. Women lie, men lie, offer owners almost always fucking lie. And so whether it be offer owners, sales managers, recruiters that you talk to, they will almost always exaggerate their numbers. You might have had already experience with this, okay? So they might say that, oh, our closers OTE is 40K a month. OTE does not mean jack shit. It's some theoretical number that they pulled out of their ass. So OT doesn't jack shit, okay? And the close rate, they're always gonna say, we're drowning in leads, bro. I heard that so many times directly from myself and other people that I know, and it only came true once. Only once out of all the times I've heard that from myself and the people that I know. And so OT doesn't mean jack shit. Like I said, offer owners almost always lie. Numbers and proofs do not lie though. So we're gonna go over how to vet that as well. So most closers in the industry spend months, often years, offer hopping one shitty offer to another. And it just pains me. Again, it's not your fault. However, still your responsibility, right? But it pains me though. So make sure you qualify that offer, and we're gonna go over how to go about that as well. Okay, now, in order for us to go over what a good offer is, we gotta first go over what a bad offer is, right? Charlie Munger or somebody said it, I wanna know where my grave is, that way I don't go there. So bad offer, no proof of current closers making the money you wanna make. They may say our OT is 10K a month, yeah, but what are they actually making though, okay? And also, if they sell a low product price point, like 1K to 3K, and typical industry standard is that you're probably gonna get 10% commission off of that, right? So you're making $100 to $300 commission per sale. You're gonna have to make a lot of fucking sales to make the money that you want, right? Again, it's not like you can, it's just gonna be more difficult. And again, the marketing is not dialed in. Our job is not, we're not a CMO, we're not a marketer. So at least the marketing needs to have some sort of foundations, right? So ideally, if the current closers are getting less than 20 calls a day booked on their calendar each week, not a good sign. Or if they cannot fill you up your calendar and they don't have enough leads in the CRM, that's also not good. If you have leads in the CRM, then you can maybe negotiate some sort of higher commission deal for the outbound sales set and close, yes. But if there's not even leads in the CRM or the leads are just useless, that's not good, right? Or if all the leads that are getting on the sales call are just completely cold, as in, they have no idea what your company does. They don't even know what their problem is. Could you sell it? Yes, but it's going to require a lot of persuasive abilities. Ideally, it's not like they need to be laydowns, but at least not that cold, right? And also, if they only have one marketing channel on that offer, as a closer, probably not the best. Again, depending on what stage of the journey you're in as a closer. Again, if you don't have much skill set, then you can't be that picky, right? So you got to go with something, but ideally you go with at least a half decent offer. Because imagine if they're only doing Facebook ads to get deals, to get leads. What happens if Zuckerberg one day wakes up one day and shuts down their entire ad account down? You're cooked, you're fucked, right? And also, if they have shit management, like bad onboarding process, takes forever to start taking calls, like longer than 2 weeks, it just pains me. Like most offer I went on, I was able to start taking calls within the first week, oftentimes within the first couple of days, right? But if it takes us so long, it's like, what are we even doing here, right? Unless you're selling for some large corporation, like an enterprise deal or something like that, like a big deal, but otherwise it doesn't make sense. Now, also, and you don't even know how things work. You don't even know how financing works. They don't tell you. That's gonna be a bit of an issue, right? Maybe you can be resourceful and figure it out, but ideally they tell you how to do, right? And if it's too corporate-y, and if you don't like corporate culture, AKA culture is a not good fit, also not that good, right? So maybe they have a bad script and they force you to use it, that's also bad, right? If they micromanage you, probably also bad, right? And also toxic work culture, like I mentioned, if they're just gossiping about negative stuff and just useless stuff, you probably don't want to be in that environment. Okay. And also fulfillment, you want to look in that too. So if we look at a business, there's different departments, right? There's the marketing, sales, and fulfillment and operations. We want to make sure the other departments besides the sales are also dialed in, because our job is not to save the business, right? We're not the Lord and Savior, unless you're getting paid for that. So client results are not good, bad reviews, and their fulfillment and the experiences are not good, right? And if you close more deals, they need to stop marketing because they can't take on more clients from a fulfillment standpoint. That's also a big issue, right? And also, like I said, bad culture fit. Leads are so broken, there's no financing. Maybe you can do a really good job of selling them, yes, but ideally, I mean, if they're only like 16-year-olds who are broke with no credit score, it's gonna be more difficult, right? You don't wanna go up against the currents. You ideally go with the current or at least just like neutral, right? But not going against you, that's not good. If you don't believe in the product or service, again, you're not gonna have a good time selling it. And if you have to keep convincing people to buy, it's like a nice to have, then that's also going to be an issue, right? Obviously, there's things you can do to build more urgency and stuff like that. But I mean, if your job is to sell something that's just completely nice to have, it's just very difficult for you to sell it. As in, I don't know, if you're selling, I don't know, as in like toilet paper for $5,000, it's just going to be more difficult. It doesn't make sense, right? Now, what's a good offer? It's the inverse of what we talked about, which is proof of current closers making the money you want to make, okay? Not what they were making 1 year ago, 2 years ago, but what they're making now in the last 3 months or so. Because a lot of times what the offer does as well, I've saw this and with my own mistakes, is that they go over what the closers are making like 3 years ago, but things have changed. Their offer tanked or whatever maybe. You don't want that, okay? So they'll almost exaggerate. Do not take their word for it. Get proof, okay? And we're going to go over the vetting process in a bit. And also good product price point, right? If you're getting 10% commission, ideally 5K or higher. That way you're getting $500 commission per sale. That way, if you want to get to the magical 10K a month, you close one deal a day, right? 1 to 2 closed deals a day, and then you get to your 10K a month. And also marketing is dialed in. They can fill up your calendar, 30 plus calls a week ideally. If not, at least some leads in the CRM that you can outbound and follow up, and CRM hunting. And ideally, they have a good lead nurture process, meaning that it's not like they have to be laydowns, but at least when you get in the call, they at least have a general idea of what their problem is, and they at least have some idea of what your company does, okay? Now, it's also the business is stable. The business doing multiple 7 figures a year, okay? 300 grand a month, 500 grand a month, plus ideally 1 million a month. That's more stable. And they've been doing that for quite a bit. And then also marketing channel, more than one marketing channel, right? So they're a bit diversified. Facebook ads, maybe they have YouTube organic, maybe they also have Instagram organic, so on and so forth. That way, if one channel goes down, the other ones keep going until this one comes back up again, right? So you're not completely fucked. Also, good management leadership, right? Good onboarding. So a question you can ask is, hey, what's the onboarding process look like for the closers? Let's say I start selling for your company today. What does the onboarding process look like? That's another question you can ask. And ideally, again, you start taking calls within 1 week or shorter. Okay, if it's like a completely longer process, the company really needs to be worth it. Okay, they also show you where to find things that you need, right? Okay, cool. Here's the payment links, financing links, yada, yada, yada. That's good. Good compensation plan, okay? If you get higher commission percentage on higher performance, like the more cash you collect, that's a bonus. It's not a make or break kind of thing. It's a nice bonus, like PIF bonus, self-gen bonus, stuff like that, okay? Fulfillment is dialed in, okay? Clients get great results, consistent results. They can take on more clients. You feel good selling it, right? It's not going to break. And good culture fit. I mean, fulfillment as a business, something's going to break at some point, but at least it's not such a big issue. You know what I mean? Good culture fit. You are aligned with the values, mission, and principles. You can go to their website and find that out. If it's not there, you can go search their content or you can ask it in the interview. Okay. Now, as an example, if they just want you to do push-ups and take your shirt off and do 50 push-ups into the ground every day before taking a sales call and you don't want to do that, then probably not the best culture fit, right? And so leads have money or at least has a financing option in place, okay? So that's also important. You believe in the product or service, that's obvious. And also you can look up on Google company name reviews, okay? Company name or influencer name reviews, and you want to see good reviews. Now, a lot of times Reddit reviews will pop up. A lot of those are bullshit and exaggerated. So you do want to take it with a grain of salt, but also you want to make sure you're seeing good reviews as well. Okay. And then, yeah, prospects already want the program or service ideally. Again, they don't have to be laydowns, but they already want the thing. They already want to lose weight. They already want to fix their marriage. They already want to start a business, make more money. They already want to scale their business. If you're trying to convince them of something they don't want to do, right? If you're selling a service that helping scale businesses, but the prospects don't want to scale business for whatever reason, then there's no point in that. So how do we properly vet the offer, right? So like I said, there's different questions you can ask. You can do research prior to that. You can also, before the interview, you can ask whoever you're talking to, hey, can I see some sales call recordings of that offer? so I can be better prepared. That's another thing you can do, because if the sales, what we're looking for is this. If you look at the sales call recordings and the leads are so cold, they have no idea why they're there. Yeah, I don't even know why you're here, why I'm here. And then you keep seeing that consistently, then their marketing is probably shit, right? And also you can get an idea of if they say their closers are making this much and their skill set is this much, you're like, oh, I'm better than them. Okay, I can get a pretty good grasp of how much I could be potentially making. Okay, so you don't get proof of numbers. You can ask them, hey, do you mind showing me the data tracker so I can get a better understanding, or the commission sheets? Okay, so say it in a neutral, professional way. Most people shouldn't have an issue with it, right? If they're getting super defensive, then okay, that's a red flag, right? And get proof of the call volume. Hey, could I see the reps' calendars to see the call volume? Again, it's not you're being like accusatory. It's like, hey, give me this, give me that. But it's like, hey, they're gonna ask you some questions, and also they're gonna ask you probably if you have questions. Yeah, do you mind if is there a way I could see the reps' calendars as well so I can get a better understanding? Just be professional, be polite, you'll be fine. Okay, and like I said, the call recording. Okay, now that we know what we're looking for, that's the number one thing, right? We got to know what kind of offers we're looking for. Now, where do we go find this? So let's go into them. So where not to go find best offers is random offers posted in the Facebook groups, okay? You know what I'm talking about. Not all. I'm sure there's some good ones out there, but a lot of times these job boards in the Facebook groups, like random offers, like, hey, we're looking for a rockstar closer, yada, yada. Most of them are shit. Most of them are spam. Most of them are scams. Not good, okay? You can still vet them, but I found that in my experience, most of them are not good. Most of them are shit. So where do you go? So most reliable way is if you ever have people, salespeople or business owners you know, right? If you have sales reps, friends you know, or people in your network that already you know they're on a good offer and then they're making good commissions, or at least their reps on that offer making good commissions, then fantastic, right? So whether people that you personally know or if you're in some different masterminds, your coaching programs and things like that, you can ask them too, right? So you can do that. Network with other members in this group, which is our training group, basically. Also, you can make a list of the ideal offers and we can reach out to them, okay? So different ways you can do it. If you already know influencers or coaches or whatever business owners that you're following already who seem to have a good offer and you know their sales reps are making decent money, then you can reach out to them directly, whether on Instagram, Facebook, or LinkedIn. You can also go to YouTube, okay? So you can go to YouTube and then search them up. And then if they have a big engaged YouTube channel, right? Just because they have a lot of subs and a lot of views doesn't mean that they'll have a lot of, you know, their closer making a lot of good money, but at least it's something, okay? You can also go to their website. I'll give you this as an example. Let's say you want to sell for like Tony Robbins, right? Let's say, I don't know how much those guys are making on Tony Robbins' offer, but let's say you know they're making good offer. So you go to their website. What you can do is, okay, what do we got here? The websites will have different sections, right? Okay, cool. This about program. Let me scroll down. What do we got? Okay, they got careers. Careers. I'm looking for a career. We go here. And then, okay, we got inside sales coordinator. We got event program manager. Okay, personal. Okay. Sales. I'm going to go to this. I'm going to go learn more. And I don't know what sales coordinator means, but you can apply, and also don't just apply, but follow up with them, right? Okay, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. You can also go to LinkedIn and filter the searches into who's the sales director at Tony Robbins' company or whatever it may be, right? Or you can ask ChatGPT, so on and so forth, right? So we can reach out to them that way. Another way, like I said, YouTube. If an influencer has a good YouTube audience, that's quite good because YouTube traffic is quite good instead of just cold ads, okay? As long as this is consistent. So like I said, you can do that. Also, if they have a Our Team section, you can reach out to them directly that way as well. If you go to the Our Team section, they say, hey, head of sales or whatever it may be, right? Or you can just find them on social media like Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, email, so on and so forth, and then reach out. Okay, fuck it. Let's go over another example. Let's say we go to YouTube, okay? And then let's say, what can we do here? Let's say we can search different things, right? So, okay, so YouTube, let's go over a different example, right? Let's say we go on YouTube, how to start an online business. Let's say you want to sell some BizOp programs, right? So that's a good niche. That's a common niche. So there's different influencers that pop up. Okay, cool. Now, let's see what we can do here. Let's see. Let's go to this guy's channel and we go to the video and then we go to the description box, okay? But first, obviously do your vetting, right? Maybe check out their website and stuff like that. And okay, do they sell a coaching program, a paid program? And they may say, okay, book a one-on-one consulting call. That's Stan. I don't know if he's selling a coaching program. Let me open that. Okay, he's selling a bunch of affiliate marketing stuff. So maybe, let me check out his Instagram. All right, one-on-one consulting call. Okay, he sells that. Okay, what else? Does he have a link in bio? YouTube video, my store. What else does he sell? Let's see what we got. Okay, Okay, maybe he doesn't sell something high ticket. So let's keep doing our digging, right? Right now, trading offers are hot. So maybe we search how to, so trading offer. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, this guy's a pre-engaged YouTube following. So let me go here with this guy. Okay, quite a bit of followers, quite a bit of subs. Okay, views are quite active. Great. So we go to that. And then, okay, cool. Trading. Okay, there we go. There's one. Join my free community. Stuff like that. Okay, cool. So let's just do our digging. Okay, cool. Is that a paid program? Okay, so I guess this person sells. Okay, that's a course. What else does he sell? We can go to, we're doing this live, by the way. Let's go to their main website. So let me get rid of the rest of the URL. I guess that's their company website. Okay, perfect. So how it works, product results, student results, yada, yada, yada. Okay, cool. Do they have like some sort of career section? I don't know how it works. Okay, in that case, I'm just going to reach out to this guy. Obviously, do your research, okay? In terms of, okay, let's look at the student results. Okay, their students are getting results. Fantastic. You can also look up this company name, right? Craig, if you're watching this, hello. And then we can reach out this way, right? We can go to his Instagram, like I said, in the link in the description. Boom. Now we can start a conversation with this person, right? So that's how we'd go about the YouTube method. Now, once you have identified who you're going to reach out to, what do you say in the first message? Now, I could go over what to say. However, if I give the exact word for word script, if you want to call that, then guess what's going to happen? Everybody that's watching the videos is going to do that. Now the market is going to be saturated. That's no bueno. Okay. So we're going to go over principles of how to reach out. Okay. Now, if you're talking to business owners, especially successful business owners, guess what they value? Time. They value time a lot. Richer people, they value time way more than people that are not that rich. And as someone who's getting more rich, and not to brag, but it's just my financial income's going up. And when I see for myself too, I value time a lot more. I want people to get to the point a lot quicker. So when I was younger and making less money, I was like, oh, herp. And now I'm just like, okay, so let's get to the fucking point, right? I'm not being rude to people, but I just want people to get to the point, right? So knowing that to be true, what do we want to do? In our initial message, we want to make it short. Do not make a fucking paragraph. Whenever I see that in my inbox, it drives me cuckoo. I don't respond to those people. I'm sure you don't either, right? So none of the huge message. Make it easier for them to answer. Okay, that's one thing. Same thing how we set up at the prospect, right? Make it easier for them to answer. Same thing with the offer owner too, or the sales manager, whoever it may be. Make it easier for them to answer. You're probably gonna run into a setter if you're talking to the offer owner directly. So ideally, if they have a head of sales, you wanna talk to the head of sales. If you talk to the setter, you wanna have the setter pass it on to whoever the sales manager is, right? Just say, hey, who's your sales manager name? I'll reach out to them. I won't bug you, okay? Things like that. So you wanna get to that. This is sales, right? You know how when you're selling B2B as an example, you wanna get to the decision maker. Same thing. This is sales ready begins. So you want to do that. So keep it short and sweet. Okay, the messages. Be very direct. Very, very direct. Do a pattern interrupt. That's all I can say. Okay. Now in the Loom video, again, we're not going to go over, in the Loom video, we're not going to go over the specifics of it, but we're going to go over principles. Okay. So whenever you have an outbound call, or whenever you watch a YouTube video or a VSL, what you want to do is you want to start with whatever the person wants to hear the most, which is what can you fucking do for me? Okay. You know how we started this video with, hey, this is a 8-hour course on how to get to 10K to 20K a month in commission as a high ticket closer. I started with that. I didn't ramble the whole video. It's like, hey guys, welcome to another video. My name is Brian. I'm so excited to have you here. By the way, hit the subscribe. I'm not doing that shit, right? Because people are going to click off. You're busy, right? So you want to get to the point. Same thing here is in the Loom video, because I know people that are recruiters, and we actually have a recruiter inside of a community too. So what they look at in their intro Loom video, in the first 3 to 7 seconds, they decide if they're going to keep watching this video or not. And oftentimes recruiters know, or whoever watching the video already know if you're good at sales or not. If you have like a shitty background, number one, it's common sense, but it's not common practice, to be shockingly enough. But if you have a background where it's just like grainy, the video quality is bad, or if you look like you're in a parent's room, like the bed is in the background, you have a bunch of clothes laying around, a bunch of garbage laying around, or it just looks like it's just not good, or if it's like a fake background as well, you're in space or in the Golden Gate Bridge, people don't take it seriously, right? So it doesn't have to be you're at a mansion, but have a regular background. Don't have your bed in it, right? Have maybe a bookshelf, maybe just a wall with something. If you just have a white wall, better than have a shitty background, but you also look like a sociopath. So you do want to have some sort of bookshelf or something normal, right? Maybe like a family photo. You want to have that, and then don't wear a hoodie, okay? It doesn't matter if you sell B2C or B2B. And you want to wear, if nothing else, regular black t-shirt. But if you're applying to maybe like a more professional type service, like maybe it's a lead gen offer for financial advisors, maybe you want to have a button-down collar shirt, right? So you want to dress for the occasion, essentially. And you'd rather overdress than underdress. You'd rather do that. Have a nice clean haircut, obviously trim your beard, whatever it may be, common sense stuff, right? That's the outer appearance. Believe it or not, people do judge you based on your appearance, whether you like it or not. People judge you hardcore, okay? So you want to do that. And then after that, the way you speak, get to the fucking point, like I said, and also speak with certainty and conviction. Don't just be like, hey, Jack, I've been following you for a while. No, speak like you're the shit. Now, don't come off arrogance. I'm saying come off confident and certain. And you want to have that as well as humility as well. You want to show that you're coachable. You want to show that you're actually open to feedback and stuff like that. And while confident and having self-belief, you want to have that, okay? So in the beginning, you're going to front load with whatever they want to hear first, which is what can you do for me? Meaning that how much cash you collected? Do you sell for a big name influencer? Were you a top closer there? So on and so forth, right? You want to front load that. And if you don't, go get the track record. If you don't have that, that's the issue, right? Go get it, or you got to work with what you got. And also, they judge you. The next thing is, the number one is track record. Like I said, results and track record. Number two is demonstration of skill set. The demonstration of skill set is you're demonstrating that you're actually good if you don't have the track record yet, at least, right? So how do we demonstrate skill set? It's the way you talk. It starts there. Because oftentimes, whenever I look at an intro loom video, whenever I'm placing a rep or whenever I'm, whatever, right, hiring for my own business, I can already tell if this person is good or not. Just the way they talk, even before looking at the sales call recording. So yes, you want to speak with certainty. And then after that, you want to demonstrate skill set, you know what I mean? And you can do that in the loom video by the way you talk. You can also send them the sales call recordings, their best ones that are really fucking good. And then the last one is character, showing that you have high work ethic, you are not a fucking princess closer, you're a problem solver, not a problem giver, those kind of things. Essentially understanding if the offer on a sales recruiter is the prospects, what are they tired of? What do they hate? What do they want? So just like how, you know, how in the pitch section, in the training, we went over how we help them solve their problem, get the desired outcome, right? Same thing here. You're pitching yourself. This is a sale. This is a sale. So that's how you want to do. Length in terms of intro loom videos. Like I said, keep it short and sweet. These people are busy. Everybody's busy. Ideally, 60 seconds or shorter. All right, now let's get to the interview. Interview, pretty straightforward stuff. When they ask you a question, speak it with certainty and conviction. This alone will get you way farther than everybody else. It's just that most people cannot or do not do it, okay? So again, speak with conviction and certainty and confidence while having the humility and showing coachability, all right? So you want to do that and be prepared for the most common questions they're going to ask you. Be prepared. In the corporate traditional world, they prepare for interviews. They get coaching for interviews as well. So at least be prepared for this. How do we do that? Do your homework on that business. It is crazy. So sometimes I would introduce some people that are not our students to the business owner, sales recruiter, whatever it may be. And the rep that just got introduced, that just goes, oh, so what offer are you guys? What are you doing? First of all, do your homework, especially if it's an intro on Instagram or wherever it may be. Click on their profile, on their Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever it may be. Click on their profile. Look them up, right? Look them up. If it says their name on the Instagram or Facebook, look up their name on Google. If you really don't know, then at least ask the person that introduced you, but at least figure it out on your own, right? In terms of this, be a problem solver. So this thing is that most people just go to people with problems, which is why they never get further in life. They never do anything exceptional in life because they're stuck with the problems. They're fucking problem fixated. We don't want to do that, okay? So do your homework on them and be prepared for the common questions they're going to ask you, like, why did you leave your last job? Do not talk bad shit about your previous employer, obviously, common sense. Even if they fucked you over, be professional, be neutral. Now, we don't have time to go over the whole thing because time's winding down, but let's talk about how to overcome objection handling on a sales job interview. This is important because just like how a prospect may give you an objection, it's like, hey, let me think about it, let me talk to my partner on a sales call. Same thing on the job interview. The interviewers are gonna say, yeah, sounds good, man. We're gonna review other applicants and let you know. Yeah, sounds good, man. Let me just think about this and I'll let you know. Hey, sounds good, man. Let me talk to so-and-so from the company and let you know. Hey, but you lack experience. These are the common objections you get in a sales job interview. And so if you break it down, just like how we get an objection from a prospect on a sales call. Now, when you get to think about an objection, do you just hop off? No, we sit there, don't take no for an answer, handle that, right? Same thing here. Most closers, 99% of people, when they get an objection on a sales job interview, they just, oh, okay, please get back to me. Done. You fucked yourself. Good luck getting back, right? But if you sit there and actually overcome it, even if you just try, that alone will get you further than most people. That alone, okay? Because most people just don't even try. And what is a signal to the offer owner or sales recruiter? Oh, they didn't even try overcoming my objections. So how are we going to overcome the objections of the leads we give you? You know what I mean? So you do want to overcome the objection. We don't have time to go over the objection handling, the whole thing. But all I'm gonna say is, let's quickly go over that, right? So isolate their concern, just like anything. Yeah, if they say like, yeah, we're gonna review other applicants and let you know, not a problem. Looking at other applicants aside, do you feel like I could get the job done? What is that? We're isolating the objection. Right? First, we're diffusing it, not a problem. Do you feel like I could get the job done? Do you feel like I'd be a good fit for this role? And if they say yes, you go, okay, why do you feel that way though? You do that. They're like, oh, All right, I think you'd be a good fit because of this and this reason. Okay, cool. So, I mean, what's really holding you back from actually us getting this started? So we flush out the real concern, right? And if they say, you know what, I think you lack experience, then you got to be able to address and handle that, right? Don't just sit there. So that's what you do. And then you get a commitment on the job interview. There's no way, even if I have zero sales experience right now, zero track record, there's no way I'm hopping off that interview without getting a commitment, aka them giving me a job. And you should have that mentality too. Okay, inner game manifesto. A lot of people talk about mindset. I need to fix my mindset in sales. A lot of times it does come down to a skill set issue. However, I found that it does help for some people. So we're gonna go over what I call inner game. I don't like the word mindset that much. I think it's just too overplayed. But yeah, we'll go over inner game, okay? Your mental framework, the way we think, so that we have the highest yield for success, okay? Number one, confidence comes from the pre-work. A lot of times people say, oh, I need to get more confidence. I need to do some mindset work. And that's what I need to do. I mean, a lot of times people try to do that. But what happens is that now they shout a bunch of affirmations into the mirror. But when it comes to actually get on the call and build urgency, handle objections, they don't know what the fuck to do. Why? Because they haven't gotten the skill set. And so because of that, what happens is that all the mindset work, the confidence they built up, what happens to that? It gets shattered into the ground and as if nothing ever happened. It's like an empty eggshell that gets shattered into the ground with a gazillion pieces. Because where does real confidence comes from? Competence. Do you feel like you have mindset issues tying your shoes? And if you answer no, why not? Well, because you're competent at it. You know exactly what to do. And because of that, why do you feel unconfident? You don't, right? So how is sales calls any different? It's sales, same thing, right? If somebody told me to go jump off of Burj Khalifa right now, I would feel very unconfident. I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna live because I don't know how I do it, right? But if I've done skydiving, I'd feel more confident. Same thing. So is it that a mindset issue or is it really the competence issue? A lot of times it's a competence issue. You know, Kobe Bryant is probably my biggest inspiration when it comes to anything. And Kobe is one of the greatest basketball players that ever lived, right? Now, when he's asked to hit the game-winning shots time and time again, right? And after one game, he hit a game-winning shot, fadeaway, crazy shot, people going crazy. And one interviewer asked him, hey, Kobe, so were you not nervous taking the game-winning shot? And Kobe said, well, no, because I've done the pre-work. And confidence comes from the pre-work. I've practiced that exact shot 1,000 times a day. I know how to do it. And so when the lights come on, crowds cheering, it's just 1,001. That's what it is. Because if you knew exactly how to build urgency, pre-know all the objections, knew exactly what to say, how to say it with all the different objections, do you feel like you still have mindset issues? Probably not, right? Manifesto number 2. If you ever feel nervous on a sales call, let's say as an example, the prospects being vague or the prospects are A-type or sophisticated prospect and you're feeling a bit nervous, just remember this. who has the problem? They do. Who has a solution? You do. So if they have the problem and you have the solution, why should you feel nervous? So this is the exact same thing my former boss, Jeremy Miner, told me. Because when I was first getting into B2B and selling these chief sales officers and CEOs and stuff like that, I was getting a bit nervous. They're like, oh, they're like super A-type. They don't smile, and da-da-da-da. At the end of the day, I mean, yeah, those people tend to be like that. But I mean, I found that I kind of tend to be like that too, by the way. So it's like now I start to understand it. But yeah, so we don't need jack shit from them. And it may feel like we do because our job is to close a deal and get the commissions, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, for sure. I mean, in a logical level, yes, that's our job. But at the end of the day, I mean, we're never going to see them ever again. You know, that doesn't mean that be rude and be disrespectful. It's not, I'm not talking about that. Be professional, be polite, and then also have a good conversation, have fun. But at the end of the day, they have the problem. They're not getting enough leads. They're paycheck to paycheck. They're having issues with whatever. You have the solution. So that's what helps you also be completely detached. So being competent, that's one way, right? Another way is just knowing that you don't need anything from them. And your goal isn't to make the sale. Our goal isn't to make the sale. It may sound like it, but our real goal is following our process to the best of our ability in that given moment. And if we walk away saying like, you know what? I followed my process to the best of my ability. I can walk away from that. And let me keep improving on it. That's all that is. Manifesto number 3 is probably the best advice I got from my former boss, Matt Ryder, which is sit down and solve your fucking problem, mates. Okay? So this is when I was talking to Matt on the phone. I was like, yeah, man, this is going on. And I guess I was a bit overwhelmed at the time. And I'm like, man, I don't know. And Matt was like, well, mates, sit down and solve your fucking problem, mates. It's like, that makes sense. So there's a lot of wisdom behind it. What that means is that, okay, instead of just being frantically, like being overwhelmed or stressed, no, sit down. What I typically do is I pull out a Google document, because I found that when I pull out a Google document, I actually type out what is the problem, what is the root cause of the problem, what is the impact, what's the possible solution. Just like how we ask the prospects, I do that to myself, by the way. We're going to talk about congruency and standards later too. But okay, so when we do that, okay, cool. Okay, what's the issue? This is the issue. This is the root cause. This is what's causing it. All right, cool. So what will be the possible solutions? Who can help me do this? Right? When we do that, now we're thinking more analytically, and that's what we want to do. And do not crumble. Some people just crumble under pressure. That pains me. I've been there too. But being in the military helped for sure, right? And maybe going through more difficult situations in life, that'll keep helping. But yeah, we want to develop a thick skin. And so we want to, again, same thing. We want to compartmentalize emotions from the logic. Sit down and solve your fucking problem. And if you don't know how to solve the problem, go seek help and go get help from that person. Doesn't have to be me. Just whatever for what it is. I do that too, by the way. At this point, I've invested over $250,000, $250K, probably more, in different coaching courses, masterminds. So I'm not just telling you to do this. That's what I do too. Manifesto number 4. Don't say I can't because. Ask yourself, how can I? So one time at the sales sniper office, Matt had some random people come in and then do like a guest workshop type thing, right? So he was talking to this one lady. And the one lady said, yeah, man, it's great that you guys are doing this. My situation is a bit hard. And so Matt gave her some suggestions. He's like, okay, so I mean, why don't you call the age leads? It's like, yeah, I don't know. They don't really respond that well. Matt's like, okay, well, how about you call the opt-in leads? And the lady's like, yeah, I don't know what to do. Okay, how about you go for referrals? The lady's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to give me referrals. At one point, Matt just stopped and said, do you hear yourself right now? She's like, what? They just met, by the way. As a side note. And that's like, well, every suggestion I'm giving you is like someone's giving you a suggestion. You're saying, I can't because. How about you just say, how can I do this? I mean, you have the do your hand back. Apparently you can figure out a way to get a do your hand back, but you can't call the age leads. And the lady showed up real quick. Now, nothing personal to that lady, but it's a prime example of a lot of people say I can't, right? And then I say I can't. I mean, how about we say, how can I? As an example too, one of our students, he's in the Spanish market, right? So he sells in Spanish. Now he came in, he could have been like, oh, I don't know if Brian can help me because I don't know if this will work because you guys sell in English and I sell in Spanish. But he came in and was like, you know what? No, I still want to learn this. I'm just going to figure out how to apply for my specific situation. And so he did that. First month, he increased his commissions by 50%. You know, so because he like, okay, let me figure this out. Okay. And his questions are very intellectual. They're very intelligent, very analytical. Okay, I can tell that he's putting an effort into this, right? So that's what I mean is that if some people are not succeeding, there's a reason for it. If some people are succeeding, there's always a reason for it. So do not be problem-oriented, be solution-oriented. That's what gets you further in life. Manifesto number 5, stop putting artificial barriers in front of you. When I was at my last company, at one point, the CEO and, well, Jeremy and my boss said, hey guys, we're gonna start giving you B2B leads. So doing B2B deals, like 30K packages, so on and so forth. And so I was like, okay, cool, sounds good. And they essentially said, who wants those leads? And obviously I'm gonna raise my fucking hands like, I want those leads. Some people didn't even raise their hand and didn't even try though, right? And at times setters would come to me, it's like, hey Brian, do you want this B2B lead? XYZ other closer didn't want to take it because they said they don't know how to sell B2B. And I'm like, well shit, I don't know how to either, but give me those. Because I'm like, you know what, let me just figure this shit out. Let me get on there. Like, I'm not gonna hold myself back. I'm not gonna disqualify myself. Right? Now, there's a time and place for these things, obviously, right? But when it comes to situations like this, I'm like, well, let me figure it out. Let me learn this, right? So what did I do? I went and learned B2B sales. That's what I did. I was like, okay, cool. Now, I'm not like, you know, it's not like I became a master after a day. It's still an ongoing process. But what I did was, okay, I at least know the basics of this because I learned it from people who have already figured this out. And what happened was I think before I left that company, I was either number 2 or number 2 in the most amount, number 1 or number 2 in terms of the most amount of B2B sales revenue generated. And I didn't know how to sell fucking B2B, but I just like, oh, let me figure it out, right? So do not put barriers in front of it. Do not disqualify yourself. Whenever I see new students coming in too, they say, oh, Brian, I don't know if I'm qualified to apply for this offer. Well, fucking apply and find out. If you don't try, the chances is 0. If you at least try, you at least have a 1% chance. What would you rather take, 0 or 1%? Just go for it. Manifesto number 6, obsession. So ego is the killer of all success. Okay, now there are times to have confidence for sure, but there's also times to just have a reality check. I found that I've been selling salespeople for about 2.5 years now for different companies and for myself at this point. And what I'm realizing now is that salespeople are almost like those guys that think they can go into a bar and pick up any chick. In reality, they can't. And same thing with closers too. They think they're good. In reality, they're not. And something that my old boss, Jeremy Miner, told me is that, well, you are what your commission checks say you are. Now, there's a lot of caveats to it. Some people get on hot offers and they're not as good and they make way more money. But if somebody's just struggling below 10K a month for a long, long time, that's another whole different story, right? Again, it's contextual. There's nuances to it. But yeah, so if you have an ego, then you're going to stay where you are and you got to be okay with that. Or you can be like, you know what? I don't know jack shit. I'm going to keep learning. I'm going to obsess over this. Let me keep betting at this shit. Manifesto number 7. You either sacrifice for your goal or your goal becomes the sacrifice. I don't remember who exactly said this. I think Sam Evans or Tony Robbins, whoever said it first, but it made total sense to me because everything we do has a consequence. Me shooting this video right now, I've been shooting this for 8 hours straight now, the whole day on a Saturday. That has a consequence. It means that I could be at the club right now. I could be at the lounge right now. I could be on a date right now. I could be doing just resting right now, but I'm not, right? But for me, that consequence, I'm okay with that consequence because for me, this makes more sense. Now, if I were to go out there and party instead of doing this, that also has a consequence, right? So that means that I'm not gonna be able to provide this to you. I'm not getting more leads. I'm not growing my business more. And also second order consequence, which is, well, next day I'm waking up hungover and my whole schedule is fucked, right? So everything has a consequence. So when I was first getting into sales, I realized that concept. And so what I did was going back to the previous concept of obsession. I realized that, well, because I used to be a club promoter, so I could say I could keep going to the clubs, or I could say, you know, I could sacrifice that way I can keep my goal. And I want to take a bet on myself. I don't know, me doing all this shit, I don't know if I'll get to my goal, but let me fucking try. And that's the only thing I can do. Let me take a bet on myself. Let me get the right help. Let me just obsess over this. And so there are other people that didn't make the sacrifices and they just got left behind in life, right? Whether salespeople that I know or my high school or hometown friends. And so everything has a sacrifice. And another quote that my former boss told me is too, which is, success is simply a choice. Choose wisely. Manifesto number 8, congruency and standards. So whenever I do a role play in front of my students or they see some of my sales call recordings, so on and so forth, they ask me sometimes, hey, Brian, how are you able to just sit there in the pocket and just uncover the vague prospects, or just, there's objection handling call recordings that I cannot post on YouTube that's in the training platform, where I'm going objection handling for literally 74 minutes in a row, and eventually that closes. So they go like, how are you supposed to do that? Or how are you doing that? And yeah, there are the tactics and the reframes that we talked about earlier, but a lot of times it goes back to congruency and standards. Because the reason why I can be direct with people and hold them to a higher standard is because I hold myself to a higher standard. That's the reason why I've been progressing in life. Again, a lot more room to grow for sure. I understand that. But the reason why I even got to even this point is because I held myself to a higher standard. When I was living in Korea, selling to US leads, I was waking up at 3 in the morning every morning without bitching or complaining about it once, because what else are we gonna do? I've taken risk after risk. I don't know who's gonna be editing this video, but it's gonna be probably my 9th or 10th video editing agency editor person, right? And so the reason for that is because the previous 9 ones are just god awful, just terrible, awful, just speechless, okay? I even had one agency where I paid them $3K and then they ran away with the money. I paid them $3K. I think they were supposed to edit 8 or 12 videos of mine. They edited one video and then they ghosted, then disappeared. I messaged them on Slack, email, Instagram, their other staff members in the company, never heard back. And I thought to myself, is this real life? Why do I even bother, you know? And recently I made some bigger investments, like 18K, that was for a mastermind, 20K for a one-on-one consulting, and 26K for a mastermind. And for the 18K one I did, it was from probably one of the biggest gurus in the space. And then it was not a good experience, to say the least. And I always like to take responsibility in my own hands, obviously, right? What can I do better? What is my fault? What can I control? I always like to do that, but that one was just like a terrible exception. That was the only one where I can say like that was an actual bad investment. However, I still take responsibility. And you know what? I at least learned something from it. So let me just get away with that. Okay, I learned something from it. 18K, not a small amount of money, but okay. I just learned something from it. And at one point, I'm like, should I even keep investing in myself? Like, what's the whole point? Then I go, well, what's the alternative anyway? It's the same objection reframes, the same shit we tell our prospects, we tell ourselves. Same shit, right? And so a lot of times we say these lines, the objection handling reframes or whatever it may be, is that, but are you even saying that to yourself? Do you have own urgency within your own goal? Are you vague? Are you lacking commitment within your own goal and your own actions? Then are you really fucking surprised that your prospects keep giving you vague answers and you struggle with that? Is that really shocking? You know? So sales is a mirror, right? I don't want to get too woo, but sales is a mirror. How are you supposed to overcome the prospects think about objections if you yourself lack urgency, if you're not decisive, if you're not getting outside of your comfort zone? That's like a fat personal trainer telling other people to go to the gym when they don't go to the gym. Doesn't make any sense, right? So sales and congruency. So we hold ourselves to a higher standard, that way we can hold other people to a higher standard. Manifesto number 9, relentlessness. So if you just have this, you can beat most people. I know I've said that quite a bit of times during this course. However, that's literally the name of the game. Whenever I was at the last company, when I was at 7th level, it's pretty much, I mean, it is the all-star league, right? I mean, back then it was the best closers in the industry went to that, right? Even the CEO who has overseen 30,000 different sales reps, he even said this is the best sales team that I've ever seen, most skilled sales team I've ever seen. And in there, with the guy with the least sales experience, I happen to be the second highest producing closer on that team. And part of that, there's different things we talk about in the course too, but I was just fucking relentless. We talked about the example of me calling that B2B lead 28 times with that, them not even replying to me until they actually close a deal, right? I was just fucking relentless, man. Even on Christmas Day, I got a referral that day. So I called that person on WhatsApp still on my bed at like 9, 10 in the morning my time. And I just objection handled for an hour. The next day I called them again, objection handled for another 30 minutes and another hour. And then finally they close. Because I said, either you quit or I quit, but I'm not going to be the one quitting. So there's another mantra when I was a sales sniper too, which is, you can run, but you'll just buy tired. And I fucking love that because I'm not quitting. Alex Hormozi has this quote, right? He says, I cannot lose if I do not quit. I cannot lose if I do not quit. And I keep saying that over and over and over again. So if you're in a place where you want to quit, you cannot lose if you do not quit. Now, don't be arrogant to say that, oh, I'm just going to do the same thing and I'm going to get a different result. Or is it a matter of time? Is it? Some things need to change at some point, right? So realize that, but don't quit. We cannot lose if we do not quit. Okay. Another thing Matt told me as well, keep going. Everybody else will quit. you'll be the only one left standing. Manifesto number 10, micro urgency, macro patience. Piggybacking off the point from earlier, some people say, oh, time takes time. Yes, that is true. However, some people use it as an excuse. They say, oh, time takes time. I just need more reps. Yeah, but why don't you get to your goal earlier? What if you got the right help now and achieve even bigger things? Let me tell you this. When I was first getting into sales, I was about 2 weeks in at that point. I knew I was losing this many deals. I just hated being on the bottom of the leader. I just hate being mediocre, right? And I hated that. But I thought to myself, you know what? I'm just 2 weeks in. Maybe I just need more reps. Maybe I'll just go finish the month and see how things go. And I was taking a walk one day, and I thought to myself, no, that's fucking stupid. Why don't I get the right help now? Why don't I take more proactive action now? That way I can get to my goal quicker, and or maybe I achieve bigger goal. Maybe I surpass my goal. If I started now, where could I be at now? And so that's what I had no money at the time. It was like pretty much all the money I had after I invested into that training to learn from Jeremy and Matt. There's about 200 or 500 bucks left in my bank account. But later on, what that happened was that now I got to 15K, 20K a month, right? And then later I got to my highest month at 36K a month. And so looking back at that, had I not taken that action earlier, that's opportunity cost. I would have lost out on maybe 70 grand that year, just that year alone. Not even ensuing the other years coming to that and the opportunities that came my way. So in the micro, we have urgency. We get to our goal quicker because that's congruent. In the macro though, as long as you're doing that on the daily basis, that's when we have the patience.
That was more than I was expecting, I'll be honest.
I mean, you can pay me more if you want.
But also I'm thinking like, I could just use this mentor. I've only done like a couple calls with him and like it's improved. So like I could do that. 7K is like, it's a steep.
You're worrying about the 7K when you should be focusing on the 15K months and you be able to go to your parents and like, hey guys, we're going to Europe.
I'm just scared, bro. I'm just scared of like, okay, the offer goes down and like I'm just fucked.
Want me to show you how to overcome that objection?
Discovery is improving. Like in the month of January, I had like a 36% close rate and then it increased like 44, 45. And so like my discovery is improving. I think for me, it was just like kind of dealing with different kind of people because I'm on a trading offer and I'm dealing with guys that are experienced, and experienced ones, like I know the pain points, obviously like they're not doing well, that sort of a thing. But for me, it was just like, guys that were more newer into the space that just started trading. It was hard to get like leverage in terms of, at the end, like I just felt like I didn't have enough ammo to be able to. What was that?
What do you mean? Not enough ammo?
Yeah, like I mean, I just didn't have. I feel like enough leverage points throughout the discovery. I just felt like there was not a lot of pain that I was able to extract, and so. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I obviously just wasn't asking, I guess, the right questions, or I was kind of going about the path of like the pain in the trading where. Okay. There wasn't a lot of pain there, and it's probably somewhere else. Yeah, exactly. So it's like it's hard to find where it was like going wrong.
I agree with some trouble. Okay, so what are you doing now to fix that?
So I got help from I was getting mentored by this one guy that the sales manager I'm on with. Like he's good friends with him, and he was doing like 30-40K, and so I was being mentored by him. And it was helping my process as well. So I've been being coached by him recently.
How long have you been doing that?
About 2 months. Like just like occasionally we'll get on a call like once a week or like just like for like a call review.
Okay, and 2 months is quite a bit, and it seems like things are going all well. So why not just double down on that?
I don't know. He doesn't really have like a structured like program. Like he just does like coaching part-time.
Okay.
So it's like it's working, but I feel like also at the same time, it's just not like super structured. Like I'll just get on a call with them, call review. It's only like an hour, and then like just kind of go about our day. And it's like, I guess there's not like, it's like a structured process. If that makes sense.
Okay. I mean, is that affecting your progress?
I mean, I guess not, but I just feel like I want to be getting more help, right? Because I'm like a call review like every once in a while where like I'm not doing well, it helps.
Okay.
You know, obviously having more like a structured process and like other people around you that are also doing the same thing, you know, it's gonna help. It's gonna help you more.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna take action on something, then the problem needs to be worthwhile fixing, right? So, but you're not having the more, I guess, more hands-on support, and you're not having the right environment. What do you feel that's maybe doing to your progress and being able to scale your commissions?
I mean, I feel like it's I mean, I could be making more, right?
What are you doing in comps right now?
Last month I did 7,700, and then the month before that I did 10 and a half.
Okay. So is it kind of like the average, like 7 to 10?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, this is like a new, like I just got on this offer like in January. Like January was my first full-time like month on it.
Okay.
So I've only been on it for like 2 months. But yeah, like on average it's there. I want to be able to like scale to like 12, 15.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
Okay. So you said like the main thing is not building enough pain, right? So how many deals a week do you feel like you're losing out on because of that?
probably like three, 3 to 5.
Okay. What's an average commission per sale?
Like the math I had is like the average sales like 4K.
Okay, cool. 10% commission, like 3 or 4
Yeah.
homes, right?
Yeah.
Do you have your calculator with you?
Yeah, I do. On my phone.
Because I left mine in the other room. So let's do the math, right? So let's say conservatively $300 per sale times it by, let's say in the middle, 4 deals lost per week, right? So 300 times 4 times it by 4 weeks in a month.
It's 1,200. A week is 1,200. In a month, that's 4,800.
Okay, I mean, that's not bad. What is that per year? Times that by 12 months.
57K.
Is it accurate?
Yeah, times 12. 4,800 times 12.
Okay. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, it doesn't feel good,
That's someone's salary, bro.
right?
That's that 15K a month. You're at 10 right now, or 7 to 10. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So before you start talking to me, man, besides like the sales manager person, right? Besides that, were you looking for ways to build more pain so you can get to that consistent 15, or
So yeah, I mean, I was looking at different kind of mentors.
okay, what's preventing you from moving forward with those people?
Well, I haven't gotten on the call with them yet. But I've just seen like you guys are like the three that kind of look at the most. I mean, not as much, but you and pops up myself, and then just see him occasionally.
Okay, so why not go?
Um, I don't know. I talked to the guy that was being mentored by, and he was saying that you'd probably better to go with you than him, just because I think you have more experience, and yeah, just going more with you. But I haven't gotten on the call with him, and I don't really know what he does either.
I mean, if you look at someone's content, you get a pretty good idea, right?
Right.
So that's what your sales manager said, right? But what about you? Like ultimately, it's your goals and your responsibility, right? So from what you've seen so far, yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, I think with you, I think also obviously I've been trained by or I'm in uh, training, so I know more of you because through him.
Okay.
So I I know more of your stuff than I do because of.
So you're in this group as well. So like, I mean, want to double down group and just keep doing that.
Uh, I like stuff. I think you already train more people or people that are already kind of doing like 5 to 10 or like you train more in terms of like getting better, and I think more of like offers and like beginners as well. I mean, obviously, I've only been closing for like a five, 4 months, but I think with yours, I think you're training already people that are kind of at like already doing 10K a month, like more people that are already doing 10K a month. So I think being around more people that are already there um, is gonna push me more rather than only like a few people are doing like above 10K in this group. I think there's like 3 or 4 or like 4 or 5.
You see how we pre-handled like 3 objections by now?
Yeah.
You see that? Okay, cool. So step number one is being a great closer as well. It's a level of congruency, right? So because if we're gonna overcome our prospect's objection, we gotta overcome our own first, right? Right? We gotta be committed. We gotta be decisive on our own actions. Otherwise, if we don't do that, how are we gonna overcome our prospect's objections, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
All right, cool. That's called the frame. All right, so let's do this, man, because I want to make sure what we do would actually work for you. So you mentioned maybe more frequent feedback, right? So when it comes to like building pain, I get that, but what kind of training or support do you feel like you need so you can really succeed?
I feel like I saw like in the demo thing, you guys have like coaching calls like daily.
Mhm.
Is that like that's like group coaching, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, so I feel like having daily group coaching calls or um just having more frequent coaching because I think with like twice a week, which is good. Um, but I feel like yeah, just more support where I can because I saw on like on the demo thing where it's like you get your calls reviewed stuff like that on the daily coaching calls. So having those I think would be pretty good. And yeah, just having a community as well that are already doing more numbers than I am. Uh, and yeah, just the support system of being able to kind of get my calls reviewed more frequently. That sort of.
Okay. So let's say we get that, and you get that consistent 15 each month, right? Right. What's your life change from what it is now? Don't tell me something boring like reinvest or real estate.
How would my life change at 50?
Yeah.
I think right now, like I feel like I'd be able to give, I guess more money to my parents because obviously like being able to make 15K a month, I'm able to give them even more, right? Um, so yeah, I feel like that's one of the bigger things. But I feel like honestly, I still kind of like a mindset of like I don't have a lot of money and like that I don't know, like I'll still like pay for stuff. I'm like damn, like $6 for a coffee. Like I don't know, if that's like for like my parents' upbringing. I don't know, but I just feel like even now, like yes, I'm not making like a crazy amount of money, but I'm like even then, like even still spending stuff, it's like I still kind of think about it. So 15K a month, I feel like I'd still like I wouldn't have that kind of
I
feel.
mean, coffee is one thing, but what are some other choices where the money's dictating you instead of the other way around?
I mean, honestly, I don't really like buy a lot of things. Like I'll get clothes and stuff, but like I don't really spend my money a lot. Like I'll just um yeah, I mean, I don't really like buy because I'm still in college. I'm in college, so I don't really like buy like a ton of stuff. Um, I don't have too many expenses either, so it doesn't prevent me from doing a lot of stuff. I guess I could travel more, like even with like school and stuff. So like it's just more so like little things.
Okay. So if you're gonna put time and effort into something, if you're gonna get outside of your comfort zone, right? Because what you've been doing got you to where you are now, right? But if you're trying to get to here, that's gonna require a different level of skill set, you getting outside of your comfort zone, right? Different type of effort. So
Right.
at that point, then the outcome needs to be worth it, right? Otherwise, why even bother? Right. So is you giving more to your parents, is that the thing that's gonna make it worth it, or what's gonna be the thing for you?
I have a goal of like being able to like take them to like I have it in my notes of being able to take them to like Europe, pay for the trip
Okay.
like fully.
Amazing.
Yeah, like my whole family, like including me. That's probably like 12K for just doing that. So I had to have the
A big family or what?
no, it's like four of us, but
Okay.
I mean with expenses, all that from US to Europe is pretty expensive.
Yeah. Makes sense. Okay. Europe where?
Probably like Spain,
All right.
Spain.
I see. Yeah, I was in Barcelona a couple of years. It's nice.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I went there. I went there like 2 years ago. Yeah, it's nice.
Sangria, paella,
Yeah,
tapas, you know? All right. You're gonna
place.
fly coach or you're gonna fly business?
Um, probably coach. I mean, well, I mean,
Well, let's say money, dude. Let's say money wasn't real talk. You and your parents. Correct.
yeah, I mean, yeah, business for sure.
Exactly right. Now, obviously, if you're gonna do business, that's gonna cost a bit. So I'm simply helping you understand these things so you realize like, okay, so I need to operate at a higher level. You know what I mean? But you being able to do
Yeah.
that, man, you have to go to your parents like, hey guys, guess what just happens? The Euro trip, business class, pack your bags, your boy got you. Bro, how they make you feel being the son for them?
Yeah, I mean that'd be great. I mean they've never really traveled outside of like North America, so it'd be
Nope.
no.
Should be out there seeing the world.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So with the current skill set you have right now, how close are you to being able to do that?
I mean on this track it'd probably take a while. Like I mean if I'm on this track I would be able to by the end of the year, but like I don't want to just stay here. Like I don't want to just only be making 710. Because like also like some guys that I was working with on another offer, like they're closing now as well. Like we all start off as setters and then they're closing now and making like 15K a month, 20K a month.
Are they so much smarter than you?
No.
Right. So what happens if you don't, man? What happens if you just keep being where you're at? You see other people that are not smarter than you just going past you, and then you keep being the same guy, not able to give what you want to your parents. What happens then?
Probably be getting a bunch of FOMO and well for me it's like not being able to do it would just be I mean kind of doing myself a disservice.
The service? How so?
These other people can, like I can too, right? But me not doing it is obviously up to me. And so if I'm not able to get there, if I'm not there, that means that I'm not doing something that I should be
Yeah, and who are you letting down possibly?
myself.
You want to settle for that?
No.
You don't have to do something about this now, right? You can just push it off until tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Your prospects do.
Yeah, I mean I could, but I mean I don't want to
Why not?
because I mean the more I wait, obviously the more time is like it's passing by and it's just like wasted time.
Yeah. Are your parents getting any younger?
No.
I mean, listen, you seem pretty committed. I feel like what we do would work for you. So if you want, I can just walk you through what we do, how we do it, and really operate your high self as well as give more to your parents. Want to do that?
Yeah.
All right. How do they feel as a prospect?
Yeah, I mean I felt pretty calm. I felt engaged. I don't really feel being sold to, even though like I know like that's like your framework. So like a normal conversation.
Yeah, how do you sell it yourself? Right. So that's what we
Right.
train you on in real sales system. Okay, so our implementation program for 12 weeks. First thing we train you on is building more pain to prevent more objections, right? Because I think that's the main thing you mentioned, right? Well, if newbies, you're not quite sure how to build that pain, so you end up getting objections and losing deals at the end, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's what you do is it's like a biz op conversation. It's a more emotional sales. And so how we do that is using something called a decision tree. You might have seen something like this online. Okay. Now, there we go. So because the reason why we have this is because sales scripts are great, but when was the last time a sales call went exactly how the script's written out?
Yeah, no.
It just doesn't go, right? Because there's different scenarios that happen. As an example, if you ask this question, it could give you a problem or outcome. That could give you a vague answer. In that case, what do? Do you just brush past it or do you actually address it and get the actual pain point? This is where a lot of closers lose deals in the first 5 minutes, right? So we map out the scenarios. There's a lot of BizOps specific examples. We train plenty of guys that are in like that trading niche, okay? So we train you on that. That way you can actually build more pain, prevent more objection, and be able to close more deals. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
What's your thoughts on that?
So, excuse me. So with like the decision tree, like that's like that's like the curriculum essentially. Um, so what's like the structure in terms of like the coaching? Or are you gonna get into that?
We'll get to that too.
Oh, okay.
How do you feel about this though?
I mean, it looks good. I mean, decision tree. If it works, then it works, right?
Do you feel like it would work?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it would. And it works for your students, right?
Yeah, for sure. The guy I sent you, Nick, and also Alex, they're also in the trading niche too.
Hmm.
Yeah, the Nick 6x his comps, Alex 5 times his comps.
Yeah, I saw those.
Yeah. All right, cool. So next part is objection handling, because objections still happen, right? And so if you don't have effective, repeatable framework for it, they just keep losing deals after deal. A lot of people lose deals in objection handling because they don't know what to say, right? So they top off the call. No bueno. So the objection handling portion is all mapped out. Okay, money objections, time. I don't have the time. Partner, I gotta talk to so and so. Think about it. Let me think about it, right? And also a fear objection specific as well, right? Hey, I've been burned before. I think I can figure it out on my own. I don't make rash decisions on the spots. What if this doesn't work? Can I see some testimonials? That's all mapped out. The common fear ones you're gonna get over and over again, we all mapped out, right? So we've done the hard work of mapping out the next, like spending months, years, right? So you don't have to. Now, is it a magic pill? No, it's tough to study and practice it. However, you don't have to do as much guesswork because it's all mapped out, right? And also, if you give me an objection, I'm just going to use one of these. So just good luck with that. Anyways, but having that objection handling portion, how do you see that helping you?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that would help, like having like a structured kind of next thing to say, or like a process of what route to go down and making sure that you're doing it correctly.
All right, for sure. And the last part is what you're asking about, which is the implementation and accountability. Okay. So that's when we do the actual coaching. So there's about 5 times a week group feedback sessions. Okay. So Monday to Friday. You don't have to hop on all of those, but you have that there. That way, if you have a problem you want to get solved, then you can get it fixed the same day or the next day instead of waiting like a whole nother week later, like you're kind of doing it. So either you can bring a sales call recording. It's like, man, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know why I lost that sale. Bring the sales call recording. We can review it together, right? And then on the specific part, I tell you, okay, you said this, the pain was surface layer. You should have said this. That's what the objection happened. That way you don't keep making the same mistakes over and over again, just losing out on deals, not even knowing what's going on. Right? So we have that as well as accountability. Okay. So if I see you slipping, then I'm just going to call you out on it. Right? So I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm here to tell what you need to hear. Right? That's why we're doing this work. Right? So are you open to that level of accountability though, man? Because not everybody is.
No, I am. I think that's definitely what I need in terms of accountability. I do have a question, like with the group coaching, like how many people are on the calls?
About like 5
Really? 5 to 10?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you've seen those crowded group calls where there's like 60 plus people in there. I'm sure we'll get to that at one point. The calls are more intimate though, right? Which gives you more than enough time to get the feedback that you need to get.
Okay. Yeah, 5 to 10. That's pretty small. Okay.
Yes, sweet. Okay. There's that, as well as when you're first enrolled, you want to do something called a one-on-one game plan session. Okay. What that is for your specific weaknesses, for your specific offer, we map out the action items that you need to do for the next 12 weeks in order for you to get to the consistent 15K months. Right. So we have that. At this point, to be fair, man, most people don't need more one-on-ones than that because, like I said, the group calls are more intimate. But let's say you go through the classroom material, let's say you go to the group feedback sessions, you're still stuck for whatever reason after that, then you can hit me up and we'll then happy to set up a one-on-one call after that, right? If you're not doing the group calls first, I'm gonna say let's go to the first, brother. But if still then, well then happy.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And there's one more thing. Okay. Yeah, no, I slipped away. So the group calls every day, and then you said how long is it? Like how long is the program?
12 weeks.
12 weeks. Okay. So it's what, 4 months? No, 3 months.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, I remember now what I was gonna ask. Like regarding offers. So like I'm on offer right now. But still like obviously like I'm doing okay, but it's more like a starter offer. Like I'm the only closer. Like the call volume is kind of iffy.
Sure. Sure.
Obviously I don't want to like jump ship because obviously I don't want to do like the grass is green on the other side. But in terms of like offers as well, like I saw you guys do have offers as well. Like are you connect people with them offers and that sort of thing, or how does that work? Or do you?
Offer is a factor for sure. We're not denying that. Now, we don't guarantee placement. However, we do provide you either resources, training, or the network in order for you to put yourself in the best position to do that, right? So as an example, in the demo, you might have seen the offer board.
Yeah, I saw that.
So whenever a new offer comes your way, then we actually drop it. You know what I mean? So we have it there, as well as squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? So for our top students in terms of skill set or their work ethic, then now we feel more comfortable connecting them to the different recruiters or offer outs, right? Again, not guaranteeing placement, but we have that in place as well.
Okay. So you're saying like if you see that I'm putting in the work all the stuff, then you'd be open to like connecting, like if you have like, connections with guys for offers that are already solid.
Yeah, again, not guaranteeing it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. What specific part of the program do you feel like would be the most helpful for you?
I think the accountability for sure.
Okay. So, man, well, I don't really have anything else to go over with you. So the funds required for you to get the skills and be able to go to your parents and really take them out to a nice Euro trip is 7K.
7K.
Where do you want to go from here?
That was more than I was expecting, I'll be honest. So that's like the only like that's like the one mentorship you have?
I mean, you can pay me more if you want.
No. I mean, like I didn't know if there was like a um kind of like a like kind of like community.
Nah, you don't need that either.
What do you mean?
You're looking for the easier way out.
Like in what way?
Is that what you're asking? Like, do you have like a cheap school stuff? Is that what you're asking?
Not like a cheap school stuff, but like I just assume that like that would be like high like the higher ticket would be more like just like all one-on-one or something like that. I don't know.
All one-on-one? If you want to just only one-on-one, just pay me 12 grand. We meet once a week for 1 hour. That's what people pay. We can do that too.
Right. Well, I mean that's basically what I do right now.
And there we go. Then here's the more frequent touch points.
Well, 12K, 7K, 5 by 3.
Will he be congruent?
Hmm?
Let's find out.
What is that?
Will he be congruent? Let's find out.
This is really it's not really about congruence. It's just like I feel like
Kind of is.
well, I mean like it is, but like the guy that I'm already like training with right now, like what I'm thinking is like the guy that I'm training right now, like I'm still improving,
Okay.
and like I could just like pay him more to like just continue learning. Like this is me just being honest, right? Like obviously, like I know like years of help, right? I know like you already have a structure in place, all that stuff. Um, but also I'm thinking like I could just use this mentor. I've only done like a couple calls with him, and like it's improved, so like I could do that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, you could. What did you say when I asked you that?
What did I say? What?
Hey, why not just double down on the guy you're training with right now? What did you say?
Yeah, because like I mean, he doesn't have like a structure in place, but I mean, like if I'm able to meet with him like more often, it's like it'd be the same thing as like the one-on-one calls, you know? Because like that's a one-on-one call.
Maybe, depending on the quality of the SOPs and the trainings and all that built. Why not do that?
I mean, that's now the I'm like obviously I'm throwing objections, but I know like the objections don't do anything. But like yeah, it's just 7K like it's just steep, you know?
Scary, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean I was expecting like 4 or 5, you know?
You ever get their objection from your prospects? Yeah, it's quite a bit of money.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Want me to show you how to overcome that objection? Yeah. Okay, because it doesn't matter what happens at the end of this call, I want to make sure you can take away something you can use. Because I want to help you close more deals. That's what we're here. Right? So we'll go through a role play. Answer as yourself. You'll be the prospect. I'll be the closer. Right? Like I said, answer yourself. I'll break down what we're doing as we go along. Okay? All right, cool. So the first step is isolating the objection, right? So I'm going to say, not a problem. Money aside, would you do it?
Yeah,
Why though?
because I know it would help me 5 times a week. Huh?
Help you do what?
I mean, close more deals, make more money. So I know that like it would help. So that's why I would do it.
That makes sense. And the 7K, does that work within your current budgetary constraints?
I mean, it does in a way. Like if I had to pull from savings.
Okay. Does it more so the upfront amount, or if it could help you break this up into smaller chunks, would that make it easier for you?
Yeah, I mean, it would make it easier.
Okay, cool. So far what we've done is we've isolated the value objection, right? So I asked you money aside, would you do it? You said yes. Okay, value is out the window. Like objection handling is not about opening more doors. It's about closing all the other doors. So you only have one way to exit, which is the sale. Right? So the value door is shut. Now we're going to the money door. Okay. Okay, so let's break into smaller chunks because as you can imagine, people don't have these skills yet, like building pain. They may not have the whole upfront amount to the whole thing all at once. Right? So let's break into half and half, right? Half down to start, another half 30 days later. Would that make it easier?
That'd be what, like 3,500, and then 3,500 next month.
Exactly.
Would you be able to do like 3,500 now and then 3,500 at like the end, or
At the end? What do you mean?
like at the end of the 3 months?
Typically don't, my man.
You said what?
We typically don't, man. Can you do that? 3,500 to start, 30 days later, the other half?
35. Yeah, it'd be like 3,500 now and then 3,500 like at the end of the 90 days.
30 days from now.
I mean, sorry, at the end of the 12 weeks. Right, that is 90 days. Yeah,
Nah, 30 days from now.
like next month.
Or it could piff like a savage.
Well, what if it's like, what if there's like not a lot of improvement? So like, what if like the offer goes down and then,
You're looking for a way out.
well, no, I'm just saying like this offer, like I'm not saying it's the offer, but I'm just saying like what I'm scared of is like this offer is still kind of new. If that shit goes down,
Yeah.
like say for some reason like the lead flow, because like lead flow's kind of been iffy, right? So it's like if the lead flow goes down and like I'm cooked and I'm not even on offer for like two of those months.
I mean, I'm willing to put in the work, but what if lead flow goes down? I'm not able to make more commissions to pay off the other balance. Is that kind of your concern, or help me understand?
Yeah. Like my concerns would be like, yeah, if I don't have like there's not enough call volume or whatever, and I'm not able to
Yeah.
even take advantage of the help because it's like
Yeah.
some reason like the offer goes down.
Yeah, no, totally good. Okay, so help me understand. With your current offer right now, how many sales calls do you have on your calendar each week on average?
Like last month I only took like 50 calls.
Yeah. I would recommend, okay, and you say you're the only closer, right?
Yeah.
So could they give you more calls, or is it not happening?
Well, it's just like the calls. Like I'm the only closer, so it's like the calls. It's just based off of volume of like how much the setters are doing. So it's like that's like the max that we've been able to do.
Yeah. How many leads are in this year? How many phone numbers?
I think like 2,000.
It's not bad. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. So whenever you get an empty space in your notes on your calendar, we're gonna give you SOPs and training on how to actually go close those leads. Okay, now all these opt-in leads, what kind of leads are these?
It's like it's they opt into like the free Discord. They join the free Discord, and the setter hits them up, or like it's like a funnel. Like we're not getting like a lot of funnel bookings like at all. It's just all mainly the setters hitting up the free Discord people, seeing if they want more help. If they want more help, then they get them on the calendar.
Very cool. So I'll give you a DM script. Go into the Discord channel, DM those people, book them into a call, and negotiate higher commissions on those self-set and close with the business owner. and I'll tell you what to say.
Hmm.
So you do that. If you still want to get another offer, man, like I said, I'm happy to connect you with the recruiter, right? And then more than happy to, and then I'll show you something too, right? I don't know if you saw this in the demo, or I don't know if I included that, but we have a section called offer acquisition. Okay, so basically going over, okay, so what's a good offer, what's a bad offer, how to find a criteria, okay? As well as, okay, like how do you structure intro loom video that way you have the highest probability of actually getting the interview and actually closing that, right? And also offer owners and recruiters are going to have objections for you too. Just like how prospects have the objections to you, just like how you're giving objection to me, offer owners are going to have objections too. Like, hey, you lack experience. We'll let you know. I'll talk to so-and-so from the company and let you know. In that case, what do? Do you just hop off the call saying, hey, no worries, just let me know? Or are actually standing there overcoming their objection?
No, yeah, I'll be honest, not happening.
We've helped our students do this where they say, hey, you lack experience. And then I told them what to say. They said it word for word. They got on a call and like they closed that. And then he's getting ramped up right now. And then he's probably starting like this week or next week. It's for an influencer. They have 200K YouTube subs. And then according to them, the closers are making 15K to 30K monthly commissions in that offer. Right? Again, I'm not guaranteeing this, but we do have resources like this where if that's your main concern, like I said, dude, if you're coming in here and putting in the work, and then if you're not going to disappear, which I don't think you will, but if you're actually committed, making shit work, busting your ass, then I'm here to help you. If you're not, obviously, then it's like whatever, right? But if you are, then I'm here to help you.
Yeah.
Something Matt Ryder told me is former CEO of 7+hour, right? What Matt Ryder told me is that, dude, sometimes you gotta put yourself in a position where you're forced to figure shit out.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I've done that. Like at the beginning, when I first invested into myself,
Yeah.
like when I first got into a mentorship for sales, like I financed it. Like it was like a 6K or 6.5K mentorship, and I only had like 2,000 to my name. Like I bet on myself to do it. Um, so like, I put myself in an uncomfortable spot, and I made the money back. It's just, yeah, 7K though.
You're worrying about the 7K when you should be focusing on the 15K months and you be able to go to your parents like, hey guys, pack your bags. We're going to Europe.
Yeah, no, I know. I am.
Just chilling on the business class flight instead of coach.
Yeah. Okay, so could we do three today, three next month, and then 1K the last month, and then like that's like for sure I do it.
Bruh, it's just 1K difference. It's like $500 a month difference. Let's go for it, man. 3,500 clean, 3,500. 30 days later, get to work. Fucking go for it.
I thought it was 6K though. I thought it was 6K.
I know it's in the thumbnail, right? We raised it. We're gonna keep raising it, my man.
That was like a marketing thing, bro.
Marketing thing did. At the time, it was 6K. Now it's 7K. Wait more, it's gonna be 8K, 9K, 10K.
When did it get raised? I'm just wondering.
I think it was like 2 weeks ago, something like that. 1 or 2 weeks.
So you can't give me like the 6 price, bro.
Bruh, you're worrying about the 1K. You're gonna worry about the 1K? You're gonna be that prospect, or you're gonna focus on, you know what, dude, 15K months. Let's get after it. I wanna be a savage.
All right, bro. All right, bro. All right. So 3,500 today, and then 35 next month. That's not. I mean, that's not bad. I'm just scared, bro.
Of course.
Like I know, like I'll be fine, like financially, but I'm just scared. It's like, what if, like, I don't know, like confidence in terms of like I don't know, like some, like I'm just scared, like, okay, the offer goes down, and like I'm just fucked. And then obviously, I'll find a way to get another offer, but like, so like you, okay, I'll just do it, bro. I'll say it.
Well, I want to first say that I'm here to assure that you're supposed to feel scared because you're getting outside of your comfort zone.
Right.
Like the feeling in your stomach you feel right now, that tension, that's what your prospects feel. So now you know.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there's something you can tell to your prospects as well. But where does change happen? Inside of your comfort zone or outside of it?
What's time of like the coaching calls every day, actually?
He didn't answer my question.
Oh, sorry. Did you ask? What was that question?
Outside of your comfort zone or outside of your
outside of my comfort zone. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. To answer your question, coaching call, 15 minutes from now.
All right. Well, let me get my card, and then I'll pay, bro. You can help me get to like 15K a month. Like, I know it's possible. Like 15, 20K a month. Like, I know it's possible. Other guys are doing it. But it's just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense, but
I hear that it's scary at the end of the day. If you don't back yourself up, then who will?
yeah,
You know, you said the kids that are making more money than you, right? And you said they're not smarter than you. You know why they're further ahead?
probably because they're working harder.
Well, because they're more dumb. They're naive. Because right now you're overthinking, which I get. I've been in your shoes. But with those people, man, they're not overthinking it. While everybody's else in the starting line, just like, hey, what if this, what if that? They've already taken steps forward, bruised their knees a couple times, sure. But they're a lot further ahead because they're more naive. I don't know about you, man. That pissed me the fuck off. That's when I said enough is enough. Let me start walking then. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I know I have to start walking.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be at the starting line, man. You're just gonna start walking.
No, I'm gonna start walking. I'll start walking.
So let's literally start walking to your wallet. How about that?
All right, bro. I'll be right back.
All right, that's not good. I just dropped it in the chat. Once that's done, we'll get your rocking and rolling. So let me know. In the meantime, I'll help your orientation get set up in the background. Let me know if that works.
Walking in. Yep.
And then in terms of your course access, man, do you want that to go to the same email you booked the call? The Gmail one?
Yes. Yeah. And so it'll auto charge me next month, same time. Okay. The same card?
Yeah.
Making sure what time. Yeah. All right. I paid it, bro.
Spirit. Sounds sad, bro.
No. I just haven't invested into myself in a while, to be honest.
Gotta do it from time to time, man. That's how you get better, right?
Yeah.
Sweet. You're good to go, man. How do you feel?
Feel good. I mean, I don't really feel too much, like too different.
Do you want to drop that email that you want to get access to the course platform and everything?
Oh, yeah.
Just drop in the Zoom channel, just copy paste it. But yeah, man. If you have nerve, excitement, normal, use that as drive to fucking get after it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we'll do.
I just sent that to that email. So if you check your email, you should get an invitation from school to join Real Sales System.
Oh, wait, I think I'm in now. Okay, yeah, I'm in now.
Internally, like I wouldn't feel very good about it, and what would happen is like, we just stay stuck in place, and I feel good to say it loud, obviously.
You want to settle for that?
I'm not a stranger to looking into these types of things, but
You seem a bit reluctant to it.
I would say that's only just because I've invested a good chunk over the last like 1 to 1.5 years, and I feel like it's been like marginal improvements, but not like big of a shit I was expecting. I'm trying to up the ante this year.
Are you trying to up the ante, or are you committed to up the ante this year?
This is probably the most boring sales call recording you'll ever watch. There's no crazy mindset NLP Jedi tricks. There's no crazy objection handling jujitsu because there's no objection the prospect gave at the end except for sorting out payments. So these days, everybody's just being brainwashed into thinking that, oh, discovery doesn't matter, just objection handle at the end. But why feel like you're in a boxing match at the end of the call every time if you didn't have to? Now note, this is only for high-ticket closure selling coaching programs or lead gen. If you sell something else or if you're a setter, this doesn't apply to you. You can just click off this video right now. By the way, what you're gonna see in this sales call recording is just scratching the surface. There's a lot more that goes into becoming a 10, 20K, 30K a month commission earner, being the top dog in the industry. So that's what we help our students inside of our implementation program, Real Sales System. If you want to multiply your commissions from inbound and outbound calls, be a top dog in the industry, I'm just gonna put the link to book a call with myself or someone on our team in the description box below. Other than that, let's get into the sales call recording.
Good seeing you. Well, I know we talked before, but obviously you want to close more deals. But what do you feel like you can help with specifically?
I think biggest overarching thing is just consistency in the sales process. Like I'll have weeks where, closing, a unit a day, and then I'll have weeks like the last few weeks, which is like things go in a bit of a dry spell, just a lot of delays on some of these deals. So I was just trying to.
So what do you feel like you maybe need help with to get that consistency?
I would say just creating more urgency in the sales process, but then obviously everything else, in terms of process, as far as like activity, I think I could for sure be doing more there instead of just only relying on like first call closes just to make it. So I think it's just trying to be way more well-rounded going into this year.
So what are you doing at the moment to build more urgency, have more of that consistency now?
I mean, biggest thing I dive into with these guys in the market I speak to is just asking them like why, because these guys they don't really do a lot of marketing for their company. It's like agencies, right? Like video agencies. So I just try to keep the focus on like why they're looking to get help with implementing a process there rather than just keep doing referrals.
How long have you been doing it that way for?
A couple of months, I would say.
Okay, it's quite a bit. Is it working?
It works when it does, but not as consistently as we would like.
Okay, so what do you feel like you're maybe doing on the call, or maybe not doing, that's causing that lack of consistency?
I mean, I would like to think I'm going to do better of creating more of a bigger gap of like where they're at to where they want to be, but like it's like we get to the end of the call and obviously it's a 18K ticket, and then these guys get spooked off and then just playing the follow-up game. Yeah, no, it's like everything is good. You get a bunch of tie downs, everything is good, and then 18K comes out of my mouth and they're like fuck, like they look like they've seen a ghost. So it's just then it falls into the follow-up game, and then you some people doing that, but there's a bit of drop off there as well.
And because I've been there too, but when you take like the 30-45 minute call, either they go so like you're trying to follow up, try to call them, but they never answer. What's going through your mind?
Well, it's really two, right? Like one part of it is like, well, shit, like what do I need to do to maximize these things on the first call?
Sure.
And then the second component of it is, and I even just got this from when you were running the initial school group, is just sending them a shit ton of like memes and just content from the influencer, which has a good amount of it. So we have good assets to send it. So I just follow up with them until they buy, just tell me to fuck off, basically.
Yeah. Well, I get that. So how much commission do you feel like you're maybe leaving on the table each week because maybe you're not going deeper into urgency?
There's definitely room to be hitting 20, 30K comps on this offer. Right.
Where are you at now?
Either right at 10 or just fall right below that.
Okay. So what is that? Conservatively 10 grand a month on the table?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that per year? It's like, you have a calculator with you?
Yeah, that's 120K.
Yeah. Quite a bit. How do you feel about that?
Definitely. That's not a small amount of money to be falling short of.
It's someone's salary.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. Well, why maybe get some outside help with building urgency and smacking more deals? Why not just, I don't know, just do more dials and try to somehow figure it out on your own?
because it'd be silly to not at least look into it, because I want to get, when your ego gets involved, that's when you get in trouble, right? So it's just,
Yeah.
I've been following your stuff for some time. I'm like, it's at least warranted to have a conversation just to see like what a bit more hands-on help would look like with something like that. Just to at the very least figure out like where my blind spots are that I'm not even being like right now myself. So
Yeah. But why look at that? Why not just, I don't know, DIY it? I'm sure your prospect tell you that. Bro, just fucking keeping up with the referrals, bro.
yeah, because it's like, I don't know, man. It's like I see a pattern over the last several months where I'm like, it's either we just bulldoze our thing, just by sheer will, just do it, or I just have to, we just make a change and do something different to get better outcomes.
What would you prefer?
Because also the other part of it as well is your boy literally just got married, so it's like,
Congratulations.
thanks, bro. Yeah, it's a lot of responsibility on the plate. So I'm like, it's not just me anymore, right? It's like, yeah, like I have a bad calm month before, like it's like, okay, like who cares? It's like just me, but now I'm like providing for a household of two of us now. So,
You got a child?
oh no, we're not quite there yet.
Oh, you and her.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah. But yeah, I think it's just for me. I just internally just feel like shit. Level up is necessary for sure.
That makes sense. I mean, that's why I enjoy working with closers and also like men in general, right? Because the
Yeah,
thing about that is there's a level of congruency and responsibility. Because like you're saying, if it's just you can be comfortable, whatever. But if it's like another human being, right? Then you gotta lead by example. You gotta get out of your comfort zone. Otherwise, I mean, no one else is gonna make this for you, right?
exactly.
Okay. So let's say you learn the skills. So you said you have like there's potential for 20, 30 grand a month. But what's your goal though? Is it 20, 30? What's the goal? Let's say 3 months from now.
20K, I would say. I've hit that on this offer before. I want to get to a threshold where I'm hitting that consistently
Consistently.
every month. Yeah.
Okay, for sure. So before we start talking, were you out there looking for ways to build more urgency, get to 20K, or what else have you been doing?
I mean, I've been in a few different like sales communities.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I feel like at this point I've gone through most of the sales trainings you could probably think of.
Okay.
So I don't know. It for me, it's kind of like this crossroads where I'm like, it's like, doing all the things to regulate the skill set and get that refined. But like here we are where it's like, it's very like up and down. So I don't know. I'm just kind of at a loss of what more I could be doing when on paper I feel like I'm reaching out, going into the program, going to coaching, just getting outside help.
Yeah.
I'm not a stranger to looking into these type of things, but
You seem a bit reluctant to it.
I would say that's only just because I've you know, invested a good chunk over the last like 1 to 1.5 years. And I feel like it's been like marginal improvements, but not like as big of a shit as I was expecting.
What
So
do you feel that is?
that's a good question, man. I not quite sure, but
Like, for example, what programs have you done? I know you went through like our basic school, but besides that, what else have you done?
I've uh I've gone through I've gone through I've gone through cool
Okay.
stuff. Let's see, well, I've done a little bit of stuff before,
Okay.
and then
Very
sprinkling in
recent.
some like low ticket like school communities and stuff like that here and there.
Okay, and you can hand on heart, you can say I show up to the trainings regularly and I really tried hard.
Stuff, yes.
Mm.
For the others, yes, I did, but not. I mean, I didn't really squeeze the juice as much as I could have there, I think. Because I think with a lot of those programs, it was very much so like group oriented, and I think what I'm looking for at this point is just being able to like work with somebody more in like a one-to-one capacity,
Okay.
where I could just be like, hey, like this is what I've worked on, like let's just pick apart these calls and then
Yeah.
send me on my way. At this stage of like development and kind of where I'm at, I think that's really what I'm looking for.
So essentially, what you're looking to get out of the one-on-ones is like that pointing out the blind spots and enough time to do that. Essentially, what you mentioned. Is that right?
Yeah, because typically with the last place, I mean, again, like they're incredible programs. They give me my foundation, but
Yeah.
also there's like 30, 40, 50 people on this call too.
Yeah, I hear you. No, I mean, I know what you're talking about. And in terms of, at least with the program, right? You say you need to build more urgency. I mean, it's called,
Yeah.
so, you know, most people come to our training after that because I mean, it's a great program, I think, for like so on and so forth, but it's not really focused on building urgency, which is like the core.
Yeah,
problem.
because with this stuff, it's like more on the call. We don't really like focus on discovery, and then I think just where I'm at now, I realize like you don't have to be in a boxing match every call. You could tackle these things upstream on the call, and just having like a not being lazy with discovery and just doing way more of an efficient job of
Yeah.
closing the doors ahead of time. So it's just, I think it's like, yeah, like have I closed deals by just half-assing discovery and just, objection handling for 20 minutes? Yeah, I could do that. But to do that 6, 7, 8 calls a day over a long stretch of time, that's crazy.
Is it? Sign me up, bro. Okay. So let's say we can help with like the more nuanced feedback, the call review, so you can get to 20K consistently. Like, what would that allow you to do that you can't really do right now? And don't tell me something boring like reinvest or real estate.
I mean, two things to that. One, pay off a bit of debt I'm sitting on right now, but then also trying to get a house in about a year to 2 years. So
all right.
just trying to clear out that out of the way, so then I can start stacking up, start saving, so we can move into an actual home here. So
You're kind of renting at the moment, or what's going on?
yeah, renting out here. I literally just got out here to Virginia. Was in New York, but then
Yeah.
a lot of movement. But yeah, for the next year to 2 years, I'm setting up shop here, and then plan is to get a house.
Okay.
So my path to get me there is locking the fuck in on this closing thing, which, I like to think I'm way better positioned now than I was when I first started, like a couple of years ago after I transitioned from being a setter. But I think that I truly think I'm on like a unicorn offer, like really good client results, really good like testimonials, good ticket, great volume. The money's to be made. Now I'm just like, how can I put myself in a position to squeeze juice? What's being provided?
That part makes sense. But what, I mean, besides the obvious, why a house? Why not just keep renting?
Yeah, I mean, apartment's was always a temporary part of the plan anyways. Just want to, find a home base and just, I like consistency, right? So it's just being able to find somewhere, just lock in for a good while, just do my thing, right?
That makes sense. Okay, so let's look at the debt. How much debt would you need to pay off?
Let's see. A little over 20 grand. Yeah.
Gotcha. And I guess the reason why you haven't been able to pay that off in the past is because I guess your commissions haven't been to a point where you can just pay that off altogether. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we need to get that up. So 20 grand. In terms of the house, like what's your ideal house? Is it like in the suburb, beach house? What kind of house do you want?
That part I haven't thought entirely about. I just know that it'll be somewhere location-wise where, I'll be close with my family, at home, which would probably, most likely be back in New York. But as far as like the amount of rooms, how big it is, I haven't really thought that through. I just know that location-wise, I want to be close to my people.
For sure. How much would that cost you?
I mean, dude, if you're talking New York these days, fucking A, you're talking
New
like
York's
at least.
cheap.
What's that?
New York's cheap.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you're not looking at anything less than 600-700.
600
Okay.
grand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's quite a bit, but you being able to do that though, right? Your debt's off your shoulders, and you go to your folks or you go to the missus, be like, hey guys, this sales thing working out. We got that home. Pack your bags. Let's go. What would it do for you? Being able to be that guy.
I mean, dude, that would feel great
No.
for sure. Just because I don't know, because again, this is just more of like another speed bump, if you will. But I think it's like being able to like be like, fuck, I was in the not ideal situation, and
Yeah.
evolving up the offer. I think it would just feel personally. I think it would feel like incredible to be able to provide that.
Yeah, for sure. And with the current skills you have now, how close are you to being able to do that?
That's a tricky one because it's like I feel like I have the capacity to hit the goal, like because I've done it before.
Yeah.
But if we're talking like consistently every single month,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna say that there isn't more to be learned. So I think there's always room for improvement with the skill set. So I would say I'm close, but not as fast as it could be.
Yeah, as an example, like with the current rate with your commission checks and the current rate you're saving up, how long would it take you to pay off that debt and get that 700 grand house?
It would take me a little over a year or so, but if I can cut that in half, ideally, that would be.
Like as an example, like, how much are you saving up each month at the moment towards the debt in the house?
I mean, not much because whatever is getting saved up, again, you put money aside for taxes, bills, rent, and then it's just like maybe a couple grand as far as saved up, maybe like 3-4K.
3K a month?
Like as far as outside of expenses and what have you.
Yeah, 3K a month for the house, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with the 700 grand, like what's the down payment if you thought about it?
Let's see. Let's do some math here.
Yeah.
I mean, minimum probably 70K, 10% of that.
70K. Okay. So you're saving up 3K a month, let's just say. So it'll take you 7 months to pay off that 20 grand debt, right? And then after that, say 70 grand. Where'd you go? There we go. 70K divided by 3,000. That's 23 months plus 7 months for the debts.
Yeah.
23 plus 7, 30 months. 2.5 years.
Mhm.
Bit longer than you thought.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? 30 months from now.
Yeah. I mean, ideal, but also it's like, again, in this thing of sales that we do, I know shit can change like very, very quickly, and I know we can slim that timeline by at least 50%. So it's not good to see those type of numbers, but
Yeah, I mean, there's a saying, right? You keep doing the same things over and over again, expecting a different result. What do you call that?
yeah, it's insanity.
Yeah. The same guy said another thing, which is a problem cannot be solved from the same level of thinking it was created from.
Mhm.
Hence the blind spot you're talking about.
Yeah.
So, consequence question: what happens if you don't do anything about this? You keep going at the rate you are now. It does take 30 months. In the meantime, you can't get the home and still having that debt. What happens then?
It was interesting being on the receiving end of consequence questions. I'm like, fuck, that's how you properly do it, eh? I think what would happen is it would be a bit, I don't know, I guess I'd feel a bit shameful for, not being able to provide the life, I guess, right? Just
For who?
for myself, for my lady,
Yeah.
So I think it's just more so internally, like I wouldn't feel very good about it. And what would happen is like, we just stay stuck in place. And that'd feel good to say out loud, obviously.
You want to settle for that?
Nope.
Well, you don't have to do something about this now. Like, you're doing good. You can just push it off until week, month, 30 months. I'm sure prospects do.
Yeah. I mean, I could, but like I told you, man, I'm trying to up the ante this year. So I don't got.
Are you trying to up the ante, or are you committed to up the ante this year?
No, that's a commitment. That's a flag that's been put on the ground.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, based on what you told me, what we do at work, you seem committed. So if you want, I can just walk you through what we do, how we do it, up the ante, and make that house and that happen. Want to do that?
Talk to me, B. What's going on?
All right. How did that feel as a prospect?
That I think how that felt to me on my end is I like how there was no space to like let me drift off, left or right. I think you kept me like right on the straight and narrow, and took you about 20 minutes to get there. So yeah, definitely need that type of structure in the calls I'm having, because these guys completely go on tangents. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was all straight from the decision tree, everything we talked about. And
Yeah.
that's what we help you implement a real sales system. So we've been to like the basic school, but the implementation is a bit different. So I'll walk you through it. Okay. So the implementation process for 12 weeks. And the first thing we're working on is building more urgency using the decision tree. Because that's the main thing you mentioned, right? I mean, objection handling at the end, that's cool, but you don't want to be in the boxing match every day.
Yeah.
Right. Now you can have a script, but when was the last time a sales conversation went exactly how the script's written out?
Doesn't
Doesn't
I
really
can't
happen.
remember, right? Because there's different variables that happen. Sometimes they answer this one, sometimes they give you this answer, right? Now at the same time, he just threw the script out the window. Unless you're like a natural, then it's very difficult for you to actually like navigate through the call, like you mentioned, right? So that's when the decision tree comes into play. I'll just show you. I'm sure you've seen a little bit of it,
Mhm.
but the problem section, right? So if they give you this answer, you go there. If they give you this answer, you go there. And so because you mentioned building more urgency, I'll show you a tool that we have. So we go here, we go to the pain section, and we have something called the probing questions vaults. What that is if you ever struggle to go deeper asking those hard questions, there's a bank of questions you can ask. Right? So I was asking this question, right? Hey, so when XYZ problem was happening, what was going through your mind? Or how did it make you feel?
Mhm.
So you can ask those questions to go deeper into the prospect's pain. That way, you don't have to deal with as many objections. And if you do get an objection, now you have more leverage to handle that objection because you have more pain point. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean the thing I've liked about that is just it's more of like a conditional, like the conversation goes here, you go here. Conversation goes here, you go there. Because I think it's just like, because again, it's like I know very much it's like rooted in like NEPQ, but then it's like I think for me over time, because I've learned so many people's different sales processes. Part of it being like, I think I've like swung the pendulum too far in that direction, where a lot of these calls they just go like everywhere. There really is no like, rigid like structure to it.
Yeah.
So I think this will help me course correct it back to having structure in the calls.
Yeah, you gotta be in a sweet spot. You can't be too rigid, but if you just go rogue, then like, I mean, good luck with that too. You know what I mean? So that's a decision tree. Next part is having more at bats using the pipeline closing. Because I think that's another thing you mentioned, right? Instead of just relying on the book, the inbound calls, you're going to have more opportunities from the actual closing from pipeline, right? So we provide with the SOPs and scripts in terms of how to close deals from outbound, how to close deals from follow-ups, right? And so that way you can actually, instead of during your notion, instead of doing nothing, right? You can actually have more streams of commissions coming in. If I didn't take advantage of that, when I was full-time selling, I would have lost out on 114K in commissions per year because of that, based on my data. And same thing with the top students too. Sometimes 50 or 60% of the commissions come from the follow-ups and having a tight process in place. Okay. So you'll be having that too. That way you can actually close more deals during your no-shows. Yeah. Especially if you've been stuck in a 10K a month, then there's opportunities there. Yeah. How do you feel about that part?
Definitely a part I could for sure be taking more advantage of. So I've and I even dove into some of those SOPs when you're originally running the group, and I was like making use of those. But I think it's just doing it like every day is what I'm missing, because there's definitely a good batch of units to be had. Because again, even with the business owner, I was working with him last month, and like, fuck, there's so much juice to be had, squeezed when it comes to renewals and upsells of current clients as well.
So
There's money to be had, like even without taking new leads on the offer.
Yeah.
So
Because I just remember you mentioning that with the upsell. If you have upsells, if you're not taking advantage of it, it's just leaving money on the table. Like they already bought. Those are the easiest people to sell to, right? So that's that. Last part is the implementation and accountability. Okay. Because I mean, those group calls are like 30, 50 people. Those are great, but I mean, it's hard to get your questions answered and get feedback, right? So don't get me wrong, we have group sessions too, but so it's 5 times a week. Okay, you hop on, and it's not like there's a 50 people on there. Right now, it's more intimate. There's maybe 3 to 4 people asking questions and getting feedback at a time. So what that allows you to do now, listen, if you're passive in the back and showing up late, you don't know what your question is. Yeah, it's going to be difficult. But if you show up on time or a couple of minutes earlier, right, bring a call or role play and get feedback. That way you can actually see the blind spots, like deals you're losing out to. You're actually like, oh shit, I didn't know I was fucking up there, but now I know what to do. So you have that element. We have the accountability element as well, right? We'll go over that in a bit. But in terms of one-on-ones, there's some elements of one-on-ones, okay? So when you first enroll, you're going to submit your data tracker and your sales call recordings, and then we have something called a one-on-one game plan session. What that is, okay, based on your data and your sales call recording, here's the action item number 1, 2, 3, go do it. And then you go do it. And after hopping on the group training sessions, and then after that, if you're still stuck for whatever reason, then we can work on that on like a quick one-on-one as well. Obviously, I expect you to actually go through the course material and the group trainings first. If you don't go through that, ask for a one-on-one, I'm probably going to say no. But after you go through that, if you're still stuck for whatever reason, then we can have a quick one. So does that all make sense with the structure we just laid out?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you feel like this could help you?
Big question I would have for you though is, with the implementation program, are there any aspects of it that are different than the low ticket you were doing in school, or is it like new materials, new content? Like what?
Short answer is yes. Yeah, short answer is yes. And also the frequency of the feedback, because the students that are getting like the biggest progress is like they're showing up consistently, getting feedback on their call reviews and their role plays. And then also, I mean, yeah, if you pay more, you're just going to pay more attention. This is the fucked up part of being a human being. This is how it works, right? And I've done that too. So that's another part. And then to answer your other questions, yes, there's other material like the probing questions vault. It wasn't there before, right? And then other sales call recordings, I'm in there too, like my own sales call recordings, as well as like more specific examples in terms of. So it's kind of like lead gen marketing systems, yeah. Yeah, so it's similar. So there's lead gen specific decision tree and lead gen specific examples.
Okay, cool.
So man, so you feel like this could help you get your goal?
Yeah, I think it can.
All right. What specific part do you feel like would be maybe the most helpful?
I'd say the activity section for sure, as far as just like, being more well-rounded during my day, and then the decision trees just to be a lot more tailored with the conversations.
That makes sense. But I don't really have anything else to go over with you. So the funds required for you to get access to the decision tree, the 20K months, get that home and get rid of the debt. Or you want to go from here?
Okay. Okay, so that's fine. Do you have ways we can potentially go about breaking that up? Just because liquidity is not where it typically is. Just your boy just got back from the honeymoon.
Yeah.
So
Got any type of Klarna or anything like that to
break it up.
Klarna a bit tough, but money aside, you feel good about it. Money aside, you feel like this could help
Yeah.
you get people?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we can do payment plans, right? So we can do half down and half 30 days later.
Work with me on a 3-pay.
We could do 3 payments of that, 30 days apart. That would be the smallest one.
I can work with that.
True. You able to do that?
Yeah.
Cool, brother. So what I'll do is I'll drop the link in the chat. And once that's Gucci, we can get rocking and rolling. And I just dropped the link in the chat. All right. Let me know when this sorted out. In the meantime, I hope you get set up with your onboarding.
Honestly, it comes down to whether I can afford it right now because of my previous, like I said, debt obligations and my low income right now.
Money aside, do you feel like this could help you get to your goal?
I can't do that right now. I just want to get some more information on it and know that we're a good fit based on your free information before I sign up for that.
Hey, you don't have to do something about this now. You can just keep doing the basic YouTube, try to figure it all out on your own, have another 3, 6, 12 months.
You know, that's the thing I don't know. I think maybe it's just,
Well, I'll just say if a prospect told you that.
I'd be like, hey, you know, that's your prerogative, but it looks like the IRS is going to keep deducting money from your account until you go with us because we're the only way out of this.
So how about you take your own advice? Obviously, you want to close more deals, but what do you feel you need help with specifically?
You know, I thought it was maybe I think it's getting to the client's pain because right now I work at a tax relief firm and we've got people that range from anywhere from $5,000 in debt to $100,000. And I honestly, I would love to say it's a specific thing, but I probably just suck at sales, at closing, because the things where I excel at, like my previous sales jobs were door to door, in person, like when we had to swap out cable boxes, back in the early 2000s. Then I did book memberships, at a bookstore. Then I've done mortgages. That's a little bit easier because like they have that intent is there already.
Is this cold calling, by the way, or is it like inbound or outbound?
At the tax relief agency?
Yeah.
That is, I wouldn't say it's cold calling, but I don't think that they know that they're on a list because they search for something on Google, like, I owe $5,000 in taxes, and then all these tax relief firms get the exact same leads, and usually whoever makes contact first.
Okay, so they're looking for something. It's not like they're not even looking for a solution.
Right.
Okay, cool. We can work with that. So what are you doing to build more pain and get better at sales now?
Right. I've got a script. They've got a script that I'm just following, and I've modified it based on like what I've seen in your videos on YouTube.
How long have you been doing that?
I started in November. I found your videos maybe last week.
Okay. So you've been doing it for quite a bit. So like what are you seeing in your results that's making you feel like maybe you kind of suck at sales?
I don't know. I mean, like the first month I started, I was doing fairly well. I got like 6 closes my first week.
Okay.
And then I just noted going down. And maybe it was a season because like after the holidays, after the New Year, it started picking up again. But I did notice that like, whereas the other people that started at the same time as me, they got way more closes and they had previous phone sales experience.
Okay.
Alright.
And they've already moved up into better queues and stuff like that, so they're getting better leads.
That
Whereas
makes
I'm
sense.
stuck with
Yeah.
like really crappy leads.
Okay, I mean, we gotta work with what we got, right? So,
Right.
what do you feel like you're maybe doing on the calls, or maybe not doing, that's causing you to lose out on deals that you should be closing?
That's the thing. I don't know. I think maybe it's just being more conversational because
Yeah.
whenever they talk to me, I'm like,
Yeah.
hang on, I'm taking notes here. And if I go silent for any reason, it's not
Okay.
because I'm not listening. I'm taking notes for the experts to take a look at. And I'm automatically
Yeah.
communicating that, hey, I'm not the expert.
Yeah, and when you're talking to someone, and let's say that other person's like just kind of silent and just there's like a buffer between the talk, like,
Mhm.
how do you feel they're kind of viewing you as?
They're like, I think they're like, oh, come on, let's get through this already.
That makes sense. Okay. But why look at maybe some outside help with this now instead of just, I don't know, you said watching YouTube, so why not just watch more YouTube and hope and pray that you figure it out?
Um, you know, I like to speed up learning.
Okay.
That's one thing that I've learned in my life. If I can speed up the learning, that's better. But I do like, and I'm definitely want to implement more of your free stuff before I sign up for any program with you. I just want to get some more information on it so I have a goal to work towards and know that we're a good fit based on your free information before I sign up for that.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say if a prospect told you that. Hey,
Hmm?
listen, I have this problem, but I just want to do more free stuff and just take longer to get to my goal.
I would be like, yeah, I'd be like, hey, that's your prerogative, but it looks like the IRS is going to keep deducting money from your account until you go with us because we're the only way out of this.
Yeah. So how about you take your own advice?
Fair enough.
Because ultimately, what do you value more, man? Money or time?
Time.
Why time?
Because time's worth more than money.
Yeah, I mean, money, once you have the skills, you can keep making more back, right? But
Well,
the thing about time is that once it's gone forever.
exactly.
Yeah. So how do you feel like your perspective on it needs to change that way you don't have to keep going downhill while your peers are going up?
Wow, that's right.
How do you feel like your perspective on that needs to change?
Well, I need to start valuing time more.
Yeah.
I need to actually do the things that confirm that show that I value time more.
Yeah. And we both know you need to, but are you willing to take proactive actions, man? Otherwise, I don't know. Things are going down.
Yeah, you're right. I'm willing, definitely.
Why?
Because I need to earn more money. I need to earn more money.
Yeah.
That's the gist of it. And the sooner I can do that, the better off I'll be.
I don't blame you on that. Okay, we just pre-handled your objection. All right. Now let's move on to the next day. So let's do this, okay? Because I want to make sure what we do would work. But I guess besides the basic YouTube that we've been seeing, because it's only like a little bit, but were you out there looking for ways to actually get better sales and close more deals, or what else have you been doing?
Yeah, I mean, like, for example, I listened to your vague customer video. I listened
Yeah.
to your type A customer video because I have those two types of customers on the phone
Yeah.
constantly.
Of course.
And I feel like for the type A one, I find myself rushing through those conversations and going at their tempo instead of going at the tempo that needs to be.
Why?
Hmm?
Why?
I don't feel confident. I mean, like, I figure part of me is like, hey, great, we can close this deal. I just got to show them it's a good value and I
Yeah.
can do it. And like, the sooner I can do that, great. With the vague customers, it's like, okay, now it's like pulling teeth. And
Pulling teeth.
yeah,
What do you mean by that?
well, I mean, it's like, all right, if this is not urgent for you, there's nothing I can do to help you. When it becomes a problem, come back to us.
Yeah. Kind of like how you did like a minute
Yeah,
ago.
exactly.
Could be
Yeah.
trouble. I mean, that's why I enjoy working with sales professionals like yourself, by the way, because
Sales is kind of like a mirror, you know? Like if you are the one keep giving like vague responses, or if you don't have urgency, then how can you help your prospects have urgency?
Right.
You know what I mean? And the reason why I can talk to you with urgency is because I have urgency with my goals.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's congruent. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So let's just say I can help you with that, right? Add more urgency. In terms of support, what kind of support do you feel like you need so you could close more deals and get to your goal?
I mean, like, it'd be great if I think it's going to be impossible to share recorded calls. I can share a script, but like based on your videos and like based on my own experience, having a fixed script for every single client that a different background and different need, I don't think that's going to work. Like having some sort of uh, flow chart or like way of thinking, like, and then just like learning good habits so that I can be more spontaneous and think of the ideas quicker rather than having to read a script or like, oh, hang on, let me look up this question here that I had to ask you next.
Yeah, because imagine what's going to prospects mind as you're doing that.
Right, right.
Okay, that makes sense.
And just be able to like be more in the moment and understand their answers because we have to understand their problem.
Yeah.
But we also need a lot of data from them. We need to know their income, their expenses, what assets they have.
Yep.
Are they married, filing single? Are they married, filing separately, married, filing jointly, single? And it's like all these other like check boxes that we have to tick and that I have to input. But I want to be present during the conversation so that I can have that conversational jujitsu with them.
Yeah, for sure. So let's say you learned that. What's the goal? Like, how much commission would you like to be making on a monthly basis? Let's say 3 months from now.
Well, their top sellers do between 20 to 30K a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about for yourself?
For me,
yeah,
I'd be happy if I was doing 15K a month, but I'd be comfortable if I was doing 15K a month.
Well, the thing about comfortable is you don't want just what's happy or what makes you comfortable. What do you actually want?
Well, I mean, the reason for this job is I'm doing a remodel on a third property I bought.
Great.
And so I need the funds to pay for the construction and the monthly interest costs. So for me, as long as that's working, the other businesses grow. But from a sales perspective, just having the skills and knowing that I'm the best at something, not even the best, just like good at something. And so that I could close my term rental clients would be like, okay, I can run these skills here, transfer it here, and use it in other facets of my life. That's the goal for me. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I would measure myself and have that confidence in myself to sell anything based on my ability to be one of the top salesmen at this company.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Tony Robbins has a saying, right? Which is you take you with you. Right. Meaning that wherever you go, it doesn't matter different industry or not, different business. If you have the skills, you can get there. If not, like it's going to keep following you around, right? So, okay. So like around 15, 20K, and where are you at now? So we can see the gap.
That's pretty low. I'm on base salary and we're not able to collect commissions until we do over 15K in sales per pay cycle.
Okay. So what's the base at the moment?
Right now it's about $16 an hour, so about $2,000 a month net.
I see. Okay. So how would things be different though? You being able to actually, you have the skills, top salesman, making 10, 15, 20K. The property, that's it, right? But what else would you be able to do with the extra money coming in that you can't do now?
Well, just keep reinvesting in my side business. That's the thing. And with that, I get that financial freedom. And then I'd be able to quit this job. Like having the skills are more important than the job and the money because with the skills, the money comes.
What does the financial freedom look like for you, man?
Working on my own cartoons. I'm an animator.
Oh, all right. Interesting.
Yeah.
So is that the main driver or what's the main driver, man? Because if you're going to put in all this work, get outside of your comfort zone, put in all this work, then the payoff needs to be worthwhile, right? So what's that North Star for you?
Are you talking about like financial? Like, what's the goal
Well, in
financially?
terms of what you want to be able to do, right? It's like you being able to like, is that like your ideal life? Like you being able to like draw cartoons and anime, or what's the
Right.
end you're
So,
chasing?
I mean, I want to have my own animation studio, and
Okay.
I've got like a couple of animators in mind. I know their base salary, and I know what it costs to get them on board so that we can crank out cartoons fairly quickly. Even if the cartoons never made money, the goal
Okay.
is to have a different source of income
Okay.
so that I don't have to worry about it, so I can have that financial freedom and creatively make the cartoons the way I want.
Why is that important? The cartoons.
That's what I do. That's what I do. Telling the stories that I want to tell,
Okay.
doing it the way I want to tell it, visualizing it the way I want to visualize it,
Okay.
having that control.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's pretty much it. Like
Okay.
creative expression.
Okay. So that's the main driver for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So you being able to do that, where you can quit this job, you can just draw cartoons, you're doing your anime studio. What would that do for you?
No, give me a pretty comfortable life. Yeah. I mean, I'd be able to live life on my terms.
I mean, you're kind of comfortable now.
But I'm not living on my terms. I'm comfortable in the sense that everybody gets, it's like water, it settles at the level it settles at.
Okay.
It takes the form of wherever it's at, and it's not taking the form of what I want to take, the form that I want.
So what happens if you don't do anything about this and you
I'll
keep
probably
at
stay at the
2 grand a
same
month?
level.
What happens at
I'll
that point?
I'd stay at the same level as that.
What's the day-to-day ramifications?
Less money, more stress. Like right now, I wake up at 4:30 in the morning. I get home at 9. I'm in bed at 10.
Jesus.
Yeah.
You want to settle for that?
I don't.
Hey, you don't have to do something about this now. You can just keep doing the basic YouTube, try to figure it all out on your own, have another 3, 6, 12 months.
I could, but I mean, I'd rather not. And if honestly, it comes down to whether I can afford it right now because of my previous, like I said, debt obligations and my low income right now. So like this 2,000 a month is right now is what I got to work with, and about 66% of that, 67% of that is going towards paying for the construction costs and the mortgage on a new place. So that's
Also about being resourceful.
right.
Because there's a difference between having resources and being resourceful. Because listen, I've talked to people that live in India making $200 a month. They've go found money. So given that you found what you're looking for, are you willing to get resourceful so you don't have to end up in this stressful situation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do that. Yeah.
All right, cool. So based on what you told me, what we do would work. So if you want, I can just walk you through what we do, how we do it, and help you make that happen.
Okay.
Want to do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. How do they feel as a prospect?
Comfortable. And I mean, like, I know I can be resistant, but at the same time, I feel like I'm pretty open sometimes about my goals. So I mean, it felt natural speaking to you.
For sure. So that's what we help you with. By the way, that was all from the flowchart.
Okay.
That was all scripted. Yeah. So that's what we help you with in Real Sales System. That's our implementation program. Okay. So that goes for 12 weeks. The first thing we're going to work on is productizing your sales calls using the sales decision tree. Okay. Because I think you mentioned that sometimes you don't really go deeper into pain, and sometimes you're not quite sure where to take it with vague prospects, and because of that, you end up losing deals. Yeah. So that's because you're not. You may have a script, but you may not know where to take the different scenarios that happen, right? Because when was the last time a sales conversation when exactly how those scripts written out? I can't remember. You know what I mean? So in order for us to solve that, I'll actually show you. This is what it looks like. You may have seen a little bit of online. There's little pieces of it, but there's a whole structure. Okay. So you talk about going deeper into pain. If they say this, you go here. If they answer it this way, you take it there. So what that does is, don't get me wrong, you still have to study and practice a lot. It's not a magic pill. But what that does is now gives you more predictability and consistency in your sales calls to go deeper, even with the vague prospects, so you can actually close more deals. Make sense?
Right.
What's your thoughts on that?
I like it. I like
Yeah.
it because it's sort of like the way I navigate problems at my rental properties. And this is with existing tenants. So if they do this, I do that. If they do this, I do that. It's sort of like
Exactly.
zagging. So it's a process I understand better than, and it would definitely help to find a way to apply that to any sales process.
Exactly. So that's the first part. Next part is pipeline closing. Okay. Because a lot of people just focus on what's happening in a sales call, but what they're not focusing on is how to close deals during your no-shows and your off time. Right? Because if you're not leveraging that, then you're usually losing out on tons of sales in the meantime. Right? So how we solve that is we help you close deals from follow-ups. Okay. And you also said that people opted in. We help you how to close from that, how to close from referrals. Okay. If you have upsells and renewals, we give you SOPs, scripting, and trainings for that. That way, you know exactly what to say when you're picking up the phone to be able to actually close deals. Not just relying on the inbound, right? But being able to close them. Okay. Which you gives you another stream of those commissions that are coming in. Yeah. You know what I mean? How do you feel about that?
That feels pretty good because, I mean, right now, the way it works is, when I get somebody on the phone and they're at their job and they're like, can you call me back at this time?
Yep.
Part of it feels like a blow off and they answered the phone without knowing that they were going to be marketed to. And two, it's like, okay, if they do show up, they already feel a little bit uninvested.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh, I'm a man of my word, so I'll just answer this phone call right now.
Like reluctantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So we'll work on that. All right. Last part is implementation and accountability. Okay. Because the problem with most sales trainings is that, okay, here's like 300 recorded videos, adios, good luck, figure it out. Right? In that case, some people can figure it out, but most people they don't know what to do, right? So how we structure that is, yeah, there's obviously SOPs and training videos, obviously go through that. But the main part is the implementation. So we have 5 times a week group training sessions on Zoom. Okay. You don't have to hop on all of those, but it's there if you need it. And so you can actually role play and get feedback from me. Okay. If you have a call recording, you can bring it as long as we don't show their face. That's all Gucci. That's all fine. I can give you feedback. All right. There's also one-on-one sessions as well. Now, just to be clear, these aren't like, hey, let's have a one-on-one and just talk about whatever. But when you first enroll, we have a game plan session. So giving you specific action items based on your specific situation. Okay. So we have that. That way, you're not only just knowing how to do it, but you can actually do it and do it well. Obviously, it's for your responsibility to implement it. But as long as you have that, we have the support.
Okay.
Does it all make sense with the structure we just laid out?
It seems like you have 5 Zoom sessions a week and you have one-on-one sessions where we can talk. I did not quite understand the point of the one-on-one sessions. I mean, it sounds like
it's for specific parts. Like, for example, like when you first enroll, there's a game plan session. Basically, okay, here are the specific action items. We do that, right?
What do you mean by game plan?
So that's what I mean, is based on your situation, setting specific action items. Because everyone's situation is a bit different. So, okay, first do this, second do this, and third do this. In your case, I'm going to tell you, probably you're not going deeper into pain, so we need to work on that. You're probably not doing enough activity, so we're going to work on that. How to close these from no-shows.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Sounds good.
Do you feel like this could help you get to where you're wanting to go?
Definitely.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, just having somebody be like, do this, this, and this would make it so much easier for me. Because then I can go in with the game plan for that day at the job and execute and come back the next day with results and either do it talk it over with the Zoom group or do it in the one-on-one session.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I don't really have anything else to go over with you. Okay. So the funds required for you to get the support, get to 15K a month, get rid of the stress is.
Okay, and what are the options for paying?
Painful.
Paid in full?
Yeah.
I can't do that right now.
Mm-hmm. Money aside, do you feel like this could help you get to your goal?
Absolutely.
So is it more so the upfront amounts, or if it could help you break this up into smaller chunks, would that make it easier for you?
Absolutely. If you could break it up into smaller chunks, that would definitely help.
Okay, so let's say break it up because, as you can imagine, people don't have these skills and processes yet. They may not have the whole upfront amounts, right?
Mhm.
So in that case, we can do half down to start, and another half 30 days from now. Does that make it easier?
Do you have something like a Klarna or something, or an Afterpay?
Potentially. Are you American citizen, or how does it
Yes.
work?
I'm an American citizen. I have pretty good credit.
Okay,
So,
potentially. But you may not get approved for that. So does the half down, half later, does that work?
That's still too much. right
Okay,
now.
so let's do a bit smaller, right? Let's say we do a month for 3 months, 30 days apart. Would that work?
For 3 months, let's see.
Mhm.
No, I can do 1 month for 6 months.
Yeah, we usually don't do that. So like 3 months, that would be the smallest one.
Um, yeah, I'm not even going to have any money left for gas then, because my drive is an hour long each way.
Can you work remotely?
No, they don't let us work remotely.
Okay. Well, which one of your expenses could you cut to pay that for gas? Like subscriptions,
Right
spending.
now, I'm living a pretty Spartan lifestyle. Like I've moved back in with my folks, so I don't have to pay rent. Right now, everything is going towards the construction costs and the interest costs on mortgage. I can't cut back on that.
Okay. What we could do is that you see your credit's pretty good, yeah? What's your credit?
Over 800.
Yeah, what we could try is so there's Amex Blue, which is an interest-free credit card for 15
Mhm.
months. Okay. Now, you may not get approved for it even with good credit score just because how the economy works these days, right? But we could give that a shot where we could apply for Amex Blue and then we can see if you get approved for that. Want to try that?
Okay. Yeah. Amex Blue, is that a card or is that a program?
It's a credit card, interest-free for 15 months.
Amex Blue.
And I can send you the link in the Zoom chat. So
Yeah, absolutely.
I just dropped it in the Zoom chat. There we go.
Let's see.
Yeah. And then when you open up, you'll see a screen. It'll be like a blue button that says apply now.
Yep. Got it.
Yeah. And no one to get discouraged if you don't get approved. Again, with today's economy, like it happens. So no one to get heartbroken. So we can explore other options too.
Okay. Not I don't have a credit card number. I have I filled out an application and you guys said to contact you to get more information. Can you hear me, Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the card will be arriving in 5 to 7 days, and that's when I'll be able to use it. I can do with it because the credit limit is 15 and I don't want to exceed the utilization. Down and then when does it be paid?
Usually 30 days. So here's what we can do. We can get you in with now. And then when you get the 5 to 7 days, we do that. And then the remaining we can do like when do you feel like you could do the other?
Let's see here. That'd be 5K on hard. So 5K out of 15 is 33%. I'll probably be able to do, can I do,
Yeah, let me just make a note of that. So when would you do the other
let's say February 8th.
February 8th, and then okay, whenever like 5 days from now, so they'll be like what, like
Yeah,
next
as soon as the
Wednesday,
card comes in.
like January like 17 or something like that, whenever that comes in.
I mean, like today's the 8th, so business days, so 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll probably be like the 15th or 16th, maybe the
Yeah.
17th latest.
We could do that.
Okay,
problem.
awesome.
All right, cool. So I want to do that. Yeah, and then we can get the other things sorted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Too easy. All right, cool. I just dropped the invoice in the chat. Just go ahead and click that, and whenever that's done, we'll get you onboarded. And we have a group training session today right after this too, so you can start joining that.
Now, we have covered quite a bit. If you're still here, congratulations. That means you're quite committed. I mean, if you wouldn't be watching this far if you're not committed to getting to your goal and being the version of yourself that you want to be in the first place, right? But let's take two different people. Person number one just watches some basic YouTube videos and try to figure it out on their own. Person number two is actually they get more commitment in investing in their own skill sets and actually getting more personalized help for their specific situation, getting the right training, getting the right accountability, having the right environment. Who has a better possibility of getting to their goal? I mean, it's not that rocket science, right? But why is that though? Because, well, number one, they're more committed. Because I know for myself, if I watch a bunch of YouTube videos, I don't really take those seriously. Or if I pay something really cheap for like $100 or something, I don't even look at those anymore. Because we don't have that commitment, or we don't have that much buy-in. And when we pay attention. The more we pay, the more attention we pay. Okay. So if you really want a shortcut, that's just like I did to get to where I am now, right? If you want to get to where you want to go quicker, be the version of yourself, when you know you deserve that and you're ready to commit, and you are, then I invite you to go to the first link in the description box below and see if you'll be eligible for our implementation program, Real Sales System. If you show up for yourself, our team will too, and we will be on the sideline helping you get to where you want to go. Okay, so you can go to the first link in the description box below, and I'll see you there.